Yeah, yeah.
Right.
All
I
taxes.
agree.
Hold on.
Pro-slavery.
Every tax ever is a slavery. I agree with
Okay.
you. You
You're
need
so
some
reductive.
You need
You
some
want us
slavery
to
in
talk.
society.
The thing is, I think that I mean, even if that was the case, like I think the law said it, people of common intelligence. I understand like people like Spartacus are going to struggle with this, but for the rest of us with actual common intelligence, it makes all the sense in the world. You read.
I'm very happy with this so far, right? I am happy to see you all getting along for like the first few minutes. It's looking good. Let's see how long we can make this last.
Primecuz, I don't legitimately get angry at anyone here except you because I don't care about any of the rest of these people.
Hey.
All right? You know why I care about Primecuz? I'll say it. Because when I was doing bullshit libertarian podcasts to like 4 viewers, there was no discoverability in any way, shape, or form. But Primecuz and his devotion to the Twitch politics community and constantly doing late as fuck nobody panels where anybody can come on that are popular gave me the opportunity for people to go, holy shit, this guy is passionate and cringe as fuck. I have to see this. I have to see more of this. And like, if it wasn't for Primecuz and those original panels, all right, I wouldn't have a space. Well, I mean, I probably would because I'm so talented, but it would have taken a lot more time. Right? You know what I mean? Now that we're like, you know, now that we're like have no problem getting in the 30s and 40s and occasionally getting in the 50s, like, you know, I don't think, you know, I don't need to show up at Primecuz at 2 o'clock in the morning to like hope that 3 people will find me. But the fact that he does that allows you to see so many people and allows this like community to actually grow in that way.
I am glad I played a very small role in your origin story.
Yeah.
But no, I honestly, I'm very happy to be of any service. Seriously, I think you guys are all great, all fantastic, and I'm always more grateful to you guys than and anyone here is ever grateful to me, because you know you guys come on. You don't have to spend your time here, but you do, and we have like good conversations, maybe frustrating conversations, but we have conversations, and I enjoy them, and so yeah, so I'm. And I try to remind you guys all the time how grateful I am to you. So I try to be very sincere about that. Oh, a little bit. Thank you for gifting us up to Stardust for whatever reason. But thank you. I appreciate it. He was gushing about you earlier.
Hold on. That bitch of a troll that will not get out of my goddamn chat trolling every fucking second is over here gifting fucking subs to Prime. I fucking see you, bitch.
I guess
I see how it is.
I'll be waiting for a Sprout. Hopefully Sprout will be here soon. Oh, there. Okay.
My community wanted me to let you know that you're now in some part responsible for irresponsible platforming for anything that gets me canceled at any point because of your role in my origin story, and you bear that responsibility. So just know that.
Okay, I will. I'll hold on to that. It'll be with a heavy heart when you say something anti-Semitic, right?
You realize that like ANCAPs are like mostly Jews, right? Like that we're like the most Jewish ideology you can think of.
I have not heard of that. I'll have to take your word for it.
Rothbard is a Jew. Mises is a Jew. Hans Hermann Hoppe isn't. Walter Block's a Jew. David Friedman's a Jew. Obviously, Milton Friedman's
I feel like
a Jew.
it should be expected given how selfish and stingy their ideology is.
Shit. Mostly Jews escaping the fucking horrors of the Holocaust and Nazism is like what leads to anarcho-capitalism.
If I'm going to be responsible for anyone, it's going to be Doobie, right? That's the one people will link me to.
No, Doobie's platforming you. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, no, maybe. But I think I'm at this point tied very closely to my man Doobie. I'm okay with that, right? It's going to be down with the ship with me. But But yeah, I'm very grateful to all of you, even the ones who annoy the fuck out of me. Okay, so let's get started. We got everyone here, and like in less than 10 minutes. Wow. Okay. All right, so hello everyone. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Surprisingly 8 p.m. Eastern. So we have an amazing group of guests. I'm going to introduce them, and from there we will we'll talk about stuff. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe. And I'm sorry, does anyone hear the background like honking? No? Good. All right.
I thought you were talking about one of
mad
us.
people are honking behind me for some fucking reason. I don't know.
Is the Freedom Convoy, has it made it to your area? From Ottawa to you?
I'm sorry,
Finally,
Prime.
yeah.
I sent them. I'm sorry. It's a protest.
Sorry.
Primekai's just out here. Primekai's just out here proving that the more leftist you are, the more clown world just kind of consolidates around you.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know why.
Honk.
It's just like I'm trying to talk while just mad people are honking. Just I don't know what the fuck is happening. And they're starting up again. All right, moving on. So we are going to start introducing people. We'll start with our friend Fanatic. Fanatic, back at it once again, right? Mouthful, right? Of knowledge, right? He's about to spit knowledge. That's what that is. Fanatic, how are you?
Man, I'm doing great. I don't spit nothing but knowledge. Yeah, I'm excited. I think these will be some pretty good topics, especially when we start dealing with the Don't Say Gay bill. You already know I'm a fan. I don't know why it's so consistent that I'm always eating on stream now, but I don't know. It just seems like I'm always happening. Like I'm doing whatever the freak I'm doing, and then at the last second I'm gonna grab a bite while I do the dang podcast. But we make it work. I'm excited.
All right, brain food, right? Need to power the engine. All right. So next, someone who never eats on the stream, it seems like, Scott. Scott, thank you for coming through. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing?
Well, I'm a fat fuck trying to be better, so I'm on keto and I fast during stream. I make sure that I don't eat during stream, so that there's a period of time I'm not doing that. But I see you, Fanatic. I get it. You know what I mean? It's a power move, right? Because he's got so much of that confidence. He's like, like when Destiny was eating that pizza. You know, it's just a power move. That's all that is. I'm doing great. I'm Fabian Liberty. At this point, you probably know who I am. And if you want to see some wild shit and some base takes, come check us out. All platforms, Fabian Liberty.
Okay, yeah. All right, moving on. We have our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, one of our absolute Lactoid. Okay, I don't know why, and you're gonna laugh at me when I say this, right?
I think I already know what you're gonna say, but go ahead.
I'm sure you don't. When I, because I got people who like show up like from like all over the world sometimes, right? This platform, but for some reason, I always think of you as a Canadian. Like I have to check myself. You literally have a flag behind you. I know. You have a flag.
Why the fuck do you have an American flag, you Canadian? Come on.
Yeah.
And a Swedish one too.
Listen,
That's
I know
Ukrainian. That's
we
Ukrainian, I'm pretty sure.
It's Swedish, but
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it was Ukrainian.
no, I know we all look the same, Prime, but I mean.
I'm sorry, buddy.
No, you're good.
I mean, ain't that facts though?
Okay, we'll talk about that in a bit, I'm sure. Thank you so much for having me on, Prime. You can find me, everybody, Anti-Communism United, Discord and Twitch. Looking forward to a fun conversation. Thank you, Wick. Instead of rating to Prime, he rated to me. So, ooh, yeah. I appreciate that. No, thank you.
What did you think I was going to say?
What's getting
Fuck
a raid
Wick.
feel like? Is that a thing that people get on Twitch? They get raids?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what that's about.
It's crazy, yeah.
Oh,
Fabian Liberty's like, do you get money from raids? Is it like giving bits?
Yeah, like what is that? I don't know what that is. I never get to experience those.
I'll raid you sometime. I
I get one about once a month from like Rob Norn. That's about it. And then my other people from my community.
Lactoid?
So what I thought you were gonna say is, look, I recently trying to look professional. I recently got a haircut. Then I put on this white shirt, and I was sort of like looking in the in the fucking camera, and
Is
I
it
was saying,
blend?
"Oh God," like kind of looking like an ideology that I really don't subscribe to. It's kind of
Yeah, you're right.
it's
You're
kind
right.
of
You know what?
upsetting.
You kind of do look Mormon a little bit.
Okay.
Looking a little pure there, Lactoid.
Oh God.
You look like you're about to leave and hop on a bicycle at any moment and start telling people about the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's true. But no, I wouldn't think of that of you. I wouldn't think that. That wouldn't occur to me, right? But you not being American apparently would, despite your decor.
I don't know which one I'd prefer, to be honest, that you think of me. Sorry, Corey.
No, it's high praise to be called a Canadian, be mistaken. Like, we should all be so lucky.
Corey with the jokes. Okay, Corey, thank you for being here.
Hey, thanks for the bits.
We haven't seen you a little bit, not too
I
long.
appreciate it.
But thank you for being here. How are you?
Thanks for the,
I'm doing well.
Bezos props.
As always, super grateful to be here. Always happy to receive the invite and try to never take it for granted. Even though I know you're just inviting me just for representation. You need at least one person with the bisexual lighting. I know it's largely about that, but
Have
I'm
you
still
seen
grateful
my
to
background?
be here. Well, if this is your proclamation, by all means, go for it.
I'm just asking if
I
you
would
see my
encourage that.
background or not.
If you want to have a
Three
bisexual
people.
off, let's do it.
It's got the lighting, so I'm just curious if you saw it or not.
Sproticus, I don't know that that's a game you want to play. I feel like that's a game you might end up losing, buddy.
I'm just
Maybe.
asking. I'm just asking if you've seen
Hey,
it.
I'm all for
He
the
wants
bisexual
to call lighting
off.
out. It's fine.
Let's do it. But yeah, I'm Corey Campbell, Corey Campbell 84 on Twitch, on Twitter and Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And again, pleasure to be here. And really looking forward to getting into it.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Next, we have the Sprouticus. Sprouticus, thanks for coming through. Nice to see you again. I never mistake where you're from, Sprouticus. For some reason. So you're all American to me. So
I'm not as polite as Lactoid. I am the Sprouticus. You find it Twitch and Twitter at the Sprouticus. I am Twitch's very own wild card. And that's why I've got the American flag, the dead giveaway of the conservative, and the bisexual lighting, the dead giveaway of a liberal. Because you don't fucking know what I'm gonna say, okay? So I'm excited to get into this. I'm excited to talk and excited to debate. Appreciate it, Prime.
absolutely. All right. Next, we have our friend LSP. LSP always comes with a new title. Like I never know what he's gonna come up with. But friend LSP, thank you for being back here. Much appreciated. LSP, will you manage to stay here the entire panel without storming off? Okay.
No idea.
Thank you.
That's a no.
All right. Thank you.
We'll see.
Okay. All right. Cool.
You already know my gripes.
All right. Meaning the other people on the panel. All right. Moving forward.
Oh fuck! I didn't want to be rude, dick.
We have our Dark Lord and Savior. Our man Doobie is back. Doobie, thank you for nearly getting me canceled at the start of my stream. Much appreciated, buddy.
You're welcome. Do whatever I can to help you out, Prime. Is it a trans flag in your background, LSP?
Yes.
Fucking cringe.
Doobie, the Dark
Oh,
Lord
yeah.
and Savior.
All right. So let's get started then. And we'll have one other person join us that just happened while you guys were talking. So hopefully we'll get that other person here soon. All right. So first topic. Today marks 1 year since the Taliban took back control of Afghanistan as the U.S. withdrew. The religious hardliners are in charge, and they have used their position to reverse 2 decades of female advancement. That is just one of many examples of their civil repression. Looking back, was it a mistake for the U.S. to withdraw the way it did? Should we have stayed for decades more in an effort to permanently change the culture? Or is it not any of our business what happens in Afghanistan now that the threat of Al-Qaeda is gone? Yeah, so apparently today is a very auspicious anniversary where the U.S. definitely officially lost that war. And I saw an article, talking about this, and there was like like a demonstration by Afghani women. I guess it was in the capital, but they marched to some sort of Taliban government stronghold, and then got like beaten with like the butts of guns and like got shot at by the Taliban, and because they were asking that girls be allowed to have an education past the 6th grade, that kind of stuff. Brutal. So it got me thinking about this, and I am curious as to what people feel like. Now that we have this much time passed, people have rethought their stances or what. So we'll start with Fanatic, please.
Yeah, I think going to war with an ideology is a little bit ridiculous. That was not a winnable war. We're never going to change their entire way of thinking, and I think all attempts to do so are just futile. I think ultimately, I think we did the right thing pulling out. And I can't say about all of the logistics 100%. But I just know that we were losing people. It just didn't make any sense. Again, they have a right to their own way of life, even if we disagree with it, even if it's oppressive. It's their way of life, and they have a right to it. We can't continue to police the rest of the world. I think it's a fool's errand. It was something that was never going to happen because you were going to war with an ideology, and you'll never win that. So I think it sucks what they're going through. I love Western values, but I just don't like the idea of us dying to kind of force these values on other people who aren't interested.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Fanatic said, but I kind of want to put this into an analogy because this weird look at Afghanistan is falling apart. And what should we have done? It almost feels like Americans have this view that to put it in a relationship perspective, right? That you've been beating your wife for 20 years and then you stopped beating your wife and you thought that would fix your marriage, right? I mean, Operation Cyclone, training them to fight against the Mujahideen and the Carter Doctrine. And hell, even going back as far as the Eisenhower Doctrine, the fact that we're still currently to this day, both the Trump administration and the Biden administration had the AACC Picatinny deal, where they're spending $350 million in funneling in guns to people like al-Nusra and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, right? We've spent decades and more than anyone that has been alive on this panel, and more than 3 of them combined. We have been fucking over this part of the world. And then we pulled out, and then things are bad, and we're oh, maybe we should have stayed. No, what we need to do is as much as Trump was a complete idiot in terms of foreign policy and committed horrible crimes, especially when talking about Yemen, what we need to do is we need to take a long, hard look at what the successes of Jared Kushner. And we need to realize that opening up trade and normalizing trade relations and trying to culturally influence people via that system is probably the only way that we're ever really going to be able to fix this. If you want to send in UN peacekeeping kind of missions, I think one need only look at the history of how that's worked out to know that that's probably not going to help the situation at all. The fact of the matter is that until they want to change, we're not going to be able to do it without killing a lot of people, bombing a lot of people, committing horrible fucking crimes against humanity, and then turning more people against us in the process.
Thank you.
I think the pullout was done poorly. I think we at least should have kept troops there long enough to pull out all of our equipment. The fact that we left so many guns for the Taliban is shameful, and I think even the equipment that we were able to sufficiently destroy had significant value and was acquired at a great expense to the taxpayers. That said, I do think the pullout should have been done. The prior government of Afghanistan was hopelessly corrupt and militarily ineffective, and despite decades there, we made no real progress and we had no real opening. This isn't like Vietnam. There's analyses that indicate that we could have won Vietnam. Here, there was no indication we were going to win in Afghanistan. We weren't combating some global force for evil. Instead, we were trying to uproot a traditionalist authoritarian regime in a backward country with enough natural defenses to withstand every invasion it has undergone in the past 200 years. I do think we were noble there, and I think it was a noble effort. But I think, at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge that we failed, and us being there simply wasn't serving any further purpose. The only solution that I think we could do that would have gone even better than just keeping it long enough to get our equipment out, that we also could have kept boots on the ground long enough to offer every Afghan woman free travel to the US, and the men can stay. Therefore, the oppressed people, get freedom, and then Afghanistan also suffers a major demographic crisis, and then we can go back in 50 years once there's nobody there.
Okay, all right. So our friend Lactoid is in favor of a very slow form of ethnic cleansing. Thank you so much. Right,
the great replacement theory, but real this time.
You are looking more like that ideology every second now.
I'm offering free immigration. This is the most Democrat plan I can think of.
Okay.
It's just for the women. That's even better.
Thanks so much. Let's go to.
It might actually solve our mass shooter situation if we get a few less incels in this country. Think about it.
I
helps the sexual market.
I actually fear for the women that would have to get in relationships with these incels. Actually, maybe that's an improvement. I guess
improvement from Afghanistan. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Going from hell to something less hellish, much less hellish. Sure. But I echo many of the sentiments that Fanatic and Scott from Fabian Liberty brought up. In terms, I don't know that I fully agree with the example of beating your wife, but I think I take the point of, recognizing when a strategy isn't working, and having the cognitive flexibility to understand, when to call it quits and to adopt a different strategy. As much as I'm not comfortable with all the horrific treatment of women, and not just exclusively women, but many people of Afghanistan, the majority, and all the human rights atrocities, but it doesn't seem like going to war and quote unquote nation building was the way to do it, or at least at some point is pretty clear not working, and so you have to adapt. And probably many of the things that Scott brought up are probably, I don't know whether they're more effective, but I think arguably maybe in the long term more effective, and probably lead to better outcomes. That more or less just sums up my position, but I'm still open. I'm not fully committed to my position. I really don't know how I feel about this, knowing what's going on, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Brodicus.
We left Afghanistan, and we shouldn't have left yet. We left in very poor timing. We left on a very bad deal. If we were going to leave, we needed to apply restrictions onto the government or onto the Taliban, knowing the Taliban was going to take over. We should have applied restrictions. We should have kept the Air Force base. We should have maintained the Air Force base and kept that base as ours. There is no reason for us to give that up. There were so many fatal mistakes in leaving Afghanistan that it wasn't even worth leaving. So in adapting doesn't mean you have to give up. Adapting can mean taking a different strategy while you're there. Adapting can mean a ton of different things. I.e., we left the Afghanistan citizens. We left them just to dry. That's what we did. We left them to dry. We said, hey, you get to deal with it. We're gone. Hope you have fun. Oh, and by the way, anyone that helped us, you're welcome to come to the United States. But anyone that didn't help us, bye. Hope you have fun without women's rights and without any kind of human rights whatsoever. Hope you have fun and being ruled by a terrorist group. Absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go to LSP.
Okay, so I took some notes, and there's a few disagreements I just have. I have to say it's so frustrating to me when I listen to wealthy first world, relatively wealthy. I'm not saying you're all on the but relatively wealthy first world Americans who really will never see the inside of conflict ever in their life. Not to the extent that Afghanistan has. Look at a place like that and look at people they know are going to be vulnerable, that they know are going to die, that they know are going to die in brutal fashion by the lack of military support from the United States, and they would still champion this as a policy despite it costing them nothing and it costing the Afghani people everything. I hate that shit. So suffice to say, pulling out was dumb. Pulling out made the lives of the Afghani people worse. right? The Taliban was not democratically elected. Ghani was democratically elected. He's got his own quibbles with corruption issues, whatever, but it's easier to deal with like a corrupt politician than a terrorist group. And the Taliban are a terrorist group, and we just let a terrorist group take over a country. Fanatic says, I think you're the only one I'm interested in, Fanatic. You say going to war with an ideology is stupid. We have gone to war with ideologies and we've won. World War II was not a war against Germany, and it was not a war against Japan. It was a war against fascism, right? It was very much a war to transition fascist governments in these places that had wrought so much terror and evil in the world and transform them into productive, enterprising, liberal democracies. Like, that was the goal. That's what we were there for. And that's what good people should be there for. They should be there for that in Afghanistan too. We are at war with an ideology, and that ideology is terrorism. We should be at war with terrorism. Terrorism should be uprooted everywhere it is for the good of all mankind. Okay, there you go. That's my response.
For the good of all mankind. I kind of like that ending. That was actually pretty inspiring. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
I actually
We're literally allied with the fucking Russians.
agree with almost everything LSP said, but for different reasons. I think it is kind of silly to say that, we couldn't have won this war. It just seemed like we were halfway in from the start, right? We wanted to do this in a way that seemed PR friendly, where we made it seem like the Afghans had some control over their country and had some, autonomy. It just seems to me like we should have taken control from the start. We shouldn't have allowed them to put in a government of Afghanis until we decided they were ready at a point that we determined that was the case, right? We should have totally eliminated any potential for corruption by just putting our people in charge until we were comfortable with allowing them some modicum of support. We should have made Afghanistan a colony, basically, right? And in that kind of situation, you can absolutely train people out of an ideology. We've done it before, right? It's not impossible. So that being said, given that we did pull out, unfortunately, obviously not the best way to do it. And at this point, I don't think we have any responsibility to these people. So I wouldn't say, hey, we should go back in, or we should send them money or whatever. They don't. A lot of them don't even want these human rights we're trying to give them. This is a very backwards country, backwards people, very uneducated, mouth-breathing pieces of shit. So I don't really give a fuck. If the Taliban comes in and tells them little girls can't go to school, that's their culture. They want that. That's on them, honestly.
I don't know if they want that.
Absolutely.
I really don't know if they want that. And I don't know if we should be saying that these people, even though they may not want it, don't deserve human rights. There were plenty of people.
According to who?
There were plenty. I'm sorry.
Deserve according to who? So if they don't want their little girls
according
to go
to the
school,
Constitution of the United States, it's a right
well, they're not
to
the
all
United
people.
States.
Well, according
There's
to
also
the
the
Constitution,
UN.
You're going to go around the world giving the rights of the U.S. Constitution to random ass people in other countries? What are you talking about?
according to the Constitution, there are rights that are given to all people, and there are rights that were given by a power above the government.
Given to American citizens.
Right.
No,
It's
there are
it's the
certain
US
rights that are given
Constitution. It's not
above the
world
government.
It's the U.S. Constitution, not the world Constitution.
There is a
I understand
UN,
that, but
human rights.
you don't get it.
Those do
It's
exist.
fine.
Doobie.
Sure,
No,
the
they
U.S. the UN human rights are not the same as the U.S. Constitution. Like
There's
reciting
a
the
lot of-
Constitution,
Well,
citing
But if
should-
the United
even if
States, if the United States
overlap.
truly, if the
Okay,
United States
okay,
truly
US
believe, if the United States truly believes
ridiculous.
that these rights were given to by a power that is above the government itself, then it would have to truly believe the rest of humankind has these individual
The
unalienable rights.
United States become like a
Universal
crusader
human
nation that
rights.
just goes around imposing our
For the sake of
understanding
women
of
not getting
Constitution on other people.
stoned, yeah, so people can have a basic right to an education. Fuck yeah.
Wait, okay, so you're
Because
basically
these-
advocating for the United States to go to go to war with the Middle East and all of Africa for indefinitely
and China.
until they agree with us. Basically.
Yeah, go to war with terrorism. Actually, like
Hold
these
on,
are the
but
big
terrorism-
standing way- These aren't these are
Terrorism
people-
to you seems to be just things that conflict with the U.S. Constitution.
No,
Like there are plenty of Western
terrorism-
countries that don't have
terrorism
free
is-
speech the way that we do. Do we go to war with them too?
Are you seriously denying the Taliban are a terrorist group?
That's not what I'm saying. Right?
Okay, then
what
I don't know
what I
what
asked you,
I'm using
what
a
I
very
asked you, if you
specific
think it's
example of that.
reasonable for the United States to go around enforcing our Constitution on other countries, saying, "Hey, you're violating the
it's good to-
Constitution of the
I
United
think it's
States. We're going to go to war with you until you start following our
No,
Constitution."
I think the Constitution's a dumb fuck argument.
I think it's a dumb fuck document, but universal. We are a signatory on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and yeah, if terror groups are impeding people's access to those rights, we should go to war with those people.
Why?
Because it's the right thing to do. Because it doesn't allow.
Why should
because
we
it
spend
doesn't-
our resources, our people's lives for some other country, like for like
Do
their-
we?
their
What?
shit?
Because it
Hold on,
makes
I'm
the
just real
lives of
quick.
other people better.
A question, Afghan. What makes terrorism and the human rights violation special to, let's say, nation states that commit human rights violations? China, for example. Why is terrorism special that we should fight that? And
I would
not
apply this
China?
to China too. Yeah, I think
So
if
we
had
should
the
go to war
ability-
with China.
If China didn't have nuclear weapons, yeah, I think the Xinjiang genocide is plenty justification for that. I'm sorry, do you
So you're
not?
saying anyone that we
advocate for
currently
Crusader
have the
nation.
financial capacity to
Yeah,
win?
if we can
right?
win,
What
the
about
war-
Canada? I have to ask the
So-
question.
So do you think?
Canada,
So
we're fucking slave camps and
so you think we
genociding
should go to-
Muslims, then yes.
so
No,
you think
I
we
mean,
should go to
It's
war?
pretty good. I didn't.
So you
I
think
didn't
we should
realize
go
there
to war?
was
Let's
this
say
much
in
I'm sorry, we
Congo?
got a lot of crosstalk. All right, so Scott, give it a try.
Yeah. So you think we should go to war in the Congo?
If they're like, if where?
Where there are warlords running around? Like,
Yeah, if they're a warlord, well, I don't know what you
Right.
mean. The REF in Sierra Leone who are gone, the RPF of Rwanda that
Right.
currently rule the state. Which ones are you talking about?
Okay.
I promise you I'm
wouldn't
averse to
put
all of these
Rwanda
conflicts.
in the. I don't know why we would be in Rwanda specifically. They're liberalizing. Like, I don't understand the point of that.
I
I'm saying
wouldn't
the
call
Congo,
them
like the Republic of
quite
the Congo.
liberalized, and they
right?
launched a genocide in the Congo because they launched a genocide in the Congo. Like I could see all sorts of reasons you would
Okay.
intervene in
So
the states. Yes.
so every nation state.
Rwanda would allow for a
every-
genocide.
So you're saying every nation state that we practically have the capacity, you would bomb innocents, you would create terrorists, you would murder people, and you would violate human rights in the name of protecting human rights because they're not as good as America at it?
No,
Yeah,
every
you
nation
got
state
me.
we're in
I would
control
just
of.
behead all of them, dude. I would.
E-
behead
Every
single
every
innocent
nation
civilian.
state we're in control
Don't
of.
get like actually answer the question. Like, are you
Well,
actually
he's
saying
straw
that?
manning my
Sounds like-
position. Of course, I'm
Well,
not going
then
to
make it clear.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
sounds like
your
that's what
position's
your
not
position
clear
is.
to me.
Do you guys sincerely think I want to go in and bomb innocent people when I'm talking about this?
Yes.
Okay.
That's-
well,
I
you're
think,
fucking
I
right.
think you
Well,
want
that's
to
just-
genocide the
How
innocent.
else would you do it?
That's what
Collateral
we're.
damage.
No,
like,
I'm
that's
asking you.
really
I'm
all.
asking you.
Yeah,
Sure.
collateral
I'm
damage is a
asking.
reality
I'm
of war.
asking you to just like lay out your
I'm about
position
to.
clearly.
Yeah, my position is that anywhere where there is some group of people terrorizing another group of people, such as through massacres, through genocides, or through control of the government where they effectively run a terrorist state, that if the United States has the ability to topple these people, we should make it our duty to do so. And we should do this while preserving as much human rights as possible, minimizing as much collateral damage as possible, minimizing as much catastrophe as possible, because we're trying to improve the situation.
We're going
Right.
to go to
And that makes
Corey,
you a genocidal maniac.
Corey,
If you say so.
Lactoid, and Sprout. Okay.
Yeah. So it seems like you are taking special issue with terrorism specifically, or rather, like wherever there is terrorism. If I'm understanding your
Well, not just
argument
terror;
correctly.
it applies to dictatorships too.
Okay, so terrorism, dictatorships, and like sure, there's technically a definition for terrorism, although I would say it's probably not the best definition. But like, so are you going with some sort of official definition of like what constitutes terrorism, based off of your criteria?
Randomized acts of violence that are designed to target and maximize civilian damage. That's terrorism.
Okay.
Are you a
yeah,
supporter of
that
Black
opens up
Lives
a lot
Matter?
of-
Are you a
I was gonna-
supporter of Black Lives
Thank
Matter?
you, Fabian. I was just going to go
Afghanistan,
there.
are you a supporter of Black Lives Matter?
No justice, no
Okay,
peace.
so by your own
okay.
definition, do you think Antifa and other organizations that are in support of BLM should be physically fighting and killing police whenever they see them?
No.
Why not?
Why am I against like Antifa killing police officers?
Right, well, I mean, like if
Yeah,
you're a supporter
yes.
of BLM,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You think
Oh,
that
yeah,
the
yeah,
state
Officer-
is
I don't
using
think police
systemic
officers
violence
I'm sorry,
against
I
groups
don't
of
think
people.
police officers are terrorizing.
Okay, so
people,
there's a certain
genocidally
like
massacre-
percentage of it. So now there's a qualifier
Yeah, there's
of
a
how
certain
bad it
percentage
is.
of it that we try to address via law, and that we have.
So
a
what's the
system to deal
percentage?
with. If we had a legal system of dealing with terrorism, I'd pursue that. They're terrorists.
What's the percentage of terrorism?
You're dying on a hill
that
you
meets
don't
your
die on,
definition.
LSP.
10. What? I don't know what the fuck. What the hell am I
LSP,
dying on?
LSP,
I'm
you're
not-
dying
How
on
much
you're
violence
dying on a
does it
hill
have
you
to
don't
be?
need to die
How
on.
many?
Let's
How many?
go to
How much violence does it
let's-
have to be?
let's
Yeah,
go
this
to-
is
let's
like
go
the
to
dumbest fucking
Lactoid,
interrogation.
Lactoid, and then Sprouticus.
So when we're talking about like where's the line, like how terrible does the government have to be before we get involved? I think everybody has a line. I think what LSP is saying is not unreasonable, right? Like even if there was no like circumstances about Pearl Harbor or if Nazi Germany and stuff, if America found out about the Holocaust and we could militarily intervene, I think most people would agree that we should do it, right? If we find out, yeah, they're literally genociding like Jews over there, like yeah, I would be in favor. Send the troops, stop that. You can't do that, and because we can win, right? If we can win, we should take steps to like prevent horrible things from happening. If we could win in China, I don't disagree. Like maybe it would be worth it. I mean, that'd be like an actual analysis. We could like measure like what could the damage be compared to what could the potential benefits be. But everybody does this in any kind of like geopolitical analysis, right? We all do this. I think everyone here would do this when it comes to like Nazi Germany or like Japan. And to Doobie's point, with Japan and Nazi Germany, we did change them dramatically by fully occupying their country with a military government. We didn't give them control right away, right? We really led them out of a really dangerous spot that those countries were in.
Yeah,
so
real quick, Lactoid. The American people didn't want to go to war, and you already brought up the Pearl Harbor incident, so you know exactly all of the reasons why we kind of tried to force Americans to want to go into war, and yet we still couldn't. We had to just conscript, and furthermore, we did ally ourselves with a horrible fascistic ideology, the Soviets.
Okay, hold on. So this is so you made one good point. You made one good point, and I would agree that like our wars against communism were good in similar ways, right? Because toppling the Soviet Empire was like a good thing, right? Ending the control that government had. Now, we can look back, and what I'm doing is I'm doing a counterfactual here, right? If we knew the Holocaust was happening, I think most people alive today would say, yeah, we should probably go in militarily and stop that. Fabian, let's say you lived in America in like 1943 or 1941, okay? And we're discussing like, what's going on. And then evidence comes out, yeah, they're literally putting Jews in fucking gas chambers. Would you say, well, we better stop that? Or would you say, not our problem?
That happened.
I think the problem, but the problem is in like these things are not comparable. When you start talking about something like immediate, like immediate danger, immediate like killing and stomping and murdering and all those kinds of things, I think that's not the same thing as an ideology, a pacified or passive ideological bent that like causes people to be in a situation where eventually, people are just going to be like where they're just going to be oppressed, where it's like for example when we were past slavery, but when we were in Jim Crow, in the Jim Crow South, like that wouldn't be an excuse for Russia to come bomb the US. That wouldn't make sense. Or do you feel like that would be like there's a difference?
I think it has to be to a sufficient scale. I think slavery was enough of a justification for the Union to invade the South.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't mention slavery. That's why I mentioned specifically like.
Well, they weren't being genocided. They weren't being killed or maybe Jim Crow doesn't.
Well, women aren't being genocided now. That's not what's happening there. But there is these things where, like, yes, the women are not being able to get whatever. And I would the reason why I would compare it to Jim Crow South and things like that is because, like, similarly, when there was a march on on Pettit Bridge and there was all that violence, it's the same thing that you're describing. It sounds like these women are asking for their rights and they're asking to be equals or whatever, and there's all of this violence associated with it. That's why that's different than slavery. That's why I would say it's more analogous, because it's like it's not about like some like immediate like physical brutalization that's happening in that kind of way. It's more so about like an ideological bent that's causing some sort of long-term oppression. That's why these things are a better analogy. So then I would ask, do you feel like we had an excuse to invade that Russia had an excuse to invade during the Jim Crow South? Would you say that was enough?
If they could do it with minimal casualties, sure.
You can never dare, like, that's impossible to know.
What's your engagement?
So we're not arguing about whether we should have gone into it. We're not arguing whether we should have gone into Afghanistan. This isn't the argument. What we're debating isn't should we go into all these other countries and take these countries over and then change their country. This is not the debate. The debate is whether or not we should have left Afghanistan. We already had control of Afghanistan. We were in control of Afghanistan. There's no doubt or question about that. We were in control of Afghanistan. And yes, if we are in control, we should prove to provide the human rights that we believe are inalienable, individual, and given above the government. So if we are in control, we should give those rights to those people and ensure those people keep those rights after we leave. It shouldn't be this fucking hard. And I don't know why LSD is dying on a hill he doesn't have to die on.
LSD.
Go to the fact that we had control over Afghanistan. Whether or not we should have gone into Afghanistan, that's a different question. The question is, should we have left Afghanistan? My answer is we left prematurely, and it is the answer that Biden's generals said in front of Congress, that we left prematurely. It is the answer anyone you talk to has any military expertise, that we left prematurely.
That control that you're talking about it was a Pyrrhic victory, though, because when you start looking at the death toll on U.S. citizens, right, like on freaking our soldiers, people like that are dying for our country in that scenario, yeah, I don't think then you can just go ahead and say, it's kind of worth it, it's whatever. There's 7,000 people died, 7,000 people, like that's 7,000 lives lost for fighting an ideology that we never won. We didn't win it then.
So you're
We had
talking about invading Afghanistan again. Talk about invading Afghanistan.
Let me finish.
Then the debate.
Let me finish. Shut your mouth.
Debate the point.
Shut up. When we're talking about like all of those lives lost, and you're comparing this thing, and it seems like there was no end in sight. It wasn't like there was something that was changing that was causing us to get to the point where we were going to finally get to a point where we were going to stamp that ideology out. It wasn't going anywhere. That's something that's irrevocable. That's tied to the religion in some ways. It's tied to those people. We weren't going to ever win that. So it sounds like to argue in favor of it is arguing in favor of like an indefinite or an infinite war. An infinite war that we can never win because we never did win it, and all of that time, and we weren't going to win it eventually. It was never going to happen. And we're not just and only counting the U.S. deaths is really unfair because I'm pretty sure the amount of casualties that were happening there that were military, non people involved, that was absolutely atrocious as well. So you have to calculate both of those things, and it's absolutely disgusting.
We don't know. We don't know how many people died due to the war. It's difficult to figure out like famine, and it's difficult to figure out like economic situations. But we know it's somewhere to 200 to 400,000 people. So somewhere between like a quarter and close to 500,000 people were dead because of that.
And again,
and we know that between the war in Afghanistan. And we know, right, but this isn't
Should we have stayed in Afghanistan? That's not the question. Isn't invading Afghanistan what you and Fanatic want to be so big about? No,
just sit down and be quiet.
So you want to sit here and talk about invading Afghanistan?
You're literally too stupid to deal with this.
Should we have stayed in Afghanistan? If you want to talk about should we have stayed in Afghanistan, that's fine. Let's talk about the actual topic.
This is the continued cost of the war. This didn't all happen the day we invaded, and then everything was fucking hunky-dory. Right?
We were in there 20 years. You're including deaths from year one.
Yes, obviously I'm including the entire fucking war.
We had control in 2020.
Shut the fuck up, you brainless.
How many US people died in 2020?
The reason you can't pick between the left and the right is because you're not smart enough to think what either of them think. Listen to me for just a moment.
So I'm just showing how stupid you are because literally you're taking deaths from year one. In 2020, we had full control of Afghanistan. There's no denying that.
How many US deaths? How many deaths in 2020?
In 2020, we had 11 deaths.
In 2021?
In 2021, we had 13 deaths because of the bombing that happened at the airport.
Okay.
We did not have 11 and 13 deaths unless you're only counting U.S. deaths.
This is per. He asked for U.S. deaths. He asked for U.S. deaths.
I didn't ask for U.S. deaths.
Okay, I did.
No, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. The idea, if you want, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot talk about human rights violations of the people living in a country and then all of a sudden only care about what happened to American soldiers and contractors over there. Either you're talking about the human rights violations and what happens in the fucking horrors of war, or you're not talking about it and you're only talking about the financial cost to Americans. Now, pick one, because if we want to talk about the financial cost to Americans, we can talk about how the war in Iraq and Afghanistan cost us $1.9 trillion fucking dollars.
In 2020, we had control of Afghanistan. We should have maintained control until we were sure that when we left, that there was going to be a government that could withstand holding itself up. That way, we could ensure that the citizens of Afghanistan had their God-given rights, and were going to keep their God-given rights as much as we could be sure of it.
When did
we're
we
not
first
so-
gain,
military-
wait, when did we first gain control? When did we first gain control?
We first gained. I would personally say we first gained control somewhere like 2014 is when we first gained what I would consider control.
Okay, so from the time that we had control until 2020, can you give me the list for so I can do the death count myself? I want to know what that number is.
From 2014 to 2020.
Yeah.
This is including UK. 116. Give me 1 second.
Just put it in
33.
chat. Put it in
Okay.
Oh, someone was it Spaniard that linked this? It's always Spaniard. Of course, he linked it for me. I got it. Thank you. So 2014 we had 54 deaths. 2015 we had 22. 2016 we had 9. 2017 we had 14.
189.
2018
189 since 2014, and not
Okay.
including 2022.
So you're saying with
In
total control
2021.
we had 189 deaths over 7 years?
Yes.
That's not that
Okay.
bad.
I just want to let you know
But-
right
but
now,
you
Not
haven't-
that bad. We're talking about 189 people dying. I don't know what
For control
I
of a
just want to let you
country?
know right now, Sprouticus,
Jesus.
I am
Y'all
not
are
going to
sick.
forget this. And if I ever see you wearing a memorial bracelet for a fallen soldier, I'm going to burn the shit out of you because
Wait,
of your
I can't.
pro-war fucking stances.
Wait. We already had control of Afghanistan. There were generals that said we left prematurely. Are you saying that these generals can't mourn their comrades? Is that what you're saying? That these
No, I'm
generals
saying
can't
if
mourn
I
their comrades
see
because
you,
they said
I'm saying
that we
if I
left
see
prematurely?
you
You're
mourning
a
a fucking
idiot,
comrade
Scott.
with a
You're
with a
fucking
memorial
idiot.
bracelet, I'm gonna call
Okay.
you out for your pro-war bullshit
So,
because it's you and your ilk that want to send people to
You're a
fucking
fucking
die.
idiot, Scott.
I take a an anti-war stance. Like, I am very skeptical of American imperialism. However, I would like to look at our friend's LSP's point, and uh, like, I guess Steelman, right? Look at it in the best light. So he has. I feel like he's been pretty clear about the criteria that he's laying out. For countries where we can have a certain victory, then and they are committing a certain level of human rights violation, then we should intervene. We should not intercede there. So in those countries, right, that we have a military superiority to, then we can invade and achieve victory in a relatively short amount of time. Now that's the military victory, but then
Yeah.
after that, there's
victory.
holding the country, which is a different thing, right? Which always is a bloody affair. But still, we can do that, and if we just spent our treasure, if we actually spent our treasure going around this to the world for let's say like we pick on the weakest nations, right? Let's just start there. The weakest nations that just happen to be doing these things, like the amount of human suffering that we could end overall, uh, might be worth it. Like if let's say well, you can imagine human suffering. I guess I don't have to go down and give you examples of the terrible things humans can do, right? But if these countries are doing significantly terrible things and we are helping these people out, right? Like, yes, there will be deaths. Absolutely, there will be deaths, but they're going to be deaths any which way. Maybe possibly more deaths in a certain time span due to whatever the fuck they're doing, right? So if we can, for relatively minimum cost, right, to the American people, then why not?
Yeah, if I can borrow
Why not
a
murder?
So we'll go to Corey, then we'll go to LSP.
if I can borrow a phrase from Scott, it's like with that scenario, you're engaging in probability, as far as I can tell. As in, like you can, like I'm not a general, and I have like no military experience whatsoever. But I don't see how you can ever sort of like guarantee minimal casualties or that victory will be assured. And that it as far as I can tell, it's like it's pretty much always a gamble. I think we saw some evidence or seeing some evidence of that with Russia and Ukraine, where I think the sentiment was like Russia thought it would be pretty much like a done deal. Turns out it's not as easy as they would have thought. And I think we even saw this play out with Afghanistan. Of like, sure, technically there was victory, but no one. I don't think anyone. I'm old enough to be alive when the invasion in Iraq first started happening. Where like it was never foreseen that it would last this long and it would take this much, and still pretty much fall short. And it seems like Sprouticus would have been okay of like if it took like 20 years, 30 years, 50 years with like control of Afghanistan. Like would that have been like okay with you, Sprouticus? Out of curiosity.
Yes. We should have controlled Afghanistan until we knew that Afghanistan can govern itself. Yes.
But then I think to Scott's point that there's a cost to that I don't think you can ignore. Not a human. In addition to the human cost, there's also I think a clear financial cost. Not that that matters more, but I think you are also largely ignoring a human cost that's not taken into account.
Yeah, we invaded Afghanistan. Yeah, if we invaded, we had control. We should have maintained control until we were positive that when we left, the Afghanistan government wasn't going to fall in several months. Like all the U.S. generals said they knew it was going to fall in several months.
You got a good point,
They
Spartacus.
left
I
and
didn't think
said,
about
"Oh,
that.
fuck you guys. The government's going to fall in a couple months, but
That
you know
sounds
what?
so
Have fun."
crazy. I can't believe we did that. But again, so we had control for 7 years, and it didn't seem like we were getting to that point. How many more years do you expect it would have taken us before we got to the point where we would know for sure that the Taliban was going to give up and that they wouldn't come back and resurge and take over?
I don't know how
I
many
mean,
years. I don't know how many
you don't.
years. I'm not going to put a guess on it. I don't know how many
Okay.
years.
So
Let's
what
Not
if,
one. More than one
like,
year. More than two, probably.
obviously, do you think it would have been possibly more than 10?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so at this point now, you're expecting this war that's been going on for 20 years, and you're saying that you think it should go on for an additional 10. So you'd say increase the war like by 50% of the total time of the war, for a thing that we might be able to do.
No,
That
not
you don't even know what
might.
happened.
We're already in control. It's
No,
already
oh
happened.
no. I'm saying what
We're
I'm
just
saying. No,
waiting
no, no,
to
no,
get
no.
out.
I'm sorry, Smarticus. What I was saying is what I'm saying we might be able to do is we might be able to actually stamp out the ideology. That's what I was talking about.
That was
So
Like
actually
you're
I
kind of
saying
said,
fun. I'm
not
sorry,
might.
you don't know.
Smarticus.
Oh, so you're saying for sure in 10 more years, 100% the
No,
ideology
no.
of the
I didn't
Taliban.
say leave in 10 years.
Well, how long?
However long it takes.
Okay. All right. We're
Awesome.
you got me. You got me. I'm not.
Let's go.
However
let's
much,
go
however
LSP.
much theft and violence is
I-
necessary, however many
LSP,
rights violations are needed,
DB
for the good of democracy. Fucking gross.
You're a fucking idiot, Scott.
LSP, speak.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. It seems very clear from Fanatic's response. They don't really have a good answer for why we shouldn't stay indefinitely if costs were permitted. So we're not going bankrupt from occupying Afghanistan, and we didn't go bankrupt when we were an ally to Afghanistan. And the odds of us, if we started losing some serious money there, where arguably would make our circumstances worse, then I might say, that's when you stop supporting them. But while we are there, and I reject your argument, Fanatic, you're just
1/15
wrong.
of the national
Please
debt.
shut the fuck up. Fanatic, you're just wrong. Things did get better. Like in that 7-year occupation phase, when things were best was when you had a reformist president in Hamid Karzai.
Wait, when did I ever say things didn't get better? Those words never came out of my mouth.
I'm sorry, did he not say we were there
No.
for 7 years and things didn't seem to improve?
No, those words never came out of my mouth. No,
so
not even close.
Okay, then so you do think things improved with us being there.
Well, what I'm saying, no, the thing that I said is that
Okay,
it
can
didn't
you
seem
just
like
answer my question?
So I don't know if things improved or not, but how are you measuring that? What are you referring to specifically?
Okay, so I'll just explain. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I never said that. So my point, I want to make sure that was crystal clear since you tried to
fine.
misrepresent.
Nobody cares. Let me just get to the point. Jesus, fuck.
Okay, all right. So you're making a whole point based off of something that I said, and you don't even understand what I said. Go ahead with your stupid drivel, you idiot.
You done crying?
Think your stupid piece.
Holy shit!
Okay.
You're such an idiot.
Point that didn't matter.
Oh, whoa.
Holy
Okay,
shit.
I just want to hear what LSP has to say. LSP, please.
Firstly, Fanatic needs a bottle. No, so the point doesn't even matter. Things did get better when we were there. When we had a reformist president in Hamid Karzai and a strong military presence, because the United States was able to offer something that Afghanistan doesn't have without us there, which is like a third party to mediate. And that's a big deal because Afghanistan has been war-torn country for generations now, with severe ethnic and religious and tribal conflict between the various different peoples of Afghanistan. And there is no mutual cooperation or trust, which is a little bit how the Taliban was able to take control so easily. So things are measurably worse by leaving there. And if staying even longer, presuming costs permit, keeps people's lives and situations better, I don't see any good reason why we shouldn't.
Okay. Let's go to Doobie, and then I'll look back to.
So again, I find myself agreeing with LSP, but for different reasons. I think Afghanistan has a ton of natural resources that we could tap into. And it makes sense, I think, to have a long-term strategy where you're building up another nation in the Middle East that can be a strong ally. Right? I see no reason that we should have pulled out surrendered this country to terrorists, basically, as he said, and like, what do we gain for 20 years of effort? Fucking nothing. We walk away with our tail between our legs because what? Because it's not politically like popular anymore. Like that seems silly, right? So yeah, I agree with LSP. Seems like there was no good reason to pull out, and it seems like the issue with it being like a 20-year war, and, us not making a whole lot of headway. Um, is that we should have gone further. Should have gone much further. Like I said earlier, I don't think it made any sense to turn over any kind of control to the Afghani government, given how corrupt they were, right at the start, right? Or even 10 years, 15 years in. I think we should have made sure that the place is stable, make sure they have the infrastructure to sustain themselves, and then maybe, possibly, we give them like some small modicum of control, possibly, right? And then we see how they deal with it. But again, it seems like the reason this was a failure is because the U.S. has kind of lost its way in terms of like we're much more PR aware in the way that we do war, right? It seems like we're much more concerned about what the public is going to think. Now, we don't want to be seen as imperialists or conquerors, etc. But I think sometimes it's beneficial to the world to be that, right? And I think this might have been one of those cases.
There was a specific turn in the U.S. actually becoming more PR aware. I mean, Vietnam was part of it. But yeah, there was a specific turn where we actually really did start thinking more about what the public thought about these things. And I think also mass media might have something to do with that. But
Well,
I think
can I ask a question on
all
that
right, ask
point?
the question, then we'll go back to it.
Well, I want to ask the question.
No,
to you.
yeah. So you can ask the question. It's one answer, but yeah, we'll go back.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you think that maybe that attitude, that sudden need to be very conscientious to cater to people who don't know what they are talking about when it comes to these conflicts, like becoming more conscientious about how we look to idiots, do you think maybe that might have resulted in some people's lives being worse off? That it might have resulted in us making choices that
Absolutely.
we wouldn't otherwise have to
I
make?
mean, we have a media that would take and sensationalize every time a drone accidentally killed some kid, right? While killing some terrorist group or like a
Yeah.
group of terrorists. They would take that and sensationalize it, turn the public against the U.S. Oh God, the U.S. is just over there making children fear the skies. Oh God, it's so terrible. They don't tell you about all the little kids who can go to school now, been able to go to school for a decade or 2 decades because the United States has been there making sure they can do that.
Or to offer an extension, the little kids that are saved from going to the market,
Exactly.
because there's not a terrorist that's going to bomb them anymore because we blew them the fuck up. Like, yeah,
That-
sometimes people are going to die in war, but overall, this improves the situation for most people there.
Yeah, so
Right.
it seems like
So
the primary
are
issue
either
is
you
just
guys-
giving a
are
fuck what the
either-
politician cares.
I'm
says
not.
about it.
I'm not because I'm for
Do you want
freedom.
to get to lactose?
Can I get this a real quick clarifying question because it seems they're
very
supporting
quick
something?
clarifying question,
Yeah.
please? Because we gotta
Do
let
either of you like
Lacto's waiting.
believe in democracy at all? Like I don't because I believe in freedom. But do you guys believe in democracy at all?
To a limited extent, right? I am very democrat. What's the word I'm looking for? Democracy skeptical.
Democratically skeptical, yeah.
Democratically skeptical. Yeah. However, right, I do think that democracy is a far better institution than what they have in place in fucking Afghanistan. Now, what they had in place
Well,
before
no,
we
it
got
seems
there.
like neither of you
But I
believe
think-
in American
But I
democracy.
think that our the culture that exists there was not ready for that yet. And so I think we had to mold them to be ready for it. And
No, I mean America, because both of you were saying that like the people were just too stupid and the will of the people might have been the problem, right? So,
Yeah, as I said,
Okay, well, no,
As a-
hang on. Can we not be straw man? What I said was that catering to stupid people who don't know anything about what they're talking about has made some people's situations worse off. Do you disagree with that? That
well,
we
yeah,
make
I'm against,
PR conscious
I'm against
moves that results in worse outcomes for people.
yeah, again, I'm against democracy. I just want you guys both to
Okay,
admit
can
that
you
you're on
just
the
answer
other
my
end.
question?
I
That's great, you're
literally
against
just did
America.
twice.
No, you didn't. You said
I just said yes twice,
me-
and that I'm
Let me
against
ask the
democracy.
question. Okay, do you disagree that the U.S. making more PR conscious decisions in how it conducts foreign policy has resulted in more damage because now we have to cater to people who don't know anything? Do you disagree with that statement?
For the third time, no, I'm against democracy.
Okay.
I just
It's
I
against
just want you
democracy.
guys to both admit, and you're too much of a pussy and you're pivoting away to admit that you
strawman my
similarly
entire
don't believe in
position,
democracy.
but okay. I believe in democracy quite a lot.
I think democracy
That's
has
not
its
unlimited,
place,
Except
right?
when it
And I
doesn't
don't-
go your way.
And I don't think
Yeah,
the
not
place of
unlimited
like
democracy. Why the fuck would I believe
democratic
that?
like I don't think the place of like democratic decisions is like war, right? That's probably not a place where you should be looking to the public.
Let's go to Lactoid. Before then, Aiko, if you can hear me, turn off your camera in Discord, and we have a link in the the group DM, the StreamYard link. Click that, and then you can. That's how you'll be on camera. Go ahead, Black Twin, please.
So 2 quick points. I think people scoffed a little bit when Doobie brought up like natural resources. You know, in the global fight against like the communism, like in China and Russia, like having access to like, geostrategic resources could be like incredibly important. I don't think that's necessarily a point that justifies the war, but you know, it's definitely a point in favor of not leaving. A serious point in favor of not leaving. I mean, there's a lot there. And then Corey, when you said before that it is a, you know, we don't know for sure if it's going to turn out, it's a probability every time. I agree with that. And I think this is why like the decision to engage militarily like should be something that we don't take lightly. But there has been also been times that it's worked out, right? It worked out really well in South Korea. It worked out really well, you know, in Taiwan and Japan and Germany, right? When we got involved and we stopped horrible things from happening, right? So, you know, or in Kosovo, right? I mean, more if we're looking for a more recent example, right? Like there are situations in which we can get involved and that we can stop like something horrible from happening, or we can improve the situation for not only the people there but the world in total. Like it. So would you agree that? Because where my position is that yeah, war can be justified as long as like the benefits are overwhelmingly like above the cost, right? I'm not sure Afghanistan was that.
Perceived benefits, perceived costs.
No,
Quick clarification.
Benefits.
It worked out well
But
for
you-
South Korea.
Good Korea.
It worked out well for
out.
Korea.
Well, no, it worked out great. Well, hold on. So what our actions there prevented the whole peninsula from being North Korea, right? It saved however many millions of people that live in the South right now and are
Yeah, I
currently
just wanted to
flourishing
clarify.
under
It worked out
capitalism.
well for South, not necessarily
another
for North
Korea.
Korea.
Can I just put out
Why
something
do I
really
care what happened? Like, why do I care what works out good for like communists? Like, these are horrible
quick?
people.
I just want to point out
They're
something really
horrible
quick.
people.
It's like,
This is
I think
stupid.
Lactoid actually
You're not
brought up
getting what I'm
something
saying.
really relevant. Right, the idea that we can't go into a place with an embedded ideology and then force it to change, right? Force it to adopt something that's more foreign to us. Japan is one of the best examples of this.
Yes.
We basically killed their fucking god, right? When we took over there, right? And we shifted their entire government, their entire culture into a direction that favored the West more, right? We could absolutely do this.
Yeah. So
That's just a terrible reading of history. First of all, Japan had been westernizing for a long time. Okay, their culture was already on the brink, and World War II is obviously, obviously they weren't all the way there, or they wouldn't have been the fucking crazies that they were. But the idea that they're in the same similar vein as like the Middle East is today, or that they're somehow like that they were like similarly ready or not prepared for it, is just not true. And second of all, like it took fucking atomic bombs to pull that off, right? Like it wasn't like it was just like a small matter.
I don't think anybody's suggesting that it was a small matter or that it was easy. We're suggesting that with the right commitment, with the right will to
Atomic bomb
sacrifice, and do what
commitment.
needs to be done.
With enough bombs.
Hey, you
enough bombs.
can shift an ideology, and yes, maybe more people die today because people are going to be really upset that you're shifting away from their fucking fundamentalist Muslim culture. But overall, long term, people are better off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're saying we
I
need
want
atomic
to-
commitment. That's fine. We just,
I
so we
wanted
just
to-
we're willing to bomb another place to that.
I don't think it
that-
would have been necessary in Afghanistan,
Yeah.
obviously, but hey, maybe
I don't-
some
I don't-
other
I don't know how it couldn't
extreme
be.
harsh
We've seen-
measures
when you
to
see
snuff
20
out
years-
the extremists in the fucking desert would have been used. Yeah.
when we commit 20 years to something and we have control of something for 7 years,
have
and so 13 years of commitment, 7 years of 20 years of commitment, 7 years of control, and we're still not even close to it. I don't know what the freak you're talking about. I think any person with an active brain recognizes we were never going to get them to the point where they were going to just completely abandon their ideology. This was never going to happen. We never were going to be able to do this. It was completely impossible, which is if 7 years of control from the greatest country in the freaking world doesn't demonstrate that nothing will for you. We weren't going to get control of that. We were just doing something. We were on a fool's mission. It was never going to be accomplished, which is why we needed to pull out.
No, we were accomplishing something, getting Sierra
previously-
Industries and Halliburton rich.
I previously, so I had someone else who was going to join this panel. Fortunately, I didn't end up jumping in, but I know their stance on this because we've argued about it a bunch of goddamn times. But the idea, because we've been talking about the length, right? But yeah, they're saying, this other person would say, commit generations, literally generations of time to Afghanistan. that like because of the U.S. being in the financial position that it is, and uh, we could put ourselves in a military position that has a very tiny footprint, like the U.S. giving air support to the army, basically the what we were doing previously, like just before we pulled out. Um, that kind of setup where we had like minimum amount of troops there, and we're just doing more air support, which is why we had those incredibly low numbers of deaths. So doing that literally for generations. And the idea is like, well, how do we win this? How do we change this ideology? Well, it has to be that this generation has to die, and maybe the next generation have to die. But then the third generation, those people will have grown into it. They have been not quite Americanized, but like westernized with whatever culture ends up being there. And then yeah, you can change it.
Promcast,
It is
Promcast. If LSP and Doobie want to lose some weight and go join the fucking Kurds and go fucking kill people, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's good, but be my fucking guest. But don't advocate to steal fucking money from me and steal money from from my children's fucking mouths so that you can go off and bomb people, while meanwhile the government is also fucking funding these goddamn wars to begin with and is sending hundreds of fucking millions of dollars. And this time we promise this rebel group will be moderate and overthrow this dictator. We promise nothing fucking bad will happen this time. No, fuck off. You're talking about bombing people and then talking about like some consequentialist analysis that 3 generations from now it might be better off. Fuck all of you.
Yeah, I know long-term thinking is difficult for you, but yeah, sometimes you need to make an investment in the future.
Yeah, and ANCAPs are known for
setting
being,
aside a little
being
tax
high
money
time preference.
from your pocket, from your children's pockets, to make the world a safer place for them and for future generations. I think is a good thing.
Let's go to Corey and then Aiko.
Yeah, just a small point. So Doobie, you brought up Japan, and I largely agree with Scott's point of like, it took bombs, and I think you're bringing up Japan, framing it as like that's a success story. Like, I would reframe it as I think that's a testament to how difficult it is to change a culture, because there are many aspects of Japanese culture. I think it's fair to say, despite all of that, Japanese culture is still quite distinct from American culture. And sure, they have Westernized
Gay marriage
to
is
some
still
extent.
illegal.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like there's been economic reforms, but in terms of the culture, like there are still very many things that have been culturally ingrained, that are still pervasive, that are still playing out today, and that despite all of those efforts, like the culture is still very much there. And so, I don't think Japan really speaks to your point as much as you think it does.
Was the goal to kill Japanese culture? Like, no, to kill like all of it and like literally transplant like the culture of Idaho to Japan? I don't think that was.
I would
that
choose the
wasn't
culture of Idaho personally.
I
but-
don't, yeah,
Well,
Japan has a ton of
Japanese
issues,
culture
right?
is amazing. Like as it stands. What's wrong
No,
with
well, they have a lot of issues with pedophilia and shit, but yeah, it's
Well,
better
so
than
do
it used to be.
Well, so does Afghanistan.
Not in the same
So does
way. Yeah, Afghanistan does too. But yeah,
Like a lot
so
worse.
Corey, I guess we can argue about the nukes if you want to. I think they're totally justified. I think it was a totally acceptable thing to do at the time. We can get into that if you'd really like to. But yeah, I think as Prime kind of hinted to, the goal wasn't to turn Afghanistan into Idaho. It was to soften their culture, to mold their culture into a direction that was more favorable to the United States. It made them less warlike, less likely to invade people, less imperialistic, and it seems to have succeeded.
Yeah.
The second
It
bomb
has.
was just
By
designed to
every- by
punish
every-
Japan.
By every measurable standard, it succeeded. Right? Look at them now.
And even on the subject of
No, but
Same
you
thing
can't
happened in
blame that
Germany.
on the missile. You can do. I mean, it was like all of the occupation afterwards, and again, they were already like super duper westernizing. You can't just like literally tie those things to those.
not
You
at
can't
all.
you can't do a timeline analysis and say that because something is better now that justifies murder and genocide or certain military actions, because you don't have anything to compare it to. All you have to compare it to is what it was before. What you don't have another universe where the bombs weren't dropped to compare it to. So the idea
It's
to
a
say that something
prediction.
is successful. No, but the
Scott,
idea to say
Scott, how
no,
can you
it's-
make any
you
kind of
literally
prediction about
can't do
history
that.
at all then?
How do you
Right,
make
use
any
history to make any-
policy ever?
You can't. I'm just saying that you can't say that if we hadn't dropped the bombs, right, that the world would be worse off than it is now, just because you're able to look at what has occurred in our current timeline, right? You're not actually comparing it to a world where the second bomb, for
Yeah,
example,
well,
wasn't
like
dropped.
with
Wait,
any.
wait, wait,
Go
Scott.
ahead,
We do these comparisons all the time, right? Like if we take this analysis where we can't we can't like predict whether or not a policy or an action led to good results because we don't have the counterfactual that never existing, right? It leads to just ridiculous outcomes. Like, do we know that we did a good thing by like liberating the different concentration camps? Well, we don't know what would happen if we just would have left them alone. So I guess we can't say we did a good thing. Like, no, like we went there and killed people and we stopped them from killing more people. That was a good thing.
Yeah,
right?
that's just illogical to say that you can look at a historical timeline of 70 years and say, see, it was a good thing because where they are today is better than where they were 70 years ago, because you don't know what the world would have looked like if we hadn't dropped the second bomb.
It's a predictive trajectory.
So I think
you can guess and you can
Scott
use evidence to try and get to a good guess, but like you don't know.
Scott, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I think the difference between what you're trying to say is that like to what he's talking about, looking at a very specific action, right? Like liberating the concentration camps, right? But then Scott is countering, saying that, well, you're not just looking at that. You're looking at a whole series of events that sprout from that. Like we're so far removed from these events, right? Removed from World War II. That saying that not dropping the bombs, like that would have spawned so many other consequences, right? Like maybe us literally having to invade the island, which would have been very bloody affair, you know, and how would that go? Would the American people have had the stomach for that? All these things, and then on top of everything else that happens in decades afterwards. So he's saying that you can't, that at that point the counterfactual becomes impossible to make. Am I incorrect, Scott? Or Scott, am I correct or incorrect in your?
I mean, technically, I would make a further point, but that's perfectly good enough for this.
So, but with
No,
that,
wait, hold on.
With that thought process,
wasn't what I was
then you
disagreeing
can
with.
simply.
Okay, sorry. Hold on. Let's get Lacto to get that, and then
Yeah.
yeah.
So Prime, with all due respect, I don't think that's what the disagreement was, right? What I'm saying is historical actions, whether they be like a more specific thing, like liberating a specific concentration camp, or liberating a whole bunch of concentration camps, or invading a country and conquering them, or dropping a bomb, or all these different historical things, right? Like, yeah, I guess I don't know for a fact if we did none of them, what the world would look like. We have to do a predictive trajectory about, do we think this will lead to like a long-term good? Now, is it true that we never know for sure whether or not any action, like, is it possible that like by nuking Japan that actually would send a shockwave that would alert alien satellite? I don't know. There could be like some, I don't know, fucking know, right? We really don't know. But at the end of the day, we make a predictive analysis. Like, will we save more lives by, sending the troops in and liberating Auschwitz? I think that every reasonable person, based on the evidence, would say, I guess we don't know for sure, but we probably will save more lives, and it will kill some people.
No.
Yeah.
What you've just did is explain in a really long fashion that every reasonable person must be a consequentialist. You don't engage in morality of right and wrong based off of the action itself.
Scott, if I'm not sure you answered this question. If you lived in 1941, would you be in favor of invading Germany to specifically liberate the Jews?
I would be in favor in mercenary forces and giving donations to those things. I wouldn't be in favor of taxation from the state being used to go fight that war. No.
What if all the predictive power indicated that the only way we could save 6 million Jews is if we send in the troops, like government troops? Would you be in favor?
I'll make this even easier for you. It is wrong to steal a penny to save the world.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, I feel like that is all right. Let's go to Aiko. DB, then
I would just
There's no pennies in Canada, by the way.
I might do it.
I might do important penny.
I might do it, but theft is wrong, regardless.
Aiko.
So this reminds me, that last comment reminds me of a quote that's often attributed to Ayn Rand, but she probably didn't actually say it, but I think it's something that she would have said. And somebody, according to the story, once asked her if it was legal, if somebody owned the sun, would they have the right to turn it off? And in this apocryphal story, she said yes, they would. So I think that's sort of akin to what we just heard from Fabian.
Wow.
But let me just say, I don't think that dropping the bomb is analogous to this situation, because we've dropped the bomb with regards to Afghanistan, right? That was the initial invasion. We came in and that was a successful invasion. What went wrong was immediately after the invasion, trying to deal with insurgencies is the problem that we had in Afghanistan. And that's not equivalent to dropping the bomb. It's equivalent of the decades after in Japan where we stayed and tried to, change their society. Now, I even think that has problems because Japan was a top-down society, right? I think, as Doobie said, we killed their god. There's no equivalent to that in Afghanistan, right? They're tribal culture, they're decentralized. Taliban was everywhere. So you could kill any given tribal leader and just another tribe would spring up, or that particular tribe would just have another leader. It wouldn't have the same effect. And so to that degree, I don't think you can justify going into Afghanistan and doing regime change on the basis that it was analogous to what happened in Germany or in Japan.
Can I?
Yeah,
Well, hold
we
on.
talked-
Let me just finish this real quick because I've got this. This is a thread. So that means I was against going in. I wasn't necessarily. I was okay with going in and destroying the training camps and trying to find Bin Laden and all of that. Had we not gone into to Iraq, we might have gotten Afghanistan at Tora Bora, or we might have gotten Osama bin Laden at Tora Bora. I think things would have gotten handled a lot better and faster if we hadn't gone into Iraq. And if in Afghanistan we did not seek regime change, but came in, did our business, and left, like we did in the first Gulf War, we would have been in a better situation. However, Colin Powell had something called the Pottery Barn Rule. I don't know if any of you remember that, where he says, look, the Pottery Barn Rule is you break it, you've bought it. So if you go in and you overthrow the government and you institute a new one, even if it's through free and fair elections, which is, I think it's dubious to say whether or not the ones in Afghanistan were free and fair. But once you've done all of that, you have an obligation, according to Powell, to stay. There's really you can't justify going in and making all that kind of change, and then just jetting it out of there as if you're not responsible. John McCain put a time frame on it. He said we had to stay 100 years. We've seen 20 years is not enough, which is precisely what I think John McCain would have said. He would have thought that to the degree that you can compare this to Germany and Japan, you would need a lot more than just 20 years to get it done. I think that's like what Prime said about needing to have 3 generations. That's, not quite 100 years, but it's the same kind of idea. And then you have, so at any rate, what I'm saying is, I don't think we should have gone in. I don't think, at least not for regime change in the way that we did. But once we did, I think it's difficult to say that we can just get out of there and absolve ourselves of all responsibility for what happened when we fucked things up to begin with.
Also, you had a direct response to him.
It was like to one specific part, and he went on for a long time. But I guess I'll just respond generally. On the point that we could use the emperor in Japan, we had to use the emperor to transition in Japan, and Afghanistan is absolutely transitionable in the same fashion. They have revered tribal leaders, they have religious leaders, and being in Afghanistan lets us build those connections. We can serve community needs, and we can transform that society by tapping into those resources. Japan had.
Sorry, I was gonna steel man you. We got to the point in Afghanistan to where the locals would come to the U.S. military before going to the Afghanistani cops. We got
that
to
happened
that
in
point.
Iraq too.
So to say that for one, to argue we didn't have sustainable control is insane, and for two, to argue that we shouldn't have kept that sustainable control until the several generations it might take for the country to change and for it to be somewhat westernized to where they retain those human rights, right? Then I would argue, yes, stay the couple of generations, just like we did with South Korea. The last person that died in South Korea because of a military combatant was 1969, and we've maintained South Korea since 1969 to present, and no intention of leaving South Korea. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that we had sustainable control of Afghanistan, and we should have maintained that sustainable control of Afghanistan until we were sure that Afghanistan could hold up itself.
So, Sproutacus, you believe that it's
I
okay
to I gotta go to DB.
Okay, you believe that it's okay to violate rights to murder people, to occasionally murder innocent people and things like that, so long as the outcome is better for a much larger group of people, right?
No, I'm not pro. I'm not pro invading Afghanistan and staying in Afghanistan, but we already had sustainable control.
Okay, so let me reframe it. All right, to be fair, to steelman you as best possible. You're okay with the United States government occasionally violating people's rights, occasionally killing people, and things like that in what you may deem as like some form of police action because it's better than pulling out.
Terrorists, yes. Especially when
Okay.
they're going to overrun
Right, but
much more
innocents
human
will be
rights and
killed,
kill
right?
much more people. Especially when they're going to overrun much more human rights and kill much more people than our sustainable control ever would.
So, are you willing to denounce your Christian faith now, since you don't believe in "Thou
No.
shalt not kill"?
I do believe in "Thou shalt not murder," which is actually what it is. Killing
Thou
is
shalt not
actually
murder.
killing is actually different than murder, and military action has never been gone against by the Bible. So I'm curious of when you think military action was gone against by the Bible.
So you think bombing innocent people or acceptable civilian casualties is not murder?
When did I say I was
No,
okay
it's
with
not
bombing
murder.
innocent people?
When you said that you were going to support keeping fucking Bagram
The
and keeping
sustainable
people
control.
in. So you're for sustainable control that will never, ever, ever bomb to make sure that we don't accidentally kill anybody innocent.
I honestly don't think we needed to bomb at that point in time. Especially in 2020, we didn't need to bomb. We had sustainable control. The military we had in Afghanistan was practically in control of Afghanistan.
Well, hold on. In 2020, we had a treaty with the Taliban that said
Okay,
that,
let's go.
that
Let's go back to 2019 if you want to. We can.
well, yeah,
we
I'd
can
much
play this
rather
game
go
if
to
you want to.
2019.
Yeah,
I stated. I stated that we had wait. Can you not listen? Do you not know what wait means? Thank you.
Well,
I said
finish your
we've
point,
had
buddy.
sustainable control since 2014. So, I mean, if you want to go back all the way to 2014, that's fine. I've said we've had sustainable control since 2014.
So you would
Well, but if you're-
cripple. Why would you cripple American soldiers and make it to where their capacity to fight is so severely crippled that they can't accidentally ever kill an innocent person? How would they even be able to maintain that control if they can't ever kill an innocent civilian? Or do you believe that it's okay in your Christian faith to occasionally accidentally kill innocent people because you want control over a region because it's better for them?
So the first time you mentioned it as like bombing innocents is in like intentional.
Right, where you said you don't, you would get rid of all the bombs.
The second time you're talking about accidentally killing innocents, and yes, there's going to be casualties. There's casualties here in the United States. To think that innocents don't die in the United States because of stupid shit, then you're dumb. The police kill innocents all the time. Even stray bullets kill innocents. So if you're gonna go down this road, then you're against any type of action to keep any type of civilian protected, because any type of action to keep civilians protected is going to result with innocents that die.
Yeah, I'm an anarchist, so yeah, I don't support stealing money from me to have police forces that
That's
are
not even
inefficient.
close to the same argument.
Wait.
Thank you.
Even an anarchist though, you would have to accept like if there's this idea of like there's no acceptable minimum threshold of like civilian casualties. You know, if I'm a concealed carry.
It's not about.
Hold, real
no,
quick, if
listen.
I'm a concealed carry permit holder and I'm like shooting at
Mhm.
somebody coming running at me with a knife and I miss, like it's happened, I'm sure, where like you missed the person and you kill someone like behind him. Like, am I not now like now do we have to like disarm the American population?
No, because what you're talking about is an act of aggression. What Sprouticus is talking about is actively going to another country to maintain control in the name of making things better. And so the
When did I say
consequences of
actively going to another country? We were already in that country. We already had
Okay.
sustainable control.
Well, okay, well, you're gonna move troops there occasionally. People are gonna deploy. People are gonna go home. Supplies are gonna be brought in. The maintenance is still in action, right? Like neutral gen exists, right? So what you're talking, like
said
when you say
actively
I'm
going
for
into another
the,
country as if we're not already
you
there.
are actively, yeah, but you are actively sending troops there, sending resources there.
The United States is not
maintaining it.
actively going into Afghanistan by bringing troops home and sending
sorry,
troops there.
sorry.
That's not
There's
actively
not-
going into
there's no
Afghanistan.
point.
You are
I gotta
making.
wait.
I'll make it
Matt.
very quick. I'll make it very quick. You are making a conscious
God.
decision to maintain a presence elsewhere for the benefit of those people, the presumed consequentialist benefit of those people that will indeed lead to death of people. You are choosing to violate people's rights and to occasionally murder people, and you call yourself a Christian.
Yes,
What?
the answer is
These
YES.
two are not synonymous.
I've
Okay,
explained
I
it.
gotta-
YES. Thank you very much.
I got to move on. So, hon, we got a Doobie, then Fanatic. You want to go afterwards?
Sure.
Scott, I'm super curious about the thing you laid out earlier with the penny and the world thing. And actually, what you just said right now to Sprout is really interesting. And I feel like people in chat are not grasping like how interesting this is. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly. So like if you were faced with like the trolley problem, right? You have like a trolley going toward 5 people on tracks. You could pull a lever and it goes to one dude on the other side. You would just let the 5 people die over and over and over again.
I don't think they'd pull the lever.
I'd,
I'll let Scott.
I mean, I'd approach it as a virtue ethicist and do everything I could to stop the train. I wouldn't pull the lever. No, I would let 5 people die versus pulling the lever to intentionally murder another person.
And you would do that like so. Even if there's no other way for you to solve this trolley, you need to pull the lever, or these 5 people are going to die. Like you would just let them die over, rather than like take an action there that you think might be like hurting another person. Or
I don't think you understand Scott's framework.
It's
well,
really
I do. I didn't think it was that extreme. That's the issue.
Well, not like
So,
if I understand
How many
Scott's
times?
framework.
How many
Most people
times?
consider that pretty extreme.
How many times in a Piagetian scenario do you do this? Because the problem with the trolley cart problem, right, is that it's isolated in tempori, right? Like you're given one decision to test the limits of your moral belief system. But the issue is that when you reiterate that over and over and over again, you have a society that advocates for murder on a regular basis based off of consequences of whether or not it's okay to murder one versus being passive or doing something else to try and stop the murder of 5. Right. So when you isolate it, it sounds real bad because it's like, why wouldn't you pull the lever so that 5 people can be saved and 1 person is murdered? You know, just bite the bullet and murder 1 person. But when you reiterate that over and over again, you have a society that constantly accepts and says it's okay to murder people.
So that's, I think you're playing like fast and loose with murder as a term, but like if this is your idea of murder, like a state killing people who if they didn't die would result in 5 more deaths, then yeah, if that's like a necessary evil in this world, which is usually going to apply to terrorists, it's not in a vacuum is the problem. Like trolley problems happen every day, right? You have to make these decisions every day because there are people that if you have to choose the hard decision,
you have to choose the hard decision to be a moral people and not pull the lever and look for the solutions that eventually lead us to peace instead of war and genocide over and over and over again.
We should let the Nazis do what the Nazis were going to do. You're absolutely right, Fabian. You know, we should just stand it back and just let them do whatever the fuck they're going to do.
No, I don't
If
think
they attacked us, if they attacked us, you can fight.
I got a quick question for Smarticus. Hey, Smarticus, real quick, like, would you say that if you if we knew that like it was going to be a 20 death count every single time, I mean every single year for the next, for every year that we occupied like Afghanistan, and you wanted to occupy it for the next 80 years, right? Because that's how long it was going to take us until we were finally able to stamp out the ideology and get whatever the freak we needed, right? Would you be comfortable with that? Would you say that the 1,600 U.S. soldiers that we know will die over that period of time, would you say that that's just justified for our end goal?
First off, the deaths would go down. The longer we'd stay, the deaths would go down. So the fact that it would be 20 per year is absolutely ridiculous. It's not even a thinkable hypothetical. But yes, I would be okay with staying there with the limited amount of deaths, compared to the amount of deaths that would happen underneath the Taliban, the amount of human rights that would be stripped away underneath the Taliban. Yes, I would be okay with staying there until we've fixed Afghanistan because we owe it to them because we invaded their country. Yes.
Okay. I just think for some of us, I think the idea of just like taking on this idea that we have to police the rest of the world, we have to make them make them align with our ideology, and if that costs us 1,600 lives, that means that 1,600 families who are going to know the sting of a death, specifically because we felt that we were going to change an ideology. I think that's absurd to most Americans. I think it's grotesque. I don't know.
You don't think military members signed that contract knowing that they risked risking their lives? You don't think military members know that they're risking their lives to try and liberate people? You don't think that's understood by military members?
Yeah,
I think many
we
18-year-olds are
talk about
brainwashed
this all the time. That every military member signs a blank check that the government can cash in for how much ever they want to, up and including the individual's life.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
ever
like,
wear a
I don't
fucking
know.
memorial bracelet.
It's really crazy to be able to sit here and kind of refer to people's lives as just a check being cashed in. But I don't know. It's just I don't know. Maybe it's your youth, or I don't know what the hell this kind of ignorance is. But it's something that you're able to do. I'm just not able to engage with it.
It's called sacrifice, and we
You've
have
demonstrated
plenty of
that
US
in
people
Venezuela,
that
But you're not
sacrifice
sacrificing yourself.
their lives.
You're not sacrificing yourself. You're sacrificing other people. You sicko.
I'm not sacrificing other people.
Yeah, you are.
What the fuck do you? What
Everyone
the
else
fuck
can
is
see
your
that.
fucking
Fuck you
argument? You
sideways.
Whoa.
what the
Okay,
fuck is your
GB.
fucking argument,
finish.
fanatic?
Free
That
for
I'm
all.
I
sitting here
just made
saying
it.
that I'm gonna kill other people.
My argument was exposing the disgusting nature of your idea
So
of
the
your
North should have
wanton,
attacked the South
disparaging,
because
and
it results in
disgraceful
death.
sacrifice of other lives. That's what
The
my
North
point
should-
was.
the North
It's
should have gone
sickening and
against the South as a
disgusting and
result of
depraved.
death.
You
You're
actual
fucking
sick, demented
stupid.
sicko.
You're
Don't
fucking
talk to me, you
stupid,
actual
fanatic.
imbecile. You're beneath me, you disgusting creep.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Everyone,
Christ.
shut up. Thank you. Great. Fuck. This is
I
what
love you
happens
all.
when I try to be like nice. Like, hey, let me not curse everyone. Now I gotta tell people to shut the fuck up. Like it's the effective thing. Doobie.
Fanatic based
finish-
arc.
Doobie, finish your point, and then we'll go to
Dude's a
Ico
retard.
and Lactoid.
Yeah, so I don't think we're gonna reach Scott like at all. I think you're doing kind of an ideologue right now. But that's okay.
Well,
That's why I love
what-
you.
I want to add.
What-
I want to add to this, right?
Oh, sorry,
that
hold
the-
on,
at the-
hold on, Doobie. Is Doobie?
I mean,
done?
because Scott, like it's true, right? That the trolley problem is a scenario presented, tepat waktu, right? So if we would like extend that out further, yeah, it is true. We would end up in a society where yes, this society believes that if you can save 5 people by killing 1 person, you know, we're gonna end up in that society if you kind of extend this
Yeah.
problem and this violent thing. Of course, yeah. But
You're
I
in
think
a society that ends up.
but on the
supporting
other
murder
end,
constantly.
if you hold on, but on the other end, if you don't accept that you might need to violate maybe like moral norms, quote unquote, right? You might need to do something bad for the greater good now and then, right? Which I think the United States and plenty of other countries, plenty of people, good people have had to do across history, right?
It's not the greater
you know,
good. It's the
you
lesser
just
evil,
end
and
up
evil is
end up
still
making
evil.
a victim of yourself, right? Like should the
Doobie.
United States so for example, if Germany in the Axis powers, right, had just like not touched the United States, had managed to conquer Europe, managed to solidify their power there, had actually started striking up deals with Mexico to invade the United States, up to the point where they actually fucking invade the country, we don't get to do anything to prevent this. Like,
No, there's
isn't that
there's
kind of
nothing
ridiculous?
No, there's nothing wrong, right, with like Halliburton, for example, being hired to defend people based off of bank loans, right? There's nothing wrong with someone saying, "Hey, look, we're being attacked. We need help," and then a group voluntarily choosing to go defend other people that are hiring their resources because they're being violently attacked. What is wrong is the American government trying to orchestrate and make Pearl Harbor worse to try and convince us to support World War II, and then conscripting people to fight in a war that they may or may not believe in, so that their sons can die in war that they didn't even fucking sign up for, in the name of the greater good. And the fact of the matter is that a whole number of things might have occurred if America wasn't involved in World War II. Maybe the fucking Nazis and the fucking Soviets duked it out for so long after Europe was crushed that we never had to worry about the reign of communism, and China would be a liberal democracy to this day, and so would North Korea. You don't know what would have happened. What I'm saying is that some things are unjustifiable. And murder is one of those things. Aggression is unjustifiable. And so I say that they're wrong. But what I wanted to say is that we're having this weird thing where we're having this conversation in a vacuum, where we presume the state, we presume the United States government to be this like good faith actor in the Middle East. And I think that is an absurd lens to look at, given all of the things that have occurred, given the fact that to this day, we are still having the Pentagon, after Trump said that the CIA couldn't do it, they just went behind his back and the Pentagon did it, or sorry, DOD, is paying large corporations hundreds of millions of dollars to send, Eastern European weapons to conflict one zones, wherever that may be, so that we can over and over and over again continuously destabilize this region. And the idea, and like the idea that like the American government was in Afghanistan is like this benevolent fucking dictator that was actually stabilizing the region is already a false narrative of what we've been
but we're
doing
going
in the
further
Middle
than
East this
that,
entire
though.
time anyway.
We're going further than that, though, right? So I can agree with you that there are a lot of fuck ups in how the Afghanistan situation was handled, right? For lots of reasons.
If
But I
it
think
was
what-
just
but I think what
stupidity,
Sproutacus-
sometimes
but I
the
think what
mistakes would
Sproutacus-
happen in our favor.
But I think what Sproutacus and LSP are proposing is that sometimes, right, not just in Afghanistan, but in other situations too, across the planet, there are cases where people are being oppressed, people are being hurt, murdered, whatever, by actors within the region that are totally disconnected from us, that don't affect us in any way, right? Where it is our like moral responsibility to come in because we have the ability to and say, hey, you don't get to kill those people. You don't get to enslave those people anymore, right? We're going to stop you because we have the ability to stop you because we think what you're doing is wrong, right? And it seems like you're saying, hey, you would just allow the slave trade, you would allow, the rape and murder, all this stuff because, hey, it's somewhere else.
No, I'm saying you don't fix things by violating rights. If you did, then Libya wouldn't have fucking open slave markets right now. You don't know what your actions are going to do. You're presuming that because bad
You think
things
the
are
North
happening.
shouldn't have invaded the South? Like
Do I think like in the United States or in the Civil War?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think the North should have invaded the South. No.
Okay. I mean, I guess we can't say, we would have been better off without slavery, I guess.
So we'll
It's
go
not
to
what I'm
Eiko,
saying at all.
Lactoid,
I just think you don't understand Civil
Corey,
War history.
And Ellis.
We don't have that counterfactual, so.
But like, I wanted, we don't have the counterfactual.
Yeah, we might have been better off if, we saw slaves.
I'm gonna, so Scott, I'm gonna ask you a question, which I know I shouldn't ask. And I need you to just answer in 10 seconds because you got like a whole.
Go ahead. I'll be quick and I'll back up. It's fine.
Sure. In a Call of Duty game, which I barely played, but I think it was like Advanced Warfare. They had a PMC, a private military contractor, which had gotten so big that it had like a military capabilities like rival superpower. Would you be in favor of something like that, or not necessarily in favor, but fine with private military contracts popping up? Maybe one of them becoming that powerful. They're not the state pushing for an army, but it's a PMC that anyone can hire.
I'll just say that like I don't see any I don't think you can violate someone's rights. I mean, that's the issue. I don't care. Like if a PMC has fucking nuclear weapons, what the fuck do I care? How's it any different than China having nukes?
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Eiko, Lactoid, Corey, then LSP.
Yeah. So of course the problem with consequentialism, at least for me, is not the idea of looking at consequences. It's the ism part of it. It's the idea that consequences always trump everything else all the time. And so to Steelman, Fabian's answer to the trolley problem I have with the trolley problem is that if you think you have an easy answer to it, then you're probably not thinking about it enough. And I think so. This is why I want to Steelman Fabian's side of it, because if we were to look at it as something other than the trolley, because the trolley is designed to sort of make us uncomfortable about losing the 5 lives. But there are real world scenarios where we have to make these choices. Like imagine if there's a healthy person at a hospital where there are 5 different people who all need various different organs, right? Would it be okay to kill that person, take all that person's organs in order to save the 5 lives? I think when you ask that question, you intuit sort of your inductive reasoning takes you to a very different place than it typically takes us when it comes to the trolley problem. Yet there's no reason for it to be considered all that different of a problem. And this is this is a problem that the Catholic Church talks about all the time. Catholic Church continually talks about the difference between active and passive sins, right? That if you do something actively, that can be a problem, but if by inaction you don't do it, it can be less of a problem. And they make those distinctions within the moral theology, right, of the church. And that makes me think that that's where it has something to do with why Fabian talks a lot about positive and negative rights, because if you're going to assert this thing, you can't really acknowledge positive rights, because then by inaction you're hurting people's rights. And it's
I
so
don't
much
believe in
easier.
positive rights.
Right. If you
Positive rights are just
disbelieve in-
made up bullshit.
Right. If you disbelieve in positive rights, then it's way easier to hold that position because then you can just do nothing, and it's always moral to just do nothing. But what I'm saying is that the Oregon example sort of, I think, makes it more intuitively obvious why someone with Fabian's outlook would give the answer that he does to the trolley problem.
I'm not sure. I mean, to some extent it is. I'm not sure it's actually that. You don't have to frame it in terms of like a trolley problem, because in the trolley problem you're pulling the lever and then your intent. I mean, arguably you had no choice, but like you are intending on the other person to die in some way or another. I almost think war is almost kind of closer to like we all agree with like self-defense, but what if it's like defense of others, right? So if someone's running at me, trying to get me, I think we all can agree, like, yeah, I can shoot him, right? He's coming at me, right? Kyle Rittenhero, right, when he shot the guy attacking him, clearly justified, right? But let's say Kyle Rittenhero wasn't being charged at directly. Let's say there was some woman running on the street and like a guy with like the same crazy, rapist guy was chasing after her instead. And then Kyle like took the shot and killed the guy attacking the other woman. We would all agree that like Kyle was justified there.
Yeah.
Right, he's justified. And like if we take this kind of like microcosm, this microcosm to me kind of seems like Afghanistan, right? The Taliban, maybe they're not coming after us, right? Or me or you, but like they're running after these Afghan women, trying to enslave them. And like we come in and say, no, you can't do that, right? We defend them. Like in the same way that, I would shoot somebody to like defend my wife or children, like unless we're going to make the argument that like my wife and children have like intrinsically more valuable than some Afghan woman, which I don't think any of us are going to make.
So the problem here, the problem with the Rittenhero,
you can kill as an act of self-defense in defense of others.
Right.
So especially in the commission of a felony, you can kill in defense of others if you have a reasonable belief that someone is going to sustain death or sustain great bodily harm if left alone.
So the problem,
or enslavement.
So Lactoid, the problem that you have here is in some ways similar to the trolley problem, but it's not a direct parallel, right? Is that what you did is you took something that is clear and present danger, that is like in tempori, right? And then what you did is you use that as a justification over time for war. And those two are not the same thing. So when Kyle Rittenhouse, in this example, right, sees someone in clear and present danger in their vicinity and acts to stop the murderer or what have you, right, the child rapist, and says, I'm going to kill this child rapist that's trying to kill this woman right here, right? Like he is doing a good thing in stopping something that is active. But what you're talking about is engaging in an operation that we know is going to is not no longer a clear and present situation, but saying these people are being oppressed, these people are being killed in general. We're going to look at them as a nation, as a group of people, as an ethnicity, whatever it may be. We're going to commit to a war that necessarily requires tons of acts of aggression in order to do so.
Well, so I can change the hypothetical, right? So let's say like Kyle Rittenhero hears about like there's an army of pedophiles, right? All of them, like this pedophile that attacked him, like he's their hero, he's their god. So you have an army of pedophiles, and they're all marching slowly towards the kindergarten, right? And they're like multiple miles away, but they're marching towards the kindergarten, and we know they're going to get there at some point. He calls the police. They don't want. Police don't want to piss off the Democrats, so we're not going to do anything. We're not going to come and like save the day. And then Kyle says, you know what? Cops aren't going to save them. No one else is going to save them. I have to go defend the kindergartners from the army of pedophiles. Do you think he's wrong for doing that? I think he's justified in going to like shoot the pedophiles to defend
as a 17-year-old, do you think Kyle Whitehouse that would make sense for a 17-year-old kid to make that decision?
Rittenhero, yes.
No, I thought it was Kyle Whitehouse.
Again, Lactoid, I already made this distinction earlier when talking about voluntary situations where people ask for help in violent situations from voluntary associations, right? So Kyle
it's still
Rittenhouse,
killing though.
No. Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't give a fuck if it's killing. Like, I'm not anti-violence. I'm not a pacifist. I'm against acts of aggression, right? So what you're talking about again is now an invading army. People ask for help, and the individual says, I will go help these other people voluntarily to stop this act of aggression. That is allowed. What you're talking about is using the United States government that steals
actor.
money and resources from other people in order to support a war. And then that engaged war necessarily comes with all of these other things that the
Okay,
United States government does,
we'll
such as
change
drone
hypothetical.
bombing
Hey,
innocents.
we'll change the hypothetical again, right? Let's say Kyle, written hero, he hears about the army of pedophiles. He doesn't have enough money to like buy a gun. He just doesn't have, and no one will give him a gun. If he goes and like steals a gun and then goes and like defends the kindergarten from the army of pedophiles, I still think that would be justified, wouldn't you?
No, he stole. The stealing is unjustified.
But he saved like 80 million kindergartners from the army of pedophiles. That's good.
Well, you're also
I mean, it's
ignoring
a great
collateral
gun,
damage.
but-
Like, how would your calculus change if you know some of those
He's got those
children
high-
are going to die?
He's got those high capacity magazines. Look, I mean, yeah, by going there with a gun, there is like a risk, I suppose.
Okay,
of, like,
can we
innocents being
just like
killed.
can we say it's like it's wrong to steal, but so and I'll acknowledge that it's less wrong than not stealing and allowing those children to be invaded by the army of pedophiles.
Yeah.
Right. But
and-
we're not talking about stealing a gun, just for the record, right? Like you're talking about a much like can we you want to use your World War II example? Can he conscript people? Can he take a gun and say, I'm gonna fucking shoot you if you don't help me kill the army of pedophiles? And then they go, I guess I'll grab my gun and I'll go save themselves from the army of pedophiles. Meanwhile, Kyle Rittenhouse is also funding the army of pedophiles through other government organizations. Like, let's make it a little bit more realistic to what the American empire really is like in these countries.
Sure. So if Kyle, the funding of the pedophiles would be horrible and definitely beneath Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay, for sure, right? But like, I don't know.
Conscription's not.
I don't think conscription is necessarily like bad if it's necessary, if the only alternative is like we're now going to live under like the pedophile empire and like we have to stop them now, right?
But you
Yeah,
don't
there-
know
there-
that.
there are a bunch of- there are a bunch
And
of,
even if like out of every 5 pedophiles, like, or even if like maybe after like on the army there's like 10 pedophiles and there's like one innocent person who's marching with them because
lot of
whatever, right? Even if like there's a chance that like you miss and hit one of the innocent people, or like it's still
Right,
like
so-
justified to go and
And
defend
like,
the
would
children.
it
You-
really
no,
be wrong?
you
Like,
s-
if
you're
there was like
pro-slavery.
a couple
You're
spots on the side of the
pro-slavery in the
kindergarten,
name of
watching
of
the
greater good.
kindergartners be raped by pedophiles, would it be wrong to point a gun at that Scott and be like, "Hey, you crazy sick fuck, watching these children be raped in the fucking kindergarten, you need to fucking help, or I'm going to shoot you." Like, would that really be so wrong? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess you're violating his
absolutely.
rights, but yeah, but I think
Absolutely.
it's justified in that case to violate his rights.
It's not justified.
So my
Okay.
real quick, my calculus here, and the reason why I think there's some disagreement is because
You
I
can't justify
fundamentally
aggression.
I fundamentally agree with like consent being the critical element here, and I'm against aggression and all that. I do view it in like at least a little bit of a consequentialist lens here of like, yeah, if you can minimize aggression and coercion and consent violations and violence and rape, and you can minimize this with like a little bit less, in the end, like we're living in a society that has less coercion. We're like living in a more like in a society,
so
in a system
let's
that
test-
has more
let's
liberty.
Test your limits.
Oh,
Let's test your limits, right? So you've already stated. Real quick, I'll be quick. You've already
It's got to
stated.
be super quick because we got
All
two
right,
other people.
I'll be
So,
super quick.
shoot 'em.
You already said that you're pro-slavery in the name of the greater good. So my question is how many black people would you round up to pick cotton to stop the army of pedophiles? What's the number?
I mean, it depends how large the army of pedophile is. There's some number, like if it's a direct correlation
Got
between
it.
like,
Got it.
yeah, for sure.
Got it.
In the same
All right.
same way that, yeah, when you force people, conscription is slavery for sure. Jury duty is a form of slavery, really, when you think about
Indeed.
it, right? Yeah, yeah.
Right.
All
Yeah, I
taxes.
agree.
Hold on.
Pro-slavery.
Every tax ever is a
right.
slavery. I agree with
Okay.
you. You need some slavery in society. You do.
Can we clip
I
that?
agree.
You need some slavery in society. Got
It's
it.
just true.
I give you permission. I give you
Jesus.
permission to sign me up for your cotton picking anti-pedophile.
You chose the
force,
right
okay?
clothes today, Lactoid. The right clothes.
Yeah,
the right
I
job.
did.
my
Keep
God.
working out.
It's
Really
about
living
stopping
up to
pedophiles.
the
Yeah.
clothes.
Let's go to
Prime
Corey,
will
and
at
then-
least make sure that you're one of the indoor ones. It can't be totally fine.
Oh, thank you.
Can I just say really quickly that I think it's absolutely disgusting for y'all to be sitting here joking and making this like idea like slavery isn't that big a deal, and when you guys start comparing it to like actual like problems or I mean to problems that are like not nearly as severe, that is absolutely abhorrent. Because I think that that's absolutely
Slavery
I
all
think
over the fucking
I
planet
think
right now.
sure. I think
I'm
in
okay with
same
using the
way,
military
I
to do
think
something about it. You're not.
okay, I
Yeah.
got you. I think in the same way when you guys were sitting there, like just talking about like how like it doesn't matter if there's 1,600 deaths, you know, it's just a check we got to cash. I feel like you guys are all in this same like sick, demented twist, to a Twitch white conversation world where you guys get to just say complete nonsense. Like that's absolutely ridiculous. Everyone can
It's
sit here and
not a-
recognize.
as
I'm
a-
the
as a
only
black
one not
man,
justifying
horrible thing.
slavery. I'm on with you.
I want to get into the black conversation, right? So, given that there are many
I'm not gonna
black
entertain your
Afghans in
nonsense,
slavery right
Just
fucking
mind your
now,
business, bro.
right now in slavery, that Spartacus, the white boy, wants to do something about. Why is this white man more in favor of helping these enslaved Africans than you are?
I'm not entertaining your nonsense. I said
Yeah, of course you're not. Because
course
you'd let
not,
them
yeah.
you'd let them remain in slavery because you'd need to violate some fucked up principle to do something about it.
All right,
Whereas
go ahead,
LSP,
move on.
Spartacus, Lactoid, and I would say, hey, no, you don't get to enslave people. Fuck you.
All right, someone
No,
more
you
important,
literally
please say
already
something.
admitted that
Let's
you're
go to-
willing to
let's go to
enslave
Corey.
people.
Well,
and then if LSP says.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief, and yeah, my point is long gone. But I'll just ask a question as a point of clarification, just to maybe understand Scott's philosophy a little bit better. Um, and I'm assuming it'll be, I'm fairly certain it'll be a simple question, but it seems like, you know, a large part of the issue you have is like, you know, money taken from you or taxation to like fund war. I'm curious, how would you feel about, for example, like a GoFundMe to fund war? Would you be okay with that?
If there was a GoFundMe to fund a specific organization when you say war, like I wouldn't be okay with that. When you say a military action in defense of people that are being aggressed upon,
A
that are
special
asking
operation.
for resources, yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Okay, yeah, that's
The army of
interesting.
the army of pedophiles is marching on the school, and the school says the army of pedophiles is coming. We need a security force. We don't have the necessary resources. Please donate money. Not only would I be okay with it, I would donate money to the Kyle Ritten heroes to show up and set up the defensive line to protect the school from the army of pedophiles. Perfectly
think we've come
voluntary,
full circle.
perfectly defensive, and perfectly acceptable form of violence that doesn't require aggression.
Go ahead, LSP, if you have anything you want to add.
I wanted to ask Scott a question and see if he's still willing to go down this logic tree. I'm wondering, Scott, if an ethnic cleansing broke out in Afghanistan and there were thousands of dead and thousands of enslaved, like how would you stop that? How do you think that should be stopped?
How would I personally stop it?
No. How should that be stopped? That's what the one I meant to ask. How should that be stopped?
How ought the genocide be stopped? Well, probably the people committing the genocide should stop committing genocide. That's how it ought to be stopped.
Okay, thank you.
And if they just like to keep going in perpetuity until they complete the genocide, like nobody else gets to come in and stop them.
So we just.
I didn't say that. I said
they gonna
multiple
genocide
times.
Are they gonna genocide so many people that they just decide to stop genociding? Are they
Yeah,
gonna
so
be
they
like,
get bored.
It's
we're
like the
bored now.
Futurama killbots,
We're
right?
stopping.
You asked
Once
me
they,
the
once they
you
hit their
asked me
kill limit, they can't kill anymore.
you asked me an ought, which is a moral question of what should be
Honest to
done.
God, guys,
the perfect
that wasn't even
answer.
like a gotcha
the
question. I was
perfect
just
answer.
curious.
No, the perfect answer is that the people committing genocide should stop. That is the most moral response.
And if they
to
don't
that
want
question.
to stop, then
The
what?
problem is it was a passive.
I already
voice
gave you
question.
that. I already gave you that, which is that if mercenary corporations or whatever want to get fucking bank loans from the people that are being stopped and they get together a GoFundMe or a bank loan or whatever, and people voluntarily choose to
Somebody's
go
getting
fight,
raped. How do you
then you
stop
can
it?
fight.
They should just
Defeat the
stop
Nazis
raping.
with a GoFundMe. Okay.
Hey
Shoot
man,
'em in the
GoFundMe. Hey, you know what I mean? Like, you know, GoFundMe might stop the Canadian police, you know, with Keffels out there. So don't underestimate the power of GoFundMe. Yeah, nobody's got shit for that, huh? They don't want to talk about Keffels.
I don't know. I don't know.
Talking about Keffels?
Oh, no, yeah, I don't know Keffels, but they sound like a bitch and a retard. So who cares?
Oh my god. Why?
Clip it. Prime supports
You know
this.
that.
Never going to escape
I have
Keffels, are we?
created Keffels. and
My
I-
positions are my own, not
Prime's
Prime's.
getting
Okay,
canceled.
I know. Unfortunately, I haven't managed to work my way into Prime's ass and puppet him around yet. So my positions are still my own. So fuck you, Keffels. I don't know you, but okay, if that's like a big deal, fuck you.
Well, any which way. Yeah,
I'd just rather not fuck people I don't know personally, but whatever.
I have.
I don't know why we're talking about her on a panel. She's not on. Let's get the topic.
Yeah,
I don't even know who this person is. What
Prime,
the
help
fuck?
us, please,
It's this
Prime.
anti. Okay. So let's move on from that. So there's a anti. I'm an anti-imperialist. I'm very skeptical of imperial power. But I can't say that it's not. It's there isn't a convincing argument to say that overall that we can lower human suffering. And I don't put. Yeah, I'm not sure if I should say this.
Just say you agree with me. That's where you're going.
No. It's I don't put American lives above others' lives, right? So, and what I mean by that is that, like, when we talk about like the deaths of soldiers, right? What we do in this country all the time is we say that like so many American soldiers died in this military operation, right? And then we don't talk about the people in this foreign country that died. Like it could be exponentially more, logarithmically more, but we talk about how many dead American soldiers. I never put those lives
So
above, right?
I've got a question.
But if that's the
Taking
case,
that-
then if I'm not putting those lives above, then on the other end, if we take that military action and we lose a lot of American lives, but in the end we save and enhance and enrich the lives of logarithmically more of these foreigners, then why is that a bet that I would take?
Prime.
And I'm not exactly sure why.
I kind of want clarification. So, say in this hypothetical that we sent the Navy SEALs to go get Osama bin Laden, right? And the Navy SEALs kill 500 Al Qaeda members, and they get Osama bin Laden, and we lost 6 SEALs. Do you think the loss of 6 SEALs is more mourning, or the loss of the 500 Al Qaeda members that were defending Osama bin Laden?
Oh, I see. Well, no, there's a difference between like an active combatant, right? Like
Okay.
if we're talking about killing Nazis, right? Just for a second, like we're talking.
Well,
about
I didn't want to go the
Nazis.
Nazi route, but
Yeah,
we're doing
I know.
Afghanistan.
But like,
Okay.
yeah, it's an easy one. Like if we're talking about killing Nazis, I don't have a problem killing Nazis. If there's an opposing force, then we're going to have to kill that opposing force. Right? It is what it is. So I'm less concerned. I'm more concerned about like bystanders.
The innocent
Yeah.
bystanders. Okay. I was just trying to get clarification. It wasn't a gotcha. I was just trying to clarify.
Like
Oh, yeah.
the wedding
Okay.
in Yemen, that Obama drone bombed and killed children and women and innocent people, but we got this terrorist as well. Like it's this kind of calculations are what get made. I think everyone can agree was a big fuck up and shouldn't have happened. But
What you shouldn't do.
you can
Oh,
adjust
sorry, go
those numbers, and you can have fewer innocent people dying and more terrorists being killed, and everyone has a different line that they would cross in order to consider that to be an acceptable trade-off.
You shouldn't look at I agree with you, Prime Cayes, but you should go further, right? You shouldn't look at like a framework of people as a whole. What you should respect is the rights of the individual, right? And when you're talking about Al Qaeda members protecting Osama bin Laden, for example, right? Then what you're talking about is criminals that have acted in such a capacity that they can no longer justify until they reach some form of not retribution, but not retributive justice, right? And paying for the crimes that they have committed, that they cannot justify the non-aggression principle being used against themselves. And so you have every right to go out and attack or attempt to capture or kill these people that are terrorists and murderers in whatever name, because those rights can't be justified. But the individual, like those individuals at the wedding, right? Just one is a problem. It is a criminal act to engage intentionally in the destruction of somebody for the greater good to get this terrorist to kill other people. You have violated the rights of the individual. There's no number that matters. And there's no specific ethnicity or origin that matters here. What matters is that an individual was murdered.
The easy one
so-
is al-Zawahiri, right? Because we killed him and nobody else, even though people were very, very near him. But that
That's
bladed
because-
drone just took
That's
him out
because
and
the
nobody
U.S.
else.
That's because the U.S. military created I believe that was the first time it was ever used. But that's because the U.S. military created a very, very advanced design of a projectile being blasted that would kill only the designated target and not blow up upon impact. So absolutely awesome American ingenuity. And I think that should always be the intention, is to kill the designated target and without
Right, right. I'm gonna get some
having
water.
without having
I just
casualties
no,
to
no,
the
actually
outside.
before you leave, Scott, I just wanted to ask you a quick question, and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. But just
Mhm.
very quick question. Those Al Qaeda soldiers, right? Let's say 500 Al Qaeda soldiers guarding Osama bin Laden. What if somehow that all of them were like fresh out of Al Qaeda Academy, and they had literally done nothing, and their only quote unquote crime is defending Osama bin Laden at that moment? Do they still deserve to die? Like it is.
I don't
it's
engage.
still
Yeah,
just-
I don't engage in thought crimes. Right? These are 400 innocent people.
They're innocent, but they're defending the criminal. So like
They're
they are an
400
active
innocent
act.
people. Period.
Okay, so-
If they haven't committed any acts of aggressions against other people, other than believing in a religion or a cause that's different than yours, especially when you're talking about young people that might, I don't know, have been, in a country that's been fucked with by the United States easily since 1980, or possibly closer if you want to look at Operation Cyclone since 72. Since 1972, America's been dropping bombs on people, and they're like, fuck America. I'm ready to fucking defend my people and defend my nation. Those are innocent people that have not committed any acts of aggression on anyone, and you're just engaging in a thought crime that says our ideals and values are better than yours, therefore we get to kill you.
Of course, even ones who have, you could say, have some cause for believing what they believe. I think that's
It's
one
not
of the
about
reasons.
it's not about the cause. It's just about whether or not have they committed an act of aggression. Oh,
Why, like for instance, a lot of the people in Guantanamo Bay are there because they were on a battlefield fighting American invaders, and we're treating them as if they're terrorists who came over here and did 9/11. And there's a fundamental difference.
yeah,
between
many of them
the two.
aren't criminals.
Right.
Defending your home
Right.
is not a criminal behavior.
Right.
All right, I just wanted to hear that. No, thank you so much. And I'm going to go on to the next topic. So if you need to hop out for a second. So everyone, thanks so much for being here.
I got wireless now. I'm good.
Oh, cool, great. If you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button right now. If you are new to my channel, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. !social in chat for our social media. We got Twitter, retweet, Discord, where we have all our conversations, TikTok, and YouTube, where you'll find the VODs in their totality. So like, comment, and subscribe over on our YouTube page, right? And super chats and all that stuff. All very, very much helpful. Okay, we are going to continue on to our next topic. So I hear someone typing, so I don't know who it is, but I hear you typing.
Not me.
Sure. All right. The effect of Florida's "Don't Say Gay" bill is being felt. Teachers across the state are getting conflicting guidance on how the law will be enforced. In this confusion, educators are deciding to shy away from LGBTQ signifiers that are actually allowed by the law. Is this simply the fault of school administrators or state regulators to explain the law? Or do you think that this confusion was the true purpose of the law? So yeah, I saw an article about this, and this is, literally exactly what I predicted. And what many people predicted, is that there is people won't understand the bill, however the bill is written, but that it'll have a damaging effect on people's self-expression and what they're willing to share within the classroom, and it'll just have a chilling effect. So, but is this not actually the intention? Is this just like, hey, you guys just don't know? It's a matter of your own ignorance, and that's it. So let's start with our friend Fanatic, please.
You really chose me to go first. That's crazy. All right, look. Don't Say Gay bill, I think maybe that might have been its intention, and if its intention, it's a good one. I think when you start talking about things like teaching young kindergartners and things about sexuality and stuff, I think it's absolutely wild. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all went through kindergarten. I don't think many of us had a bunch of questions about sexuality and homosex or any of those kinds of things at that age. I don't understand why we're thinking that we need to start creating curriculum around that. That's what the Don't Say Gay bill told them that they could not do. And I think it's a good thing that they told them that. The fact that it's making people uncomfortable is probably like right in line with what the wishes were of the people who actually voted for that bill. So I think it's actually probably achieving its desired effects, and I think it's a good thing.
Thank you so much, Fanatic. All right. Well, we'll have that fight in a second. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, I don't really understand this weird thing of confusion. It seems like groomer cope to try and act like this is like some like really bad thing and that it's super nebulous, like laws aren't fucking written nebulous every single fucking time, and it's the executive it's the executive branch that usually determines like what the actual guidelines are. This bill was obviously written to do that, and it's also like, while it does allow parents to sue, there is this clarification in sorry, let me find it real quick. CSCS HB 1557, where they explain the process is that a parent reports a presumed violation, and then the school has 30 days to respond as to why they believe it's not a violation, or to correct the situation. Then if the parent is still displeased, they go to the Department of Education for Florida and have a magistrate appointed as a neutral party to be able to determine whether or not this is a violation, whether or not it fits in lines, whether or not the school administration needs to change things. And these are kind of the things that lead up to towards an evidence of whether or not like a lawsuit is going to be able to like gain any precedence or gain any ground. I mean, I'm sure Lactoid can kind of like add more to this. This is just my reading as a layman, but I feel like that all of these systems are in place for the very reason to not allow that, right? And local school boards are, have time to set up what the policies are and to make more detailed things so that parents can have that conversation. It really just sounds like leftist cope trying to pretend like this bill that they shouted from the mountaintops would ruin everything and destroy things hasn't actually done anything except stop groomers from talking about fucking crazy sexual relationships to second graders, and now they're just trying to make up excuses, even though I feel like the law is pretty explicit and actually has tons of like checks and balances, both from the parents' perspective and the state, to make sure that this goes swimmingly. So yeah, it just seems like bullshit.
Thank you. Lactoid, please.
So I actually think this is more of an issue of just what we've seen constantly, which is I think it's a catastrophizing everything that happens, right? In this case, and I think it's been somewhat recently coming from the left side of the political aisle, with Roe v. Wade, we have a lot of people who still hold the belief that the Dobbs decision illegalized abortion nationwide. They firmly believe this, and even though it's just like very easily searchable, it's just not true. There's still plenty of people like who go on TV, like political pundits, who say like, if the other men had been white, they wouldn't have been shot by Rittenhouse. Well, and it's like, again, just like very basic research would like yield this information, but because the media, I think it's just so, hyper partisan hackery is how I would describe it, right? The confusion itself, I mean, clearly it wasn't the true purpose of the law here. The purpose of the law was to protect children from a political agenda. Whether you think it does or doesn't, that's what the purpose was, clearly. And the fact that so many people are misled by, I think, the media and political pundits and chants and movements and protests, I think is really speaks to the infuriating hackery expressed by media and said political pundits. So please do your own research on things before you change your behavior.
Roy, please.
Yeah. Well, I'm a filthy Canadian, so I'm a little bit of an outsider.
Hey,
pretend like
thank you so
I'm an
much.
expert
I
on
appreciate it.
United States
Glad to know I'm
school
getting a
curriculum
sub for a
at the
good
lower
reason.
levels or any level whatsoever, except for maybe university. But as far as I can tell, but I'm open to being educated, of like, you know, the law is having its intended effect in terms of like designed to shut down conversation. Like Fanatic brought up of like, I don't know the
Such
exact
a
curriculum that
disingenuous way to
kindergartners
say that.
receive, but I don't think they were like, is this bill actually addressing something or a problem that was occurring of like, you know, whatever, homosexual sex was actually being spoken about at a kindergarten level. If that's actually happening, I would agree there's a conversation to be had. But it seems like based off of the framing of this bill, like it's not actually addressing a problem, and it's like mostly just there to stop conversations from happening. And since these conversations happen to be difficult for a certain demographic, well, or rather, these conversations happen to challenge a certain demographic. They don't want to have that conversation to happen. And I'll end it there for now.
Thank you so much. Veronicus, please.
Yeah, so the Don't Say Gay bill is unconstitutionally vague. I've held this position ever since we first started talking about the bill. And it's intentionally unconstitutional vague. The intention is that it is so vague that you don't know what's right and what's wrong. And it needs to be taken to the courts. It needs to be struck down. If they are wanting a law, it has to be very specific on what is legal and what's not illegal. What is legal and what's not legal, to ensure that the American citizens know whether they're committing a crime or not. So no, I think this is intentionally unconstitutionally vague. I think that this is the intention. And I think this needs to be struck down in the courts. It's obviously not a good law. It's provided to cause this confusion, and look forward to seeing it taken to court and actually getting through one.
LSP coming at us at 10 frames per second because his computer cannot handle his background. Go ahead.
I just want to say, based Sprouticus. Oh my god. This man is just spitting rhymes, guys. You gotta love it. Yeah, this law is badly written, and it's obviously designed to cause confusion and have a chilling effect. The reason this law was so widely condemned as bigoted is exactly due to the framing that people like Fanatic gave it. He asks, like, why do we need to be teaching kindergartners sexuality? As if the only way you could teach about gay people was by teaching how gay people have sex. This is a stigma that being gay carries. You're a sex-crazed deviant who is preying on little kids. Right, that's the stereotype people think of when they think about teaching this stuff. This law is designed to stop people from discussing gay or trans people in the classroom. Plain and simple, since there's nothing wrong with being gay or trans, there's nothing wrong with talking about gay or trans people in the class in appropriate and inappropriate and instructive ways from any age. I'm sorry, I'm like stuttering here. There's no reason gay or trans people need to be hidden from kindergartens. They're part of society. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's no reason to lie by omission to children about that which they have a right to know about.
Aiko, please.
Okay, so two things that just people said before me that I agree or disagree with. Sprouticus said that the law was vague. I agree with that, and I think that that has issues that I'll get to in a minute. But LSP said that this was designed to have a chilling effect. I don't think so. I think it was designed to do nothing. And it was designed instead to make the left overreact to it so that they could make this the primary talking point instead of other things that they'd rather not talk about. And the reason I say that is because this reminds me a lot of a bunch of laws that we've had in Texas over the past. It reminds me of the CRT law that was passed here in Texas. At first, we all were concerned about it. Well, what's going to happen now? Because CRT comes up a lot of times in high school academic debate. You know, what are we going to have to do? We went and downloaded the law right away as soon as it got passed. And it turns out all the law said was that you can't teach that one race is superior to another. And I can tell you right now that if you were to teach that one race is superior to another in Texas high schools, you would have been fired anyway, long before this law. So that law really, actually, as it happens, turned out to do nothing. This law is not quite the same as that, but it does have some problems with vagueness. And one of them is, in the text of the law, it says that classroom instruction about sexual orientation to K through 4 students is prohibited. Okay, That I can see not causing problems because that's the kind of instruction that they wouldn't get anyway. But then if you go to the preamble of that same law, it instead of saying classroom instruction, it says classroom discussion. And that's where a lot of this argument is coming from people who are reacting to the law, because a discussion can happen as a result of a student just asking a question. And then when legislators asked later on, as they were trying to pass this law, what does this mean? Like, can you give us some specifics on what that kind of instruction would look like and how can you react to it? And the lawmaker just said, well, look up the definition of the words. Like, that was it. They couldn't give any indication of what would trigger that law and what wouldn't trigger that law, what should be allowed, what shouldn't be allowed. And when the framers of the law themselves can't tell you what the law means, then what chance does a teacher have trying to interpret the law for their own classroom? I don't think this is intended to pass court muster. I just think it's intended to make DeSantis look tough on some issues that I think it was up to him. He'd rather none of those cases ever go to court because he just wants to look like he's doing something with regards to this instead of actually doing it. There's also a second part of this law that a lot of people are missing, and that is, yeah, it's K through 12 is the mandatory parts of the bill. The other part of the bill, which is also very vague, is the one that says, okay, if you're above fourth grade, you can only teach it if it's age appropriate. You can't teach any age inappropriate, but it doesn't define what's age appropriate. And so even if you're high school seniors who are at a debate tournament where this stuff comes up all the time, nobody knows if any given debate case that gets run at a tournament on a Saturday is going to trigger this law or if it won't. And I agree that it was vague on purpose because it's designed to make it so that teachers don't know whether they can illustrate these things or not. Although I can tell you that kids at high school debate tournaments don't give a shit. They're going to talk about what they're going to talk about.
Okay, thank you so much. And then last but not least, my man Doobie, a very well-known ally of the LGBTQ community. Please.
Many trans friends, it's true. So yeah, I think it's really stupid to say that the Don't Groom Kids bill is confusing people as if it's like, a point against it. Yeah, it's a new law. There's going to be some confusion as to how to enforce this thing. Let them work out the confusion, right? One of the examples given is that there was a workshop, and at this workshop, kindergarten teachers were told in a hypothetical discussion, they got the impression that they weren't allowed to have pictures of their significant others or private flags in the classroom. And so they said, hey, district, are we allowed to have pictures of our significant others and private flags in the classroom? And the school district said, yeah, you can have pictures of your significant others. And that's it. Like, there was confusion. They figured out, hey, yeah, this only applies to classroom instruction. You can have pictures of your same-sex spouse or whatever. That's totally fine. And then you move on, right? Like, this seems, there's confusion. It's coming from people on the left, people in the media who want to catastrophize this, who want you to think that the Republicans are coming after the transies and the gays and et cetera, et cetera. And even calling this the Don't Say Gay bill again and again and again, when that is clearly not what is in the bill. It doesn't seem like that's the intention of the bill, and it's not what the bill is doing in action, right? People are still allowed to say that they're gay, so let's have their same-sex partners' pictures in the classrooms. It's totally fine. I think that what's going on right now is we have a lot of people who are there's an outsized political force, political power, right, within the LGBT community, compared to any other oppressed group in the United States. They have so much fucking influence, so much power to get things done, to shame people, to get them canceled, quote unquote, to push legislation. Because the moment you push back against their ideology, you're a fucking monster. And I think this kind of brain rot, being pushed by these mentally ill ideologues who admit again and again and again that they are, in fact, targeting the most vulnerable people in our society, the children, and their obsession to deconstruct traditional gender norms. We need to fight against it. You need to say, hey, that's enough. You got to slow the fuck down, right? It's okay that you are a fucking gendered fairy, whatever the fuck, xenogender, but you don't get to push that on our kids. I think it's totally fine.
group.
Okay, so there was a couple of statements on the legal side of things. There was a couple statements made about how it was unconstitutionally vague. So the two sections that I have written down, the only two sections were identified, were the difference between the preamble where it says discussion and the prescription, which says instruction, and then also the kind of vagueness of when it says age appropriate, determination of reckless, or determination of basically like what is age appropriate is not like properly put forward, right?
The second half depends on the definition of age appropriate. The entire second half of the bill depends on that singular definition. So if that singular definition is therefore vague, the entire bill is unconstitutionally vague, considering half of it's unconstitutionally vague. The entire bill is going to be thrown out by a court because it's unconstitutionally vague.
So,
it's not true.
Well, here's the problem, right? The standard for something being unconstitutionally vague is pretty easy. When I say pretty easy to meet, it's also difficult to meet, but it's easier to meet when it comes to criminal cases. When we're talking like civil, or like in this case, like literally prescribes them like a magistrate,
right?
It normally doesn't even apply. Like it only applies in very rare circumstances in which something can be like unconstitutionally vague. So this idea that the courts are just going to strike it down, that's not a guarantee. They would have to like determine that, you know, strict scrutiny applies. They would have to determine that like there's some group that is being like.
Wait, one second. According to the U.S. Supreme Court in Connolly versus General Construction Company in 1926, a law is unconstitutionally vague when people of common intelligence must necessarily guess at its meaning.
Yep,
wait. When you said law, it actually says right here a criminal statute.
No, it's quote from quote. The Connolly versus General Construction Company. You probably look at the 1940 case. Connolly versus General Construction Company. A law is unconstitutionally vague when people of common intelligence must necessarily guess at its meaning.
Yeah, it was a criminal case. Syllabus.
Okay.
Number one, a criminal statute, this is the syllabus, a criminal statute which either forbids or requires the doing of an act in terms so vague that men of common intelligence must guess at its meaning and differ as to whose application lacks the first essential of due process of law. It comes from the due process clause, right? Which is which it applies in criminal cases.
Wait, no. Due process is not just criminal cases.
Well, hold on. You're right. It's not just criminal cases, but like when it's applied outside of criminal cases, the bar is very high. Most of the time, it's usually like severe racial discrimination stuff. Like that's usually when they apply that, right? But other than that, like most of the time, it's just limited to criminal. We're taking it like as a given that they're just going to strike this down based on it being unconstitutionally vague. When I don't think there's like any there's any precedent for that to happen.
Well, not only that.
It was about loitering, right? You realize that case was about loitering, right?
And then the second thing is, I think that I mean, even if that was the case, like I think the law said it, people of common intelligence. I understand like people like Spartacus are going to struggle with this, but for the rest of us with actual common intelligence, it makes all the sense in the world. You read it's very plain language. We know exactly what the freak it says. We know what classroom instruction is. They said just look up the dang words. I don't know why we're trying to pretend that there's some.
What's age appropriate mean?
I don't know. I don't know why we're trying to pretend that there's some proprietary.
What's age appropriate mean?
I don't know why we're trying to pretend that there's some proprietary definition.
What's age appropriate?
I don't know why we're trying to pretend that there's some proprietary. Exactly. Shut the hell up.
What's
I don't know why. I don't know.
Don't tell me to shut the hell up. I'll just start talking. I'll just start talking.
Hey, let Fanatic. Thank you.
Thank you. He's telling you to shut the hell up.
Hey, Prime.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't.
He's gonna tell me to shut up. I'm just gonna keep talking.
I don't know. I don't know why we're sitting here pretending as if these words have some proprietary definitions of some sort. We know what the hell instruction is. We know what age appropriate is. We know what all of these phrases mean. So when this thing was in really plain language, it wasn't in some crazy like esoteric legalese. So yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. I think what everyone has been saying thus far, that it sounds like everybody just trying to look for some excuse to go off and pretend that they don't understand. That's what's happening here. And I'm not here for it. We know what this bill is. And I can't understand why anyone thinks it'd be appropriate to be teaching kindergartners about sexuality. And for those of you guys who misunderstood me, I won't call anyone out, but you know who you are, the imbecile. When I said the word sexuality, that doesn't mean I'm talking about sex acts. That's not what sexuality means. If you need a dictionary, get one. They're free online. Go to Google, look up what the word sexuality means. It doesn't require you talking about sex acts. What I said is it doesn't make any sense to be teaching kindergartners or first graders about sexuality. And I stand by that. You idiot.
Yeah,
Wait,
but the thing is really
wait,
no,
let
I
me
get my
respond,
chance.
let me
I get my
respond, let
chance.
me-
I get my chance. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Fanatic.
Fanatic.
We will go to Sprout. We'll go to LSP. And Corey, I think you had your hand up. Sorry, I'll get it. Just go Sprout. I got it.
So Fanatic, stop being disingenuous. First grade and kindergartners in the first half of the bill, where it's not discussing age appropriate. So what does age appropriate mean from third grade forward?
I would say that the same way that we've already determined what is age appropriate, it's going to be there's probably going to be curriculum where they're going to end up determining what where they will outline it, just like they did in the state of California, where they said within this grade they should learn these things, within this grade they should learn these things, and so on and so forth. That's up for the school board to decide, right? But we know what the phrase means, and the school board typically already has curriculum that clearly exemplifies what age appropriateness is.
That's not in the bill. That's not in the bill.
So
So I mean,
wait,
the
it doesn't-
bill is
sorry.
the bill is going to provide parents the ability to sue schools
Dude, just take
based
this
on
L,
age
man.
appropriateness. So what
Wait,
is age appropriate?
I can
There
clarify.
is a
Let me
legal
respond, let me respond,
definition.
Let me respond.
No,
There is not
no,
a legal
so-
definition
so-
of age appropriate.
Yes,
let me
there is.
respond really quickly.
No, there's
So
42
look, it's really
USC
simple.
state statute 675 has definition.
Thank
It's
you.
already
Also,
federal
please
laws with
think that-
definitions of
and
age appropriate.
I don't know why you guys are under this misconception, and I get it. You're really smart, and it really boils down to like this belief system that somehow this bill is going to outline every single iota of it, as if some of these things aren't like literally based on other logical and legal precepts, right? Like, so if you're now saying, well, what does it say? What is technically a classroom? What technically is instruction? What
Classroom is
technically
not
is
vague.
the? What technically is age? What does age mean? Are we talking
Real
about
quick.
Mesozoic era age? What are we talking about, you
So
idiot?
fucking
We know what the
disingenuous.
freak these
Real
words
quick.
mean.
So
Again,
real quick.
The only reason is going to be confused about this are either people who are not intelligent enough to be involved in this conversation, or people who really actually understand what the hell is going on, but just want to be disingenuous because they want to go ahead and get their way. Those are the
Real
only
quick,
ones.
real
Coming
quick.
from the
I'm
most
just gonna add.
disingenuous person to that
I'm just gonna add real
Keep
quick.
proving yourself wrong.
There are tons of laws that use the phrase reasonable, and they don't define that because there's already legal precedents for what reasonable is defined. You do not define every single fucking word in law when there are already things that define these words. And for example, in 42 USC state statute 675 parentheses 11, there's already a federal standard for what is age or developmentally appropriate. There's a whole list of things that what that means. So
Where is
what
it? Where is it?
individual
I'm looking
actions
forward- I'm looking
mean?
forward to you sending it to me. Where is
Sure.
it? Let's
I'll
go
send
through it. Where is it?
Oh my fucking god! This is a
Where
game
is
that
it?
you play.
Send it.
I just said I will
Finish
do
your
when I'm
point.
done finishing my fucking
Finish your point.
sentence.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
happens
Spartacus doesn't know how to
all-
shut the hell up. He just can't do
Neither
it.
do you, Fanatic.
This
you
happens-
outspoken
You
me by
talk
like
over
20 times
everybody.
this
I don't
panel.
want to hear
Shut
shit
up.
about you. Talk
Shut
over. You talk over
up.
everybody and every
Shut
single
up.
channel.
Up! Shut the
No, I'm
hell
not gonna
up!
shut up. I'm
Hey,
not gonna shut up.
hey,
You tell me to shut up,
happens-
just keep talking.
Hey,
Shut up.
I'm not gonna
Whoa.
shut up.
Hey, stop. Yo, hey, guys. Knock it off. What's going on here? Knock it off.
I'm just showing how
Wait.
childlike he is. That's all.
I'm just
Guys,
chilling.
Finish your point, and then I gotta get to LSP, who had like a direct response. And don't worry, I got everyone else on the
So
list.
so here's just one example, since you need it immediately, so that you can try and like figure out some way to weasel stupidly into a misunderstanding of a definition, so that you can like think you're getting a W when really everyone realizes that you just can't fucking read. Again, here's just one example in law where the word is defined. And so you don't need to define every single fucking word, because if you did that, all of our bills would be insanely too difficult to understand. And that's why we have these things called lawyers. Someone happens to be a lawyer on this fucking panel. So if you're confused by the definition of reasonable or state or or age appropriate and how it applies to a bill that sets up a magistrate and says
The
that
lawyers
rules need to
said
be
that
defined by school districts and gives all of these different ways so that people can understand what is age appropriate in the fucking bill, and you just want to say that that's vague and that somehow makes it unconstitutional. Like, it's just a shit argument, bro. Just take the L.
Okay,
I love
so
it.
we
I
got-
love
we
when
got-
people prove
we got-
themselves
He
wrong.
won't
The
take the
lawyers
L.
already said that
we
age
gotta-
appropriate is a vague term.
Forward. Okay, so and yeah, send the thing. Put it in the group DM so we can all take a look.
It's
at that,
in.
please.
It's literally already in the chat.
Okay, thank you so much. A little bit. Thank you for gifting us up to Joe Lewis. All right, so let's go to LSP. Corey, Doobie, Aiko, and then yeah. Okay, I got you.
Fuck. So much. I don't know where to start. I don't know how people so retarded can be so condescending. It's actually like a talent to me. Yeah, I guess we'll start with this this idea that teaching kindergartners about sexuality is like inappropriate or wrong or anything like that. One of the first things you learn in kindergarten and first grade is you learn about the family unit, right? You learn about people's families so that you can get a better grasp of like the different ways you connect with other people in society. And there are gay families, and there are families with trans children and trans parents and trans siblings and trans whatever. Like, this is a thing that just exists. Nobody is hurt by explaining this or being inclusive to this, or even educating people who don't know what this means, what this is. And to suggest otherwise is just ignorant moral panic, which is the majority of what I see. It's just ignorant moral panic. Okay, there you go.
Oh, did you think that meant something? Nigga, what?
Nigga, what?
You
You tell
think
me.
that was a burn?
Let's.
I don't know who that was.
Did he just call me a
supposed
nigga?
to double.
Did he just call me a nigga?
Totally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, I think he just said you tell me.
No, he said
Um,
nigga. He
No, he
definitely
said ignorant.
Nigga, what, right back.
I believe ignorant. Or, well, I could be wrong.
Someone
I-
clip that.
You'll get over it.
Clip
I didn't
that.
hear
Someone
it.
clip that. If he did, he got to give. Because that's bannable. That's bannable. That's a bannable offense. Because you're not allowed to be out here.
I hope. Yeah, I hope LSP.
Yeah,
didn't.
LSP,
It
LSP
is.
is half black. Okay, it's
He
fine.
did.
Alright.
Someone clip it.
Yeah, I said nigga what right back.
Thank you.
Is he allowed to say?
Go ahead
Is he
and
allowed
kick
to
this.
say nigga
So
what
can
to
you,
me?
so can you kick this nigga from the panel?
See?
Can you kick this nigga from the panel?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Thought so.
unreasonable. Come on.
Really?
It's not unreasonable.
What?
That's a
Yeah.
bannable offense.
Cole- That all
It's a
day,
bannable
and
offense.
someone says back to you,
Yeah.
freak the
It's a
fuck out.
bannable offense.
Yeah.
Nah, that's ridiculous.
It's a bannable offense by the TOS. Freak
That's-
out of here.
That's actually ridiculous.
It's a bannable offense. I don't care what you think is ridiculous.
For who?
TOS is a bannable offense.
Hey,
If
whoa, whoa,
nothing
whoa, whoa.
else, you
Let's
have to
not go down
protect
this
the
line.
child.
You get to-
Hey,
you
hey,
get
hey.
to-
Whoa, wait, guys, stop it. We're not going to go down this line, right? Because I know what's going to happen. Someone else is going to test this shit. I like LSP a lot,
I'm right on the edge.
and I hate the fact that I had to do that. But I don't make these fucking rules. All right, Twitch does. Okay, so please knock it off. Let's knock off this discussion. We're moving past it.
Thank you.
All right.
Only black people are allowed to say the N word.
So
it is bannable.
let's.
But white people
lose,
can't.
Next one. Let's go to Corey.
Yeah, I'll probably
Mixed
just
people have
springboard
been banned
off of
for
what
saying it too.
not by
It's
not
kinda
saying
funny.
that word, by the point they were making. Where so Fanatic, out of curiosity, so you mentioned, okay, that sure, fair enough, age appropriate. We have some sort of like intuitive understanding of what that means.
Sure.
And so when it comes to the legislation of this bill, okay, and it seems like your concern stems from like, okay, well, children in kindergarten, for example, shouldn't be taught about, sexuality, or basically to maybe frame it more broadly, children at whatever kindergarten should not be taught things or informed about things that are age inappropriate. I would ask, like, do you have any sort of clear examples or evidence that, children on some sort of widespread scale were being taught things that were age inappropriate? And my follow-up question would be like, why is sexuality, based off of your definition dictionary, why is that age inappropriate for, let's say, for example, a kindergarten or a grade 1?
I don't think that it has to be based off of my particular standpoint. I think it's just based off of what's generally accepted, right? Because I think that's what's within the law or within the legal term of of age or developmentally appropriate. So for me, I'm not going to go to my own personal definition or my own personal belief system or anything crazy like that. I think we just use the law. And the law basically, we use what's generally accepted. And I think most people, obviously, that bill was incredibly favorable in the state of Florida. Like, most people think that it's inappropriate to be teaching kindergartners about transgenderism or sexuality and whatever. I think we all went through school not learning about sexuality. That was not part of the curriculum growing up. I'm probably older than most of you guys here, but that just wasn't part of the curriculum, and we were perfectly fine. I don't understand why we would need to start changing the curriculum in this way. And it does seem like there is some sort of aim at grooming when you get to the point where people start saying, no, I think that we should be able to teach children, kindergartners, about sexuality. Plenty of parents feel like that's inappropriate, and so then that's, yeah, I don't have to get any more specific than that. That's enough.
Yeah, so if I may ask, 'cause just sort of my original, like, do you have, like, are there clear cases or examples of, like, children being taught age inappropriate things? Sort of my question is, like, what is the reason then for this bill?
Oh my God,
Specifically-
yes.
I got you. Specifically, so what was happening was there was inside of the classroom, they had a policy that the thing that encouraged them to do this bill in the first place was a policy in which a school was saying that if a child was questioning their gender or their sexuality, that the school was not to tell the parents, but was to affirm that kid's gender or that kid's sexuality. So if a kid decide, hey, my name is no longer going to be Carl, it's now going to be Carla, and I'm transgender, the staff and teachers and administrators were encouraged, or I'm sorry, the policy demanded or dictated that they have to refer to that child as Carla. However, when the parent is around, you are not to refer to that kid as Carla. You refer to them as whatever the parents refer to them as, or whatever's on their birth certificate, whatever their government name is, right? And so that right there seems like what you were doing was you were trying to sneak something past the parents. You were intentionally encouraging specific behavior from kids and encouraging staff to be deceptive with parents. That's what actually caused them to want to do this bill, so that schools can no longer incentivize staff to do that, because that's obviously disgusting, right?
Well, so I don't want to hog the entire conversation, but based off of that example that you outlined, it seems like that is potentially for the protection of the child, as in bad parents exist. I think we can all acknowledge that.
Sure, that's inappropriate. It's inappropriate for you guys. Is it inappropriate for a school to be making healthcare decisions for people's children without consenting with their parents? Obviously.
Yeah,
so that's why you need the bill.
Yeah, but then it sort of at least doesn't make sense to me in terms of if the example that you gave of the child that you outlined, it seems like they're already aware of sexuality as a concept if they're questioning their gender. And so then, to me, it shouldn't make sort of a sense that then the conversation about it's age appropriate to talk about sexuality in that context.
I would say then, if that's the thing, obviously considering how confusing and absolutely critical to a child's mental health and well-being that this thing would be, that you would obviously consult with the parents, so that way you're not sending conflicting information to the child from a classroom and now inculcating them with values that are different from the parents and causing some sort of more dysphoria or more confusion or distorting whatever the goals of those parents are. I would say that would probably be more appropriate. And if you think, as an educator who's only going to be dealing with this child for no more than 9 months, that you're more informed or more able to actually determine long-term health decisions for freaking children that the parents are going to be dealing with for the rest of their lives, I obviously can see why that would be absolutely inappropriate or crazy, right? So that's why you need laws like this, to prevent teachers from thinking that they can assume this role for this 9 months, and then when the kid goes on to the rest of their lives, they're now washing their hands of a situation that they created.
I mean, I have more to say, but I'll let others speak.
Okay. Next person is Doobie, Aiko, Lacto.
Can you pass me for now, please?
Okay.
Pretty please.
Okay. Aiko, Lacto.
Yeah. Okay. So there was something else I was going to say, but before I do, I just want to respond to when Fanatic said we don't need to define age appropriate because, and he's right about this, the definitions of what's age appropriate already exist in the curricula, K through 12. They're all over the place. Not talking about this from the point of view of a lawyer or anyone who understands the Florida state constitution or the United States Constitution any better than a lawyer would, but I'm coming at this from the point of view of somebody who has to interpret the rules from the point of view of a teacher in the classroom. If we're going to go by the the definition of age appropriate as it existed before the law, if we're going to say, well, we don't have to define it because it was already defined, then you have to ask one thing, and that is, was this stuff age appropriate before, right? If your answer is yes, then the pre-existing definitions then become invalid because the law changes that. The law now says what was considered age appropriate in law before that now no longer is, and therefore I would argue new definitions have to be made because you're invalidating the old ones. And if the answer is no, then we're back to what I said before about CRT laws, and this is also true with the anti-CRT laws, the anti-Sharia laws that came before that they're kind of meaningless, right? Because if you're just going to rely on the old definitions of what's age appropriate, then this law doesn't change anything. One of those two things has to be true. And I don't know. As a teacher, you have to either continue to abide by the existing definitions that existed before this law, or you have to define age appropriate with regards to this new law. It's got to be one or the other.
I don't think so, and I think the reason why is because a lot of times these things are like really heavy-handed by like schools, right? Where like if you were to poll the average American, or if you're the average Floridian, right? Like all of them would say, like, yeah, no, we're not in favor of this kind. Not all. The vast majority of them would say that it's not generally accepted for them to be instructing parents in this way, right? But the problem was that schools, kind of getting with some ideological bends, are going to start making these kind of ideas, right? Where it's like, I think it's good to start like grooming these kids into all of this other nonsense that parents were never in favor of, and the schools are just being usurpacious and saying, well, we're going to do it, and you won't know, and you're not even allowed to ask whether or not we're teaching these children these things, because it's part of healthy instruction and so on and so forth. And so the parents and the lawmakers are listening to the parents and fighting back to be able to say, wait a minute, we're not going to allow you to do this. They've polled people. Clearly people are not in favor of this. So this isn't generally accepted. It was just that the school was doing heavy-handed, so they created a law to be able to say, no, now we're going to make sure that it has to be something that's generally accepted, so that way you can't just decide as a school we'll do whatever the freak we want. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But is it fair for teachers? I'm not talking about people who are hostile to the law necessarily. Is it fair for teachers to ask for clarification from lawmakers?
Of course, and I think with any law, you're always allowed to do that, and you're in fact encouraged to do that. And they've already had meetings in which the law was already being taught, in which they were already like being able to have workshops to try to work through these things, as was in the article that we were talking about, so that they can get all the clarification that they need. And of course, anytime you have a brand new law, there's always going to be confusion about how things are going to be instituted and so on and so forth. And I think that that's perfectly fair, but I think it's a little bit ridiculous to start trying to cry that like, oh, they're doing us so wrong, and that there's like some sort of malfeasance happening or some sort of nonsense. It's just like, no, this is a brand new law. It's going to be, there's going to be some rough patches where we're trying to figure out exactly what this means and exactly how to institute everything and the limitations and the scope of it. And that's perfectly fine. And you'll get that, like as someone pointed out earlier, you asked the question, is this okay? What? It sounds like they're saying we can't say the word gay. Well, of course, no, you can actually say the word gay. It sounds like we can't have pictures of our partners on our desk. No, you can have pictures of your partner on your desk. You can be hyper reactive if you want to as a defeatist and limit yourself on the things that you can do. That's your prerogative, but that's not a problem with the bill. That's a problem with your reading comprehension. No one thought that. I never thought that. We've had plenty of conversations about this bill and what it stands for and what it means. I'm so glad Joe Lewis is here because he's a real nigga. I think we've had all of these conversations. No one here questioned whether or not anyone would be able to do those photos. The only people who are questioning that are the hyper reactive activists who are trying to pretend that they don't understand the scope and trying to push the idea that the scope of the bill is undefined and going way too far so that they can actually try to get some sympathy. That's the only thing that's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not really talking about the photos. I'm just talking about the word discussion in the preamble.
I can find that part, but we already know what the instruction part is. Let me read the discussion part.
Let's go to Lactoid, Scott, Corey, Joe.
So I was going to address the discussion versus instruction part. As to the, I'm not an expert in Florida law. I actually wasn't aware that they had that definition of age appropriate. I for the point that was made of, well, was it age appropriate before? Obviously, the bill has determined that it wasn't. I think that's a good point, that this is somewhat still maybe like arguably vague in some way. I don't think it's nearly vague enough to that would, just telling you from my experience, I don't think it's vague enough that would justify getting rid of it or that overturning it. And I don't think it's even close, right? The standard necessary to overturn for a non-criminal, when the bill actually has like a section where it states it's going to provide, like, you must provide a magistrate to be making these calls. I just don't see it happening. I think that's an interesting argument for it being vague. I just don't see it as powerful enough. especially because it's even less vague than I thought it was, because they do have a paragraph describing what age appropriate means. So I think I'm even more convinced now that it won't be overturned. As to discussion versus instruction, again, like, the preamble isn't necessarily laying out the directives of the law, right? That's what the underlying directives are doing. And so I don't think just that simple difference in words between discussion as like the overall goal is to like limit this kind of discussion, and then when it gets down to like, well, how are we going to do this? We're going to limit instruction this way. And like specifically, they use the word instruction when they lay out the specific prohibitions, right? They don't lay out
Right.
they don't use instruction when it comes to like the age appropriate thing. They use instruction when it comes to, you may not teach this to kindergartners through third grade. That's when they use the word instruction. So I mean, that's pretty clear, right? That specific subsection doesn't, I don't think that's going to be the one open to attacks for being unconstitutionally vague.
Let's
You
go.
think-
Oh,
Do
yeah,
you
you
think
can
it would be
respond.
reasonable to strike the word discussion just in an amendment or something, or just to go back, just to eliminate all doubt about that?
Yeah, I mean, if they have room to like amend it, and if they
Or
want to make
just
it more clear.
repeal the word and replace it? I think you can do something like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can always, yeah. I mean, you could do that, right? So it would be a process, but like, I mean, if that was going to be the sticking point, if I was drafting this bill, if I knew the sticking point was going to be people were going to be like upset about the difference in the word discussion and instruction, just get rid of the word discussion and replace it with instruction. Why create avenues to
Right.
attack your bill that don't exist? I think that's an oversight, actually, and I would criticize the
Probably
bill's drafters for doing that.
Sure.
Let's go to Scott, Corey, Joe.
Yeah, so first I want to attack the idea of like old definition of age appropriate, right? And because like you make a really logical argument, right? Which is that with the old definition of age appropriate, if that was already violated, right, then that means that the bill doesn't actually change anything, right? Unless it defines said thing. The issue with that line of logic is that the assumption is that the enforcement mechanisms were already there, and this bill adds additional enforcement mechanisms, right? So
Right.
one could assume that age appropriate was already being violated, right? And that the way that age appropriate is better determined to come in line with the law of age appropriate is through civil suits from the parents, through bringing in a magistrate if the school doesn't change positions after 30 days, etc. Right? So I think the actual assumption of the bill is that age inappropriate things are being taught in schools. We need to stop that. And the way that we stop that is by opening the avenue to civil lawsuits, as well as having a process by which the school districts are able to clarify if there's an issue and then bring in a magistrate to be a neutral party to fix these things. So I don't think that, like, while I kind of get what you're saying, I think what the bill actually does is put in those mechanisms to make sure that age appropriate things are being done under the assumption that age inappropriate things are being done, not per se under the assumption that there was already enforcement mechanisms to fix this and that the bill is like a Pyrrhic victory. The second thing that I wanted to say is I LSP's gone, but someone else, I can't remember, brought this up. They kept saying chilling effect, right? This will have a chilling effect. And I think it's really important to understand that that's not true, because chilling effect actually is a legal thing, right? It starts with Bagot v. Bullitt, 1964, is kind of the beginning of chilling effect doctrine. There's a lot of other anti-communist, Supreme Court cases in the 60s and following that kind of lay down additional foundations of chilling effect doctrine. Now, the reason I bring up Bagot v. Bullitt is because that's the only one that actually deals with state employees. And what this specifically says is that loyalty oaths to certain political ideologies can't be required, or against certain political ideologies can't be required, which makes portions of the Hatch Act of 1946 unconstitutional, right? Which is why Hatch Act violations now are just like government employees like doing Katie Couric or something and talking about their political opinions when they're supposed to remain like a neutral arbiter, right? So when you say that, oh, this is going to have a chilling effect, this isn't towards citizens and their rights to say or have conversations. This is towards teachers that have your children that are representatives of the state government and whether or not they can teach your children certain ideological things. And this says no. There is no chilling effect doctrine or violation of the First Amendment freedom of speech by saying government employees working on behalf of the government as the state are wards of your children aren't supposed to teach them certain political philosophies or ideologies or certain things about sexual orientation, etc. Like that you just need to stop saying chilling effect, because it's just not true and it's unfounded here.
Let's go to Corey and then Joe. Yeah.
I just have I think a question of clarification for Fnatic that I think might maybe highlight the fundamental disagreement. Fnatic, so based off what you said, so do you think teachers just simply should be allowed to instruct, for example, a third grader that same-sex marriage just exists and is acceptable, just right there? Do you think that?
If you're talking, then we can't hear you.
I think he's thinking.
I thought he was thinking
Yeah,
too.
I think it's still age inappropriate, and I'll say why. I think when you start talking about like same-sex marriage or not just same-sex marriage, because I mean that I don't know. I guess it feels kind of weird to me because it seems like that's something that wouldn't need to be taught. It seems like there would need to be like classroom instruction on that. Like it seems like that's something that like you could start learning when you learn about sexuality and things like that. Like at the same time. Otherwise, I think that would cause probably I think that could lead to questions about sexuality, which I could say are age inappropriate before like the 5th grade, which is I think the average age when we do sex education. So I would say, I think that sounds like something that.
But just on the point alone of like just informing a child, a 3rd grader, that same-sex marriage exists and is acceptable, like that, in fact, like you would not be. It's more like it seems like the implications of that you have a problem with.
Sure,
is that correct?
So. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm always going to base things based off of the implications and what happens downstream from it. I'm not going to just sit here and say I just think it's bad to do it because I just don't like doing it. Like there needs to be some sort of reasoning or ideology behind why.
I think that's probably the fundamental. Like I think teachers should, at the very least, should be able to just inform a child, a 3rd grader in this example, that same-sex marriage exists, is acceptable, and like the conversation can end there. Or like
but it won't.
You know what else you can say? Ask your parents.
About, like open marriages, or
there
like,
you go.
I'm sorry, Timmy. I'm sorry, Timmy. Like, you know what? That you should totally talk to mom and dad about that. Like,
and that's where I would say, like,
that.
Mom and dad, if they're a certain political affiliation, they might have probably, I would say, a very different answer.
Right,
in terms
but it's
of
not
like
your job to enforce your ideology
and that's where the fundamental
next generation.
That's where the fundamental disagreement is. Of like
no. I hope we don't have a fundamental disagreement on you having the belief system that teachers can be usurpacious and intentionally teach children things that they know that their parents are not interested in and that they have an investment in doing so. Is that what you're saying? Because if so, then you're a perfect example of why we need this bill. Because it's people like you and teachers who think like you who are intentionally going out of their way to instruct children in ways that are not generally acceptable by whatever the parents are in this region, that are saying that they don't want their children taught this way, and they feel like, hey, we can just do it and we'll hide it from the parents and we'll be the instructors instead of allowing parents the ability to teach it to children when it's age appropriate. Like you can't hide. You're never going to be able to just hide forever from your children that same sex exists, that sexuality exists, that sex exists, or any of those kinds of things. But you can say that some things are age inappropriate. And when you as a person say, I know better than the parents and I'm going to do better, that's why this bill exists. And I think it's perfectly sound. Thank you for proving the point.
Here's why. Okay. I already talked about why I think the bill.
I would want to respond to that.
Let him respond,
please.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So to push back on the point, I think you vastly underestimate how bad parents can be, and how the lengths that some parents are willing to go to either misinform the child or neglect giving their child, actually good, hopefully helpful information.
It's not your fucking child, Corey.
It's not your kid. Who cares?
So here's the
I
deal.
don't give a
'cause
fuck what your
again,
opinion is on how we should educate children better than the fucking parent.
I know you
That's
don't.
why it's called.
100%.
That's why it's not called. That's why it's not called the "Don't Say Gay" bill. It's called the Parental Rights in Education bill because
Boom.
it's reaffirming that the state isn't the one, and indoctrinated teachers in whatever fucking philosophy they are, even if they're crazy fucking young Earth creationists.
It's called
not
the Don't Groom
teachers.
Kids bill.
It's not the fucking teacher's responsibility to become the parents of children and usurp their
I don't
guardianship
think they're
rights over
becoming
their
the
children.
parent just by saying same-sex marriage exists.
Well,
and
it's-
that's
but it's-
more or
it's-
less
maybe you're
just
not
describing
becoming the
reality
parent.
at this point.
you're not becoming the parent, but you're definitely usurping the parent's authority to teach things at the age that they find appropriate. Certain things can be facts, but still age inappropriate, and it's up to parents to decide when these things are age appropriate. Just like when it comes to sex education, you know, you can sign a waiver to not do that, right? And a teacher can't just decide, no, I'm telling you about sex, right? The parent can decide, I want to teach you in the way that I find appropriate and whatever makes the most sense to me. And they have rights to do that. And the state has always respected the parents' rights to do that.
Yeah,
I don't know why you think that the state has the right to do more than that.
Do you think the state has the right to teach evolution in schools?
The
Of
state
course they
doesn't.
can.
The state doesn't.
Well,
respect
that's
parents' rights
that's the
to do that.
point.
Yeah,
That is
if the
point.
parents decide to support their children with regards to some of these issues, then DeSantis wants to take away those children and say they're abusive. This is happening here in Texas as well. So sometimes.
But what are
it's
you talking
the-
about? What do you mean? What do you
So-
what do you
Yeah,
mean by
what do you-
support the parents?
So let's say, for instance, right here in Texas, DeSantis is advocating for the same policy as Texas. We've developed our governor developed a policy that said that if you have a child who's under 18 and they want to get hormone blockers or they want to get CRT even as late as at age 17, if the parents support that, the state can take those children away.
That's totally reasonable.
I think that makes all the sense in the world
I'm
when you compare that with all of the studies that show some of the negative long-term effects of puberty blockers. When you
I'm not
find out that
arguing
the
that
vast
point.
majority of children who claim to be trans
I'm
end up
not
not being
arguing that
trans by the
point.
time they're adults, all of these things make sense. Well, if you're not arguing that
I'm
point,
not.
but
The
if
point
you're
I'm
making that
arguing is that you
statement.
said. Hold
No,
on.
but if you're making that statement and you're not putting that statement in context to understand why that would be appropriate, just like it would
I can
probably
give you the
line up
context
in
now.
virtue with the same thing that we're talking
I
about.
can
as
give
far
you the
as parents
context
making
now.
appropriate
Oh, okay,
decisions
whoa, whoa, whoa.
in the state of
Let
protecting that.
him give him that
I
context.
can give you
do
the
wanna get to
context
Joe
now. The
Lewis.
context
Wait.
is you said that the state is saying the parents get to make that decision, but no, really, the state is saying we get
These
to
are
make that
different
decision
decisions.
sometimes.
No, these are
Yeah,
different decisions.
Sure, that's what I'm pointing out. And the second thing I'm pointing out is that
What does that
the left,
statement mean?
it means this: the left looks at parents who won't support their children in those cases and says they're being abusive to their children. The right looks at parents that do support their children in those cases and says they're being abusive. And in both cases, they're saying because of abuse, the parents shouldn't get to decide. And what I'm saying is the left and right are using similar logic trees in order to get at opposing points
they're
of
not.
view.
No, they're not using similar logic trees because that's when you end on that conclusion is exactly where the problem is. Why I went into all the detail about the fact that we're not using the same logic trees, because if the left was using the logic tree that we can look and study and say that the vast majority of children who say that they're trans actually are trans by the time they're adults, then you would be able to say, well, this is why it makes the most sense to do this. But unfortunately, we have data that says the complete opposite, that the vast majority of children who claim to be trans by the time they're adults are no longer claiming to be trans. Right, so then that's already a reason why you should be making such long-term decisions for children at the age of 8 that don't know any better.
Well,
That's one of the
long-term
reasons. Secondly, we have all of the data that clearly demonstrates the fact that that there are long-term effects for even things like puberty blockers, which is why you have countries like Sweden, one of the most progressive countries that we know of, that decides, you know what? After doing this and after seeing some of the long-term harms and stuff, we got to dial this stuff back. So we're using a tree of we have data, we have evidence that this is harmful. The left is using the just it feels good, and so therefore it must be better. That's what the freak. They're not the same logical trees.
So the logical tree.
I got it.
Fanatics wrong.
I gotta get to Joe Lewis. He's been waiting. Joe Lewis.
Right. Well, okay.
So
Who's waiting?
I'm
okay.
So I support this bill, but I have problems with this bill. The problems I have specifically are with Articles 2, 3, and 6. And there's like just things that I think contextually could help a lot of people. So I'm gonna try my best with the time I have to shed a little bit of light.
He's based in his emotions.
In
but his
terms of
logic is
Article
completely
3,
off here.
if Florida adopted sexuality educational standards, they wouldn't have to have Article 3 as it exists in the bill. So what you're seeing is the legislature reacting to something that they could easily just remedy by adopting sexual education standards. Because you learn about the two things that they describe, sexual orientation and gender identity, by the end of 5th grade. And then that leads into a kickoff to other curriculum. So because they don't have that, they have to etch it out from K through 3. But in sexual education standards, it doesn't exist in K through 3 already. So they could easily just adopt those standards. And that solves my qualm with Article 3. Article 6, in terms about the administration of questionnaires, this is something that already happens in school districts, which would lead me to suggest that it doesn't exist in Florida. So there's something that's existing at districts levels wide enough, possibly, that would make them feel like they need to put that in there. They could easily just do something with the Department of Education to say, like, if you're administering questionnaires at certain levels, you can, about like the well-being and student well-being, then you can just like do it through that route. So you don't need legislature to do that. So that's like my issue with Article 6. Article 2 is a little complicated because on one hand, you can say that it's just like just a TLDR. It's just a conflict of FERPA. Like right now under directory information, gender is included as directory information under FERPA. But it seems like that the definition of gender as it relates to FERPA and directory information could potentially open the door that if that information from the student becomes public or disclosed, it could potentially have harm. But that's why in Article 2, they try to cover their ass. I think it's in Article 2, where the language is something along the lines of the district can prohibit it or encourage to restrict it if they believe that there is a result that like it would lead to like neglect and abuse and something like that. So I understand the gender argument though, where if you have a child who identifies as something that's different from their gender that's within the directory information, and you want to change that, it's possible that the parents could just supersede that, and it's just like a whole just like small little legal mess. So I understand why Article 2 is worded as the way it is. Personally, I think this is more like, on one hand, it's Florida now adopting sexual education standards that would solve my problems with 3 and 6. And then with 2, it's just updating FERPA. But unfortunately, the desire to update FERPA is not very popular right now, mainly because they're like, most people don't feel like it's a burden that's high enough in gender to bring up the argument. I would say I think it's totally, I encourage the revision of FERPA because I think that would solve a lot of problems. And then this bill could be like a bit more targeted was trying to solve. But I guess the short of it, I think Florida needs to adopt sexual education standards. So then a whole portion of this bill and language of this bill would already be covered under there. And then you can make adjustments from the Department of Education. You don't need the legislature for that. And 2, I think Floridians, Texans, and anybody who has like problems with gender, really the arguments with FERPA in terms of like directory information.
Wait, but just so we're clear, when you say you have a problem with number 6, Article 6, is this the part that just says before administering a student well-being questionnaire or health screening form to a student in kindergarten through grade 3, the school district must provide the questionnaire or health screening form to the parent and obtain the permission of the parent? Is that the one you're talking about?
Did you say 2 or 6?
I'm reading number 6.
Oh, the problem I have with 6 is that this already exists within sexual education standards. So within sexual education standards and well-being standards, the language of Article 6 already exists. And the argument that I'm saying is that they could just adopt the sexual education standards under the NSES, and then you don't have to worry about that part of the bill at all. You don't need
Okay.
you don't need legislature to do that.
But I got you. But since they don't have that, then it seems like this bill is actually doing something that exists in most places under sexual education standards that sounds like very reasonable, right? Like you don't have a problem with the merit of this thing itself. It's an
The
incredibly
problem
like reasonable standard, right?
the problem that I have is that I don't agree. Like, I think that Republicans are pretty stupid. So I think that if they took a couple minutes of like taking certain avenues that were outside of the legislature, they wouldn't have to worry about creating legislation like this and having to deal with a legal battle. Because
Totally
DeSantis
understood that. But
yeah.
the question I was asking was, is this specific instruction though? It seems like the standard that they're doing, that they're finding a workaround to get to, that it's not doing.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm
is a
okay.
very reasonable thing to do.
I'm okay with the language because the language already exists in terms of sex ed standards. But the problem I have is that you have the state government basically speaking on behalf of the schools when,
That
yes,
always happens.
right. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, this already exists, but I'm saying they don't have to make they don't have to vote on these things. Like DeSantis could do this with collaboration with the Department of Education and bypass the legislature altogether. So I don't know why they're doing it this way.
Sure.
The
But
only
just,
thing
so
I can
just to be
think
clear,
of,
so that article makes sense, right? That number 6 makes sense in the sense, if since it doesn't exist at the state level, for them to have it, the statutes of it and what it represents is a good thing. And then likewise, we would say the same thing about number 3, right? Like again, that's also another one that's like
yeah,
it makes a lot of sense.
again, my qualms with it, the language of it is totally fine, and this is stuff that already exists. The problem I
Both the
have is
language and the statutes.
the problem I have is the legislature doing this. That's the issue I take with.
So one
Okay.
of the benefits of the legislature doing it though is that let's say DeSantis loses in a governor election, and the next governor is a Democrat. You know, if it's not legislation, the next governor could simply direct, you know, it to no longer be the case that this particular standard is enforced. Now that it's legislation,
I mean,
you actually need to like go through the repeal process, which is a much more difficult process. Than
yeah, and
just-
I'd say that fear is baseless because Democrats already adopt sexual education standards in states. So you'd have to find a Democrat who would be against adopting the sexuality standards. And if you can find that Democrat, then maybe I'd do that. But that argument is mute because Democrats support sexual education standards. And Article 3 and 6 have that language within sexual education standards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, there's a lot of things that
So we'll
Republicans
go to
would look
Scott
at.
and then Doobie.
There's a lot of things that like adopting that might sneak in, and that might be like why the Republicans aren't doing it.
Such as
So like, let's see, in grades 11 through 12, right? Like, I don't know much about this, and maybe you can like clarify here, right? But I'm looking at Health Smart alignment with national sex education standards from Health
and
Smart.
the
I don't-
NSES.
Is that
yes.
is that
the NSES?
yeah. So NSES
what's your-
with national. So like I'm
National
just
Sexuality
curious.
Education Standards. Yeah, what's up?
I'm just curious, like I don't know, like I'm just hearing about this. I'm not an educator or anything, but like I'm just like, oh, let me look. And like right off the bat, like I can see like sh.12.inf.5 analyze ways systemic oppression and intersectionality impact the sexual agency of communities of color and other marginalized communities. Like
Systemic oppression doesn't appear in the national sexuality.
right, like I'm
education
saying, like
standards.
and maybe it doesn't, right? Like I'm literally saying I'm just trying to look this up now, and like I was like, yo, what is this? But what I'm saying is you have a large curriculum, and it wouldn't surprise me, even if that's not the issue, that there are other things that the Republicans don't want to
Like,
adopt.
I mean,
I'm not a fucking, like, I didn't expect to go into this. I can admit that.
yeah,
I
I mean,
don't
I'm just
know.
saying, like,
I'm
like,
just saying,
right,
you're saying
but-
I can't see any way. And I'm like, I can imagine, like, if we go through it, there's probably a reason that they haven't adopted it, right? I mean, is it like, I think the reasoning that Republicans are just stupid and that's why they haven't adopted a larger framework might not be true. There might be other things in that framework that they disagree with, and that's why they haven't adopted it, right?
well, but that's why they can adopt it and make adjustments based on certain parts of it. So just because it exists,
Or
within
they
the
could
standards,
legislate
can
certain
make,
things that they wanted, right? Like, which is what they did. I don't
No,
see
but
the
I'm-
distinction here. I don't understand why it's a problem.
I'm saying that the things that exist in the bill currently
Mm-hmm.
can be remedied by adopting the national sexuality education standards. Then
Right.
the thing is, what Republicans can do is if they have certain problems within those standards, they can just make adjustments for that. And you don't have to worry about getting the votes and passing it legislatively. So everything that you're saying and the things that you're worrying about,
I mean,
they can
that's
just
fair.
carve out within the
That's
sentence.
fair, but also it presents a certain danger, right, electorally, right, where certain, because I mean these people have to get elected, right, and so once that big compromise kicks in, and then they have this giant thing, and then they're like trying to figure out what should stay and what shouldn't stay, you know, that might make that you might lose some votes on that, or you might lose some.
How? The Republicans can totally lose votes in Florida. Like, are we trying to act like that's not a reality, or are you saying that?
No, I'm not
it's large
saying that.
enough
What
where
I'm
they should
saying
be
is
afraid to lose?
adopting a larger framework and then debating all of the different pieces to include and not include could put people at more of a risk than, let's say, something that is widely popular in Florida, which was the, you know, parental rights and education bill. It might have just been a safer bet for them politically.
It's probably just a lazier thing to do.
Okay,
I mean, maybe, but I just don't see it as being a problem inherent.
Like,
Why would
rather
it be
than-
lazier if it takes more effort?
Rather than like arguing about the mechanism as to why we got this passed, I want to argue about like the content of the bill. Let's get to Doobie.
I just want to clarify. So, Joe, you agree then that
I agree
children
with
should-
Article 3, 6, and 2. Yes.
Wait, be very clear about what that
I
is,
agree
though,
with
right,
Article
for-
3, 6, and 2.
No, but okay, but
within
like
that.
you're doing the thing, right? So, like, do you think that children shouldn't be taught about sexuality or gender identity in the classroom from kindergarten through third grade?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted you to say. I don't know why you need to go into fucking nerd mode. So I think
I
it's
said I agree
Corey-
with it, but
or Corey and
Yo,
Scott
that's
the only
not
ones on here now
fucking
that-
fair that you're going against Joe for going in nerd mode while you
Fucking nerd
engage
mode,
with me
okay?
fucking my philosophy of libertarianism and shit.
That's
Alright, put
that's
some respect on
entertaining
his
nerd
name.
mode. No, that's I love Joe. Okay, I disagree with him about everything, but I love him.
Yeah, me too.
But okay.
So Sprout.
One principle. I just
Why do you disagree with the bill, Sprout?
I disagree. with the
Aside from
bill.
it being vague or whatever, like, why do you disagree?
I disagree with the bill because I believe it's unconstitutionally vague, and that's my qualm
That's
with
it?
the bill. So that's my qualm with the bill. I think that if you're going to have a law, that it needs to be understood by someone with common intelligence. The common individual should be able to
Okay, but
understand
if it were
should be able to
specific-
understand this law and be able
So
to
if it were
realize whether or not they're
specific
breaking it or
in
not.
saying that, so if it were specific in getting to the goal of stopping this discussion in the classrooms, right? Gender identity, sexuality, etc. You'd be fine with it.
If they specified what they meant by age appropriate during these certain different years, I would have to look at it and then tell you if I'm okay with it or not. I'm okay with the first half. The second
You're okay with the
half,
spirit of the bill.
I'm okay with the spirit of the bill. The second half, I would have to look at the specifics before I'd sign on it. I would want to see what they deem as age appropriate for each age before I'd be able to sign off on it.
Okay, so yeah, so
There's no
you're
need to
only against it
revisit all
because it's not
those,
like
yeah.
because you're just because of the vague thing. We have no issue with the spirit.
Yeah, we kinda
so who
already
here
went
has an issue with like
over
the
all that.
spirit of the bill then?
I think I'm pretty much the only one. I guess Prime. Yeah, Prime as well.
Well, I mean, Prime Cayes and friends are obviously, we know who his one friend is in
Oh,
this
I-
panel.
Okay, well, I guess
think
so.
like
Iko,
Go for
can you kind of lay out like why you have an issue with the spirit of the bill?
The spirit of the bill, I have more of a problem with the spirit of the bill than I do with the letter of the bill because,
Sure.
like I said, I don't think it's really going to have much of an effect for the same reason those other two laws that I mentioned never had an effect on the teaching profession, even though we all thought that they would. But I think the spirit of the bill is to make it look like they're doing something and to make it look like they're standing up to something. But I don't think it's designed to change the law at all. I think just as Fanatic said earlier, what was age appropriate before is what's age appropriate now. He just thinks that enforcement wasn't up to snuff and that this bill increases enforcement or something like that, but it doesn't actually change the rules or the law at all. And to that extent, its only design is rhetorical. And I just don't like bills that are only designed to be rhetorical.
So you don't
Wait,
agree
wait.
that there is like a certain section, subsection of the educational, the educator populace, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that is intentionally pushing an ideology of like gender dissolution, right? Of pushing like transness and non-binariness, et cetera, onto the young children. You don't agree that that's happening?
I think if that's happening at the K through 3 level, those teachers should have been fired before this bill, and they should be fired after this bill. And I don't think the bill was necessary for that to
Interesting.
happen.
Okay, but what about the thing that I was talking about where it was a second grader, where they were literally going through a situation in which the kid decided that he was trans, and they decided that, and the school had like policy that basically said you can't tell the parents that the kid is trans, but you're required to refer to the kid as trans.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Article 2. It covers that. That's the problem.
Absolutely. So wait, so that's
no,
not
no, but wait, Fanatic, real quick. But what I'm trying to say is that like the issue at play here is a FERPA thing. It's not really a bill thing. Like,
what do you mean?
So if I have a student that identifies something outside of their gender, and we can reasonably believe that that information does not need to be disclosed to the parent due to reasons of abuse, neglect, potential of like poor adversity at the home, you can withhold that information from the parent.
Oh, sure, but
Yeah, that's in the bill too, though.
Hold on. Of course, that is in the bill, and I think that's a great thing. Obviously, if you have a reasonable
Yeah.
expectation,
Right, that's
that
under
there's gonna be
FERPA
abuse-
already, though.
Of course, exactly. But the problem was that there was no bill that actually mandated that people do this before. There was no bill. There was nothing. No. There was nothing that required that you had to inform parents otherwise.
And in
Right?
fact,
Like,
specific
you're
policies
looking-
that were the
You're
opposite.
looking at the negatory. You're looking at the negatory that basically says if you think there's abuse, then you can withhold. But there was nothing that said, but you must disclose otherwise. Prior to this,
Can you give me an example? I'm not understanding your language.
So there
were
was a
situations
specific
in
woman,
which
right?
again, in which there was a child who was
Mhm.
trans, and
Sure.
the child who was trans was the school was like, okay, good, we're going to affirm his gender, we're going to refer to this kid as trans, but we're not going to tell his parents. There was
Right.
no law that said they had to tell the parents, was there?
It's if that information, if disclosed, could potentially cause harm to the child, you can withhold that under FERPA.
Okay, right. So hold on. So you're saying this is the law that allows you to withhold it. Was there any law mandating that they communicated it?
What do you mean by mandating that they had to communicate that change exists?
Yes. No. That they had to communicate to the parents otherwise. You keep saying, given A being if the parent, if it's known that there will be abuse as a result of this. And if A, then B, you can withhold the information. Was there any law that said if not A, then you must communicate?
So just in the practical, what you're saying is that if I knew that the child identified under a different gender identity, whatever that may be, and then the parent keeps affirming the opposite, then I can affirm the opposite that they're saying, knowing that they believe something else.
No.
Let me give you an example.
No.
Let me give you an example. So there is a case, right, known as the daughter's known as January is her first name, Little John second name. Silly ass fucking name, I get it. But regardless, now the mom, right, and the parents were not informed that previous to this bill, they were not informed that the school had socially transitioned her, that there was official documents about what bathroom she could go into, and she was and the daughter was also going to the guidance counselor and being socially transitioned by the school itself, and the guidance counselor was providing therapy. All of this was kept secret from the mother, and this occurred for for an entire school year where she was at home, she was a daughter, and at school she was a boy, right? Now the mom herself did not agree to this. In fact,
That's
the
allowed
mom
under
herself,
FERPA.
right, but the bill, right? There was no reasonable suspicion in any way, shape, or form that abuse would occur. In fact, the mom was a licensed counselor and was not aware that her daughter had been socially transitioned into a boy, and the school kept it a secret from her. This is the issue that is like upsetting things, and this is why the bill was needed. Because it's not a matter of the school having the capacity to say, oh, it might be a bad thing. It was the school's policy in Tallahassee, Florida, that they have to keep it secret from the parents and that only the child may disclose this information to the parents. So it was a policy that they would intentionally hide information from the parents, which like causes all kinds of issues, because now you have a parent affirming one gender, a school system affirming another gender, and they didn't have any means to be able to get them to see their own therapist, and they didn't have any means to be able to have that discussion with their child or see what's going on. She didn't find out until like her daughter basically came out to her as a boy, and then eventually with therapy detransitioned.
Okay, so
I don't understand why you're trying to paint this story as something that happens in school that doesn't already happen in school districts all over America, where school districts determine through information that the child gives them that this information was disclosed to the parent, it could potentially cause harm. But
Okay.
it makes it seem, but the language.
But there wasn't
Let me
any
try
of
one
that.
last time. Let me try one last time. Can I try one last time?
But the thing that you're trying, but the thing that you're,
Well,
if I'm
okay,
understanding what
Beneath
you,
the, hold on. Thank you, Beneath the V-Man, for your kind donation previously, right? Much appreciated. Says they really appreciate our kind of discussions, and so shout out to you. Gotta make sure you're appreciated.
Dude, if you did that to my kid, I would beat
don't,
somebody.
we're getting bogged down on this specific.
No,
point.
it's really important. Can I try one last thing?
no, the thing I'm trying to connect.
You're not understanding, Joe. I promise you, you're not understanding.
I didn't even finish my fucking thought because you guys keep fucking doing this fucking right-wing bullshit. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm trying to lay out what the problem that currently exists, and you guys are being fucking retarded. So, like, the thing that's happening.
No, you're just
here,
not getting it.
It's okay. Let him try. Let him try.
I was about to finish the entire point, and then you guys started talking. I'd really like to finish this. So, what it seems like you're trying to tell me is that the school district, in this case, Leon County Schools, were not able to substantiate the argument of harm. Is that what your holdup is?
They never attempted to.
No. Here, let me respond. Please. No, I'm not trying to communicate that. What I'm saying is that the general principle, there was no law saying in such cases, not in just in that individual case. I'm saying that, yes, you're providing a general law, a general rule, a general understanding that if you have reasonable view of harm, then you can withhold. But what I'm saying is that parents want there to be. If there is no general view of harm, of potential harm, then you should be required to disclose. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
And that would be a FERPA thing then.
But is that in FERPA?
In FERPA, that doesn't exist. So
That-
you would
right,
have
so
to.
right.
So you would have to. So you'd have to revise FERPA in a
God.
way. If I'm trying to understand what you're saying here, I'm going to take it at face value. I don't know the story, but I'm going to interpret that you guys are approaching this and representing this honestly. Is
Sure.
that you would need to have within FERPA a revision of directory information that involves some type of investigatory process around the potential for harm. And the forcing of disclosure.
How
if harm
fucking
isn't
dare
proven.
you?
So this
The
is, thank you.
state
We're
is
there.
gonna-
We're there.
no,
Wait.
no,
Wait. We're
the
there.
state
No.
is gonna
We got it. We got it.
investigate
Hold on. 1 second.
No.
1 second.
Fuck
No, we're
you,
there.
you monster.
I got you. Sure. You're right. I'm a monster. Joe.
No, not
that's
you,
exactly-
fucking Joe.
Okay.
He's being a
I got
fuck.
you.
He
It's
wants
fine.
the
It's-
state to
it's
fucking
okay.
investigate
No,
parents
it's
to
fine.
determine
It's
whether or
fine.
not
Joe,
harm might occur.
so my point being that we needed the statute, right? Since I was the one that initially brought this up. The point is, you're right. This is akin to the other arguments you had about Articles 2, 3, and 6, where you're saying there's a larger body or something that needs to happen in this way. Florida, for obvious reasons, is resistant to such overarching things. So what they're doing now is going through the legislature in order to design these things. And so you do understand now the concerns of the parents and the concerns of the legislature, such that they created this law without going to some broader body or whatever in order to try to reform that thing. They said, screw that, we're not going through you. We'll go through this justice legislature to ensure that this thing happens. I think that's what's happening there. And so you would agree, though, in the absence, do you agree in the absence of the presence of some sort of reasonable harm that districts or schools or administrators or teachers, whoever the freak, they should be required to inform parents of these sorts of things?
Only in a situation where you could determine that there is if you can reasonably determine that no harm could be.
That's what I just said, in absence. That's what I just said, in absence.
Right.
You
Which
can
would
rule
involve-
out the potential for abuse.
Yeah,
basically.
if you could rule out a potential for abuse, then the district can be inclined to disclose that information.
Okay,
You don't
that's
assume.
and that's what this bill does, and that's why this bill is great.
No,
Thank you.
You don't assume abuse. You
Well, he
only
said he
withhold.
inclined.
No, he said if they can rule it out. No.
Yeah.
You do not assume that parents do not have the right to information of their children. You assume
We
that they have
already-
a right to that information.
We
That is not what the policy was before.
Whoa.
Policy was an assumption that parents would that this information would be potentially dangerous. So withhold it. After the bill, the assumption is parents have a right to know unless there is reasons given that they might be abusive.
100%.
It's
That's
a
it.
super important distinction.
That is very, very good distinction.
What the fuck?
Did we go silent?
I've never heard people being silent in chat before.
Sorry.
Yo, I can hear Sprouticus in
Sorry,
another
my bad.
speaker.
Yeah, you guys can't
My
hear
bad.
Sprout.
My bad. Sorry, I was
Yeah.
muted. That's my bad.
Oh,
Um,
You sick fuck.
Oh, wait,
So-
but now muting whereby?
yeah. Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm literally hearing Sprout.
There we go.
and
There you
only
go.
Sprout
I'm
comes
good.
from-
Yeah, Sprout
There
was
we go.
aware
There we
by
go.
it. Yeah.
So, all right.
There we
So with this being said, the school
was
had
fucking
the
weird.
school had emailed. Sorry, the parent had emailed the school about their child being non-binary, and suggesting that the kid wants to go by a different name, etc. and so on. The lawsuit all pins around where was it? Sorry. The parent claims that when she asked the school for more information, the school denied her access to meetings and information and tried to conceal information regarding her child. So when the parent specifically asked for information, the school declined to give information. That is what the lawsuit is around. The parents already emailed prior to the school, prior to this, that the child was non-binary and wanted to go by this nickname.
Oh, that makes it so much more complicated now. Oh my god.
Which case is this? Are you saying this is you saying this is January Littlejohn?
Yeah, January Littlejohn.
This must have occurred
According to a local news source.
This must
What's
have
the-
occurred
what's the
afterwards because
source
she
that
did like a
you-
TED talk like a year
WRAL.
ago or something. So
WRAL.
this must be like the continuation of the issues after she found out.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
the
is this
lawsuit
some-
is
is this
pending
some,
on.
like-
You talk about the lawsuit. The lawsuit's pending on
I was
that,
talking about the
school
original
declining to
story
give
from like a
information.
year and a half ago, but like that makes it even worse, I think.
Absolutely, it does. And so,
so
so that's what we're talking about. This is why this bill is so amazing. Once again, the idea that a school would intentionally withhold such vital information that could impact a person's life, and we're starting to see a suicide rate of around 41%. When you start talking about doing things that could long-term damage a child and sending a child mixed signals because you're intentionally withholding the sorts of information that is absolutely vital for the freaking child's stability and well-being, and you're withholding it from the parents, the legal guardians, the people who are going to be dealing with this for the rest of their lives, it seems like a problem. I understand the idea. These things have always existed where it's like if there's reason for harm, you can go and find through other routes. You can support them. You can do things to child protective services or other things like that. All of that makes sense.
I agree.
But what I'm saying is in absence of that, you should be required to inform a parent. And it
I wanna
seems
hear- I
like
wanna hear from
this
Corey.
law is amazing for actually forcing
sure.
you
I want-
to do
Corey.
so.
Yeah, if I may ask, and I think this again, this question might be a fundamental difference of like so Fanatic, sort of to my point in terms of parenting, what does it say? It seems like you are very much in favor of, you know, pretty much absolute parental rights, more or less. So what does it say about the parents if a child is sharing something to the teacher that they are not sharing with the parents?
It could
As
say
in-
a bunch of it could say a bunch of things. Hell, it could. I mean, there's plenty of times where like children just might be more like apt to teaching in a specific. I mean, just sharing things in a given social environment. It could be spur of the moment. Maybe another kid can come out, and another one can. You know, we already know about rapid onset of gender dysphoria, right? So like, it could be just that this is the environment where this kind of thing is happening, and so a child is willing to say it to a parent, and because like it's something that's brand new, and this is the environment where they're discovering this sort of thing happening, and not ever having and just having not explained it to the parent yet. I don't know. There's a billion different reasons why that can happen. I just don't know why we would automatically assume that a child's going to be abusive. I don't think there's any reason to assume that. And even if, I don't have to go any further. That's it.
Yeah, if I may say so. And sort of my follow-up question, and again, this is also directed to Fanatic and Scott. This might be the fundamental disagreement. Like, so Fanatic, do you think parents have the right to like hit their children?
What? Do they have the right to hit them?
Yes.
No, probably not. Like, no,
I mean,
legally, I don't think you do.
It's legal, but
Oh, yeah, well, exactly. And so, Scott, do you
Yeah.
think parents have the right to hit their children?
I think that parents have the right to have the default guardianship over their children, and this includes corporal punishment, though I'm morally against it, so long as permanent harm and damage is not being done. So scarring a child, beating a child so badly that it causes like some permanent damage to their body is something that should be illegal. But you know, smacking your kid because he's about to touch the the oven that's hot is obviously something that's not.
Yeah, I guess
right.
so.
It just
That's not
depends
corporal
on
punishment, though.
right. Well,
Is it
I mean,
not?
like, I think you have a right, even though I morally, personally disagree with, let's say, spanking your kids hard. Right. If there's no permanent damage done, then I don't think there's any philosophical way that you can prove that you have done like some harm to the child, other than like these longitudinal studies that have issues. I do agree that the science tends to point that it's worse to hit your kids than to not hit your kids, right? But I think the argument is obviously the same for GRNH, antigen therapy, and hormone replacement therapy, right? Is that you do permanent physical harm to the child while they're unable to consent, right? So the same logic that I would say that you can't like beat a child so bad that it scars them is also the same reason it is a criminal act to give your child puberty blockers or to give your child hormone replacement therapy, because they're not adults, they can't consent, and you forestalled your guardianship. You have abandoned and neglected your child, and someone else needs to come and take them.
Corey, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, are you digging to the idea that the way that we observe corporal punishment, although within all of the statutes talks about verbal abuse, but it's possible that people are missing that when they're talking about corporal punishment?
Yeah, so Fabi Scott brought up, like, as long as corporal punishment doesn't do, from what I understand, doesn't do any permanent damage, and it seems like that only extends mostly physical, and then I think they're sort of neglecting the deep, long-lasting, lifelong-lasting, psychological damage that results from corporal punishment or hitting a child that doesn't have to like result in scarring or bruising.
No,
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
with you.
way more nebulous
I'm
and
with
way
you,
harder to prove.
but you have to
though.
prove
That's-
it. Yeah.
yeah, those are totally
Like if
different
someone,
statements.
like if a grandma or grandpa, right, wants to take up a lawsuit and say that they prove that this person has been psychologically harmful and done permanent psychological damage, if they can prove that in court, then yeah, you should pull them away, right? But like that's a much more nebulous and difficult thing to prove, and you can't do that off of generalities and bad science around trans kids.
Well, no, I mean,
this
you
is-
can.
This is one of the most dangerous things, though, is that when you're like, oh, the kid has to prove that he's being psychologically abused. The kid has to prove that he's being verbally abused. The kid has to prove that he's being emotionally abused. These things are extremely hard to prove. Extremely difficult.
Yes, and
so
that's
we're
why-
just leaving kids in these situations to be abused, end up with scars for life, to end up with PTSD, which does come from emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse. You still get PTSD
What's the
from
alternative?
those things.
Yeah,
What's the
because
alternative?
Smartacus, there's
The
no
al-
other alternative. It's
the alternative is foster care.
Because yes,
Foster
or no,
care is
not
way
just foster
fucking
care.
worse.
The alternative would then be arresting children from their parents with no evidence that they're actually doing anything harmful, and like putting them through absolutely abjectly harmful systems. The amount of people from the foster care system that make up the prison population, the amount of them that are drug users, the amount of them that endure sexual assault and sexual violence. All of these things are problems that come from taking children from their parents. We have all of the data. You can stop saying how about. I'll finish talking, and then you'll be able to respond.
You interrupted me.
So,
You interrupted me.
You weren't even. So you were done talking already.
I was asked a question, and you
You were
interrupted
done
me.
talking at that point that you were
No,
talking
I was
about.
not.
At the
I was
point that
asked a
started talking.
question.
Yes, you
You
were.
interrupted
I'm going to
me.
go ahead
I
and
was
finish.
the
So
one
anyway, all right,
answering
fine.
the
I'll just not
question.
talk to you anymore. So anyway, so the point that I was making is for everybody else that has a brain besides Smartacus. So when you
Shut
look
the
at it
fuck
and
up.
you think about, I got you. I will. So when I'm done talking, and then you can talk.
It was the question directed towards me, and you're the one that decided to start talking.
When you start looking at
There's always a point in time and night where I have to cut down his volume.
Then you can obviously see that like the best person for children is typically their parents. So anytime you're going to be doing something that could result in some sort of harm and taking away a person's right, you need to have proof. It's the same way that we have within our criminal justice system when it comes to whether or not a person is found guilty. So if we can't prove that a person is guilty, then that means that they're going to have rapists on the street and criminals go free. Absolutely. For sure, because unless you can prove it, otherwise you'll be harming innocent people, taking people who haven't harmed their kids, taking their kids away from them, which would obviously damage society. So we wouldn't want to live in a world like that, except for people like idiots like Smartacus.
Wait, Fanatic. But I think
Wait, no, wait.
Let's Spots got to be able to respond.
Yeah, please let
So
him respond.
I love
Gotta see
it
this.
when people are like this. So Fnatic gets so mad when he gets interrupted, but he's willing to interrupt anybody else. There was a question directed towards me. Now I'm going to answer that question after we got to listen to Fnatic fill our bust. So with that being said, when you're talking about a kid that is being psychologically, emotionally, verbally abused, you have to take the kid at his word. If the kid is reporting, the kid genuinely believes, which most counselors worth their weight in salt can tell if a kid genuinely believes something. If the kid genuinely believes that they're being abused, then they need to be removed from the household, and there needs to be an investigation as to what's going on. If the kid believes this, you need to take the kid at his word, because it is our job as society to protect kids, not leave them in an abusive household.
so.
Gotcha. So anytime a 7-year-old testifies that or something, could be literally just mimicking something that they saw on television, or mimicking something that their friend said that's not actually applying to their parent. If any of these things happen, for obviously we've seen plenty of times where freaking counselors have coerced children into saying these things, but just the fact, if a child ever testifies, immediately take the kid from his parents. Lord have mercy.
Then have an investigation
wait,
with the kid
Fnatic.
outside the household. Yes.
It's
Sproutacus,
so insane. You're such an idiot.
Real quick.
Fanatic.
Yeah, I'm
I
an idiot
think
here.
Real quick,
Okay,
real
so
quick. In the 1990s, we had this thing, right? And we realized that it was mostly because women started to en masse join the workforce, and a lot of children were going to daycares. It was called the Satanic Panic. And throughout the country, there were thousands of investigations of evil satanic rituals occurring at daycare facilities, and none of them were true because of taking children's word and then interviewing them and then accidentally feeding them information and things of that nature. Daycare people were arrested. People were trying to find secret satanic rituals in basements that never fucking existed. People actually went to prison after they were convinced that they themselves had done it, and they never fucking did it. The presumption is one of innocence. You presume innocence, and then you investigate. You do not take children away from their parents under an assumption of guilt until proven innocent.
So I'm going to go to Joe. I'm going to go Aiko, and then Lactoid. But I just want to say quickly that Scott, I agree about the moral panic. I disagree where it started. And it started with the kids saying that they were being abused. It started with
moms,
parents freaking out,
fully mentally functional adults would usually start.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then
not children that are so much more susceptible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not sure if are you being sarcastic? I didn't catch that part. But
no, I'm saying it's worse. It proves that it was even easier for a moral panic to occur.
Okay,
because it was the parents that were that way.
It was the parents that started.
So you're saying the parents manipulated the kids?
Joe. Then
no, it was fears of women.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Corey. But we gotta move. We gotta move.
Yeah. Fanatic's making me say gamer worse tonight. Damn. This is what being on the opposition of arguments is like with this motherfucker. All right. We gotta talk after this, Fanatics. I gotta pick your brain on some shit. But one thing that I kind of want to push on is, because I think we might agree on this, is that one thing that we're seeing with guidance departments, right, is that guidance departments, generally speaking, I'm gonna be very, very loose when I say generally, is that they're not really adopting how children and young adults behave and interact with each other. So there are situations where a child might misinterpret a situation and a guidance counselor might believe it to be an abusive situation, which has happened before. It happened to my own family. So I understand the concern there. However, but I do see that when you do have properly funded guidance departments and properly staffed professionals, intervention programs, that there are situations where parents do commit different levels of corporal punishment to their child, and then that manifests in their classwork. And then unfortunately, because some parents are really good at hiding these things, that they're able to even within certain intervention programs, the parent might come away scot-free. But I think we probably agree with that. We don't want to have a situation where schools aren't intervening at some capacity.
Yeah,
I guess
harm,
we're disagreeing on what extent.
If you can prove harm, intervene. Don't just
for sure. But
steal the kids in an attempt to prove harm.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. There's two different statements. Yes, sure. I totally agree with you that we don't want schools not to intervene in the case where they're suspicious of something, but we also want to make sure that we're not at a state where children are being taken away from parents who aren't actually abusing them. That's the other problem that we don't want.
Yeah, and then the question, and then like the burden that schools have to do is like understand that like family dynamics are unique. Some things that we might deem acceptable in one family, we might not deem acceptable in another, and that might not necessarily mean that's bad parenting. I'm not saying hit your fucking kids, but it's like there are certain like things that like, because I've seen it happen where a guidance counselor might interpret it as an abuse or interpret it as something that's deeper than it actually is, and then you get these like adverse results. But I don't think like districts and schools wholesale got to like get out of the game in terms of that.
Let's
But
go to
again,
I go like to wait, Corey. We gotta move because
Yeah.
already
Mine's gonna be really fast. I'm just curious because it's something because of some of the interactions I've heard with Corey. I just wanted to have ask Corey a question because the example that was given on stream here, and I understand we haven't delved into that particular person's situation, but that was a second grader that was being discussed. Is there an age? Do you think? Is there an age below which the child's decision on these things can't be substituted for the parent's decision? Like, at what's the age below which you will not go?
Probably when they can't like verbalize their wants and needs in any real like comprehensible way.
Wait, but well, hold on. Being able to know words is different than being able to understand the wants and needs.
Sure, and understand like probably complicated concepts like whatever gender and sexuality. That's it. But like, where the line between a child understands concepts like those, I don't know that I have like a firm age. That's why I tried to like distill it down to like same-sex marriage alone as a concept. Is that okay for a third grader?
So you would say third grade, roughly? Is
where no. Probably like elementary school, like grade 1, grade 2.
Wow. Okay.
But I'm not saying like everything's on the table at those levels. But that's sort of where.
But the point at
you
which
need age appropriate things, Corey Campbell.
But the age at which
this is crazy.
the opinion of the child can be substituted for the opinion of the parent in terms of deciding, which way to go with regards to these identity issues. You're saying that once you hit about first grade, you can take over from the parent in terms of making those decisions?
What do you mean by take over?
The child can make those decisions without the input of the parent.
Well, so I would say the input of the parent should be coming from like the child engaging with the parent. Like if a child is not engaging with that's why I sort of brought up the example. If a child is sharing with the teacher information, okay, and pretty much sort of the implication is that there's no open lines of communication between the parent and the child, I would say you probably haven't done the greatest job of parenting. Just as if a teenager is questioning their sexuality at whatever age, 13, 14, and they come out to their teacher, okay, and they don't come out to their parent, there's probably reasons for that, and you should take that seriously.
Hey, Corey, do you think first graders can consent to sex?
No.
Why?
Because they don't have the cognitive ability to understand the concept of, consent, and that's too complicated, and biologically also as well.
So why are we not involving the parents if we're talking about their sexuality and their gender?
So,
Wait, did you say
sexual activity,
Corey?
sexual activity and sex of who you perhaps like identify with, I think are different concepts. Would you agree to that?
So what you're saying is the child can't consent to sexual activity because they don't have a developed understanding of sexuality and its implications, but they can
sexual
determine
activity
for themselves right. But that they can have enough of a concept to not involve the parents when talking about their gender and when talking about how they want to socially present and the clothing that they want to wear and the name they want to go by.
They can have I think I'm not saying absolute autonomy, but that's the thing. Like that should be negotiated, or at least there should be some sort of open line of communication between the parent and the child. Just as ideally,
it's not about consent at that point, right? It's not about understanding. You're saying that sexuality is more complicated, but the way that you live in a social situation, changing your gender, changing the way that you present yourself, none of those things are complicated in that same regard that sexual activity is.
I'm not saying it's not. That's why you're putting a lot on the table in terms of changing gender. There's a difference between someone questioning their identity and someone sort of committing to changing their gender. That's why we involve, well, hopefully, at least of the cases that I know of, if someone's actually trying to change their gender, we involve medical professionals, we involve mental health professionals, and hopefully that conversation like takes place and trying to get that child to understand, or maybe delay it when they're actually in a better place to understand. That's pretty much
delay it says a lot. But what happens when little Timmy goes up to the teacher and says that they had sex with someone, regardless of gender? Do we inform the parents?
Before
That's
you
a
before you
mandatory
answer that, be Dander,
report
thank you
to
for the
the-
five
It's a-
subs.
yeah.
Be Dander, thank you for the
Interesting,
5
isn't it,
subs.
that that's
If
a
we get
mandatory
2
report?
more individual people. I saw subs a hype train, which would be really great. So subs to channel, give bits, give subs. You can answer that. I want to get Lactoid because we're like already way over time. I don't want to keep everyone any longer.
Yeah. So can you repeat your question, Scott?
What happens when little Timmy in 1st or 2nd grade goes to the teacher and says that they had sex with another student? Do you feel it's necessary to inform the parents?
I don't like morally or legally. I don't know the exact laws how they are
Either.
in terms of the United States.
Either.
I don't think it should be mandatory. No, not necessarily. At 16. If just
No,
as
I
know,
said not
if,
16. I said 2nd grader.
Oh, sorry. Then I misheard you. So yeah. So I totally take your point in terms of that. That's where it's like if they don't understand if they don't understand what sexual activity is, and like it's a second grader. I heard 16. I apologize.
Are you
then that is a child.
Fabian,
okay,
Fabian, are you still trying to refer to like the Little John situation? Because that kid was 13 years old.
What? No, no. This is
Okay,
obviously a
so-
hypothetical.
So there was before. I thought you were talking about Little John. That's why I asked the clarifying question. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to Lactoid.
Piecing some stuff together, Corey, you had asked some of the people on the panel if they believe in corporal punishment, and some of the answers were like yes, but
And
only
not a
within
single
an
answer was
acceptable
given.
range if you don't leave scars, or if you don't like cause too much damage. To the people who think it's okay, this is a kind of interesting conundrum. I mean,
It's all right. I'll bring it up.
If a parent is using corporal punishment within this acceptable, what you deem to be like the acceptable range, when they hear their child has like a different gender identity and does this every time, like at some point, does the school like have to stop telling the parent, or does the school have to keep telling the parent? Like if this kid got spanked every single day because like not like no scars, no like bruises, but like spanked every day because every day like the school had to call the parent and say, hey, like he's calling himself her again or something, and then like the parents spank the kid every day, would we want to be like, hey, like that's kind of fucked?
You want my answer? To Fnatic, Dibby, Scott.
I mean, like what? So you're saying that you have direct evidence that they're beating their child because of the fact that they socially transitioned?
Not beating. I'm saying corporal punishment within the range that you said was acceptable, like spanking.
No
that you-
physical
you-
evidence.
Right. And you know that they're spanked precisely for that reason.
Sure, yeah. The school knows that like this kid's getting spanked every day. Like no bruises, no scars, spanked every day.
I mean, like I feel like at that point you'd have a pretty solid case for permanent psychological damage.
Okay.
Right. Like I feel like an investigation would need to be done, obviously, but you're presenting evidence that is post investigation, right? Which is that we know that the child is being beaten for this specific reason, and we know that for a fact, right? But I mean, like, yeah, if you're beating your child every fucking day for the reason that they claim to have transitioned in some other way or something, like I think you could probably pretty easily make a case that there's some permanent psychological damage, and then involve like the authorities to determine if it needs to go to like grandma or something like that.
What if it wasn't every day? What if like, do you think if a kid like does this and then the school calls like the parents, should the parents be able to use one instance of corporal punishment, or is corporal punishment off the table?
I mean, I think you need to prove permanent psychological damage.
Well, you're only going to
Well,
find that out like later on.
Why wouldn't we extend this to like any behavior? Right? So like,
Well, I mean, it's like what you've described
misbehaving
as
at
probable
school.
cause for an investigation, right? You haven't like that's all you've described, right?
But is it
there's
though?
reason to investigate now and figure out what the fuck is going on.
Doobie.
Okay, so like I don't know what your position is, but like, do you think that parents should be able to physically discipline their children?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I think it's morally against what I believe is right to do. I believe in peaceful parenting, but I think legally speaking, the only thing that I can legally justify in terms of the non-aggression principle is it's a forestallment of your guardianship if you do some form of permanent damage, and that needs to be proven, and then once proven, restitution and having the child go somewhere else.
Okay. So if we found out that a parent was spanking their child for misbehaving in some way, do you think that'd be enough to open up an investigation to see if that spanking had any like long-term psychological damage?
Well, I mean, again, we'd have to get into the details of the specific case, right? Because like initially Lactoid was saying it was one reason and that it was repeated over and over and over and over and over again every day. It was daily, right? Like that is an impetus for an investigation, right? Now, a child saying once to their teacher, my dad, didn't like that I called myself a girl and he spanked me. Like, I don't know that that's necessarily an impetus for an investigation if it only occurs once, but if it's repeated behavior and you're able to show, and that they're going to the guidance counselor and things like that, that might be the impetus for an investigation.
Well, if it's like repeated anytime the child expresses.
You're allowed to.
Oh, hold on.
abuse
So
your
if it's like
children as long as it
repeated,
only happens
and not every
once.
day, but like anytime the child expresses that they have like this other gender identity, right? The parents make.
Are we living in the panopticon? Like, I don't know. All I have is the child's word, right? Like, I don't know if the child's lying. I don't know if they're telling the truth. I don't know if they're exaggerating, right? But if you see them constantly saying, hey, I need someone to intervene, right? And it's like some form of repeated or excessive, in terms of physical damage, then yeah, investigate. It doesn't it feels like you're trying to overcomplicate something that's not complicated.
So parents are allowed to abuse their children as long as it only happens once.
Well,
that's the thing. That I think,
Is your name in the top center Lactoid or is your name in the top center Lactoid or Matt? Like I keep hearing, like who's top middle for me?
I'm Lactoid. Yeah.
Nobody is
Lactoid.
Matt.
Okay.
He's a Canadian.
Nobody's Matt.
Yeah.
Oh no! Why did you have to say that to me?
I'm not Canadian.
My bias is kicking in.
He's an
Don't
American
deny it.
citizen of Swiss origin.
Do
Alright,
not
so
say
let me-
Switzerland. I swear to God.
It's high praise.
So the thing that I think you're digging at, which I guess I'll ask Fabian directly, if a child came, like if you're a teacher and a child came to you and said, I said this to my dad, and then he started yelling at me, and how many times of that scenario exists for you where you feel like it should be something I should report to superiors?
Well, so when you say report, that's very different than investigate, right? Like your mandatory
Reports lead to investigations, though.
Not always, though, right? Like if
Yes.
CPS in many places are often bogged down and don't get to cases forever, and they dismiss shit all the time.
Right, so
CPS fucking
districts-
sucks, right? But
That
it
doesn't
depends on where you
answer
are.
That doesn't answer my
It
question.
does answer your
I'm
question.
saying
There's a difference
because
between.
Okay.
It doesn't. There's a difference between reporting one instance and whether or not that one instance should immediately trigger an investigation.
But right now, in terms of the statute, it does. I think that's a point that Lactoid is alluding to.
But he's asking should. This is an ought statement. This is not a statement of what is existing in reality.
And I'm saying
it's a question of what is ought.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to make it clear that in the current statute in most states, a single act of abuse, whether it be verbal or nonverbal, would lead to a report, which could lead to investigation. But the investigation is varying from district to district. So I'm asking you how many times
you're couching the word in abuse, right? It's contextual
because that's how it's defined under the statute.
So all corporal punishment is now abuse, and CPS needs
corporal
to
punishment is
always.
abuse. Corporal punishment is abuse. Why are we why are we trying to get like some? So I'm asking you, how many times do you think it would be for a report? So like if a child said once, my dad said stop calling yourself a girl and hit me, you're saying that's okay.
I'm not saying that's okay. Why are you so I've explained this so many times.
I'm trying to figure out, like, within your framework, how much of it would be tolerable under the current situation that we're in.
You're trying to quantify things that are contextual, right?
No.
Yes, you are.
It's just it's one or more than one.
It's not about one or more than one. If I have a kid that comes up to me and says, you know, hey, my dad told, you know, I told my dad I was a girl, and like, you know, as I was getting up, I think he tripped me on purpose. Like, is that something that we should report? No, I think that sounds silly and stupid, and we should maybe like get them to schedule to talk about it more and figure out what's going on in the home life just with the kid
so what
alone.
if it happens every time?
Right, exactly. And if it happens every time, right, then you have more evidence that like, okay, this might be a problem, right? Like there is a contextual situation there. But it could also be just once if like the daughter or son is like, hey, I came out to my dad as gay, for example, right? And my dad beat the living shit out of me with a phone book. Then it's like, yo, maybe we need to fucking investigate this immediately.
What if he didn't beat the shit out of you and just took your car away? And they just took their car away. Is that enough?
That's clearly not abuse.
Oh.
So can I ask a clarifying question?
We can't ask any more kind of questions.
Okay.
We're already way over time. Jello, do you have anything else to say on here?
I'm good. I found the line. It's all good.
We are way over time here. To my audience, we're going to continue on with our content here. The content does not end. We still have more for you, right? I let this go on for like a half hour longer, and I shouldn't have. But like things were getting really interesting at the end. But we still have more content for you, so stick right there. We're gonna have open panel right after this, and we're probably gonna be talking about more of this because I did not get to fight the way I wanted to fight. So anyway, hit that follow button if you're new to the channel. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live 6 nights a week. Don't want you to miss out on any of the content, whether I am on Twitch or on YouTube. I want you to follow the channel Expert Social Chat for our social media. We got a lot of it. We got Twitter, we got Discord, where we'll be having a more panel right after this. And TikTok and also YouTube, right? So like, comment, subscribe over there. All right, so I'm gonna give a outro to these guys. But before I even get to that, I do want to fight about this. I've been because I didn't get to fight on the grounds that I assumed we were going to. Some of the what we talked about was actually quite interesting in which way. So Fanatic Doobie, if you guys want to come through, because I feel like there's a lot more a fight to have there. But that's if you guys aren't busy. So anyway, we'll give an outro. Start with Fabian Liberty Scott. Thank you, Scott, for stopping by and all this. I hit up Scott on the regular, and I like that Scott's such a part of this community that like when he doesn't hear from me, he hits me up like, "Hey, is everything okay?" So, and I actually do appreciate that. I appreciate that because it seems like he cares. He actually wants to be here. So thank you so much, Scott, for stopping by.
Prime guys, I may disagree with almost all of your political takes, but at the end of the day, hosting these debates, especially, I think more importantly than these, where all these Twitch streamers, like, we could debate anywhere, right? I mean, like, if I bug someone enough, I could get on, pretty much most panels. But like the ones that you host late at night, where you give so many fresh faces and people trying to test their chops and get known and stuff, I think that's a great service to Twitch politics in general. So anyways, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty, anarcho-capitalist duo stream. Do a lot of philosophy, do some news, do some reactions, do a lot of interviews. So come check us out. And I think if this night showed anything at all, it's the right and the left have a really, really difficult time articulating extreme end cases because they don't have an understanding of human rights or what rights are. They have nebulous ideas based off of consequentialist principles that aren't really principled. They're subjectively biased. And without that framework, they have a really hard time having these conversations and they get lost in the weeds. And so if you want to learn more about those types of things and actually understand where rights come from and where they're based, you should come check me out.
Absolutely. Please do go check out Scott. Interesting person, interesting content. All right, let's go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, look, what? To honor your people. Right? Like, I feel like for so long, you've been ignoring your ethnic background, ignoring your proud moose-loving ways, right? So I appreciate you coming through, LARPing as an American, for our comfort here. So, thanks for being around.
So, despite your jokes, I do appreciate your effort to increase Swedish representation in media by inviting me here. The Lincolnberry people appreciate all of your efforts. But seriously, thank you for having me. Thank you for everyone who talked to me. Interesting conversations. My name is Lactoid. You can find me on Anti-Communism United, all one word, on Discord and Twitch. I am streaming now, and I would like to talk a lot about politics, which shouldn't be surprising. At the end of the day, I think war can be justified. I think we should stop Nazis who are killing Jews. I think we should stop communists who are killing landlords, right? We should stop all the authoritarian ideologies from killing people, ideally, whenever it's prudent. And yeah, I'll follow those beliefs to the end. So thanks.
But he doesn't mind capitalists like killing everyone else just for $1. Okay.
Vietnam was justified
Hey,
too.
there's monetary value there, so it's okay.
There's monetary value, so it works out. Thank you so much, Lacto. Lacto is an absolute amazing individual with misbegotten beliefs. But we love him so much. We appreciate him. Spartacus, a real American, right? Which is why the stripes there are white. That's a dead giveaway, right? Canadians don't realize that it's the red, white, and blue. They go red, yellow, and blue.
It's tea stained. It's stained by tea. That's what they said.
How is
Amazon
the whole
says.
thing stained by tea?
I ordered it from Amazon. That's what it said. It said tea stained
Just
American.
say you used it as a bed sheet and the unfortunate accident happened.
Retired.
I don't use it as a bed
I
sheet.
assumed when you said tea stained, they're like, oh, like for whatever reason, the manufacturing
Tea, not
process,
pee.
they did- I know, not pee.
I'm not fucking R. Kelly.
Calls himself an American lawyer and doesn't follow the U.S. flag code.
Yeah, right. This
That's
is
not
a desecrated
law.
flag. This is desecrated flag.
U.S. flag code.
Look, just because
Pretending to
Texas
be a
v.
law.
Johnson, and what is it, U.S. v. Eichmann overturned it, doesn't mean it's not a law in our hearts.
And yeah, I don't know how you stained the entire fucking flag with tea. Amazing. Okay. No, I know not you,
Very-
not
it's
you.
very
but
British of
whole
him.
afternoon. It was a whole
Whoever
afternoon.
did it.
Listen,
Whoever
Prime.
did it.
Listen, Prime. He was there at the
Marinated.
Boston Tea Party.
Okay,
I was there.
you go. All right.
And I condemn them for being the BLM rioters.
Real American hero Spartacus, right? Thanks so much for being
You're right.
here.
I also condemn the Bureau of Land Management. Fuck all three-letter organizations from the state.
So you can find me at Twitch and Twitter at @DSproticus. The Afghanistan topic, we shouldn't have left Afghanistan. We left Afghanistan in terrible hands. And now we do. Now the blood that is shed in Afghanistan is on our hands, and we have to deal with some of that guilt because we left them knowingly that the Taliban was going to take over. So the second topic, the law is unconstitutionally vague. A average person cannot understand the law and understand exactly where their framework is, or if they're doing something that's illegal, or if they're doing something that's not illegal. So I am
I'm not gonna lie,
pro teachers
Smarticus
not
is the
being
best thing
confused
to
about
come
if
out
they're
of this
doing something
panel.
illegal or not illegal. So yeah. But go follow me, twitch.tv and Twitter at the Spartacus.
Okay, thanks so much, friend. All right, let's go to our friend Aiko, who came through. Who came through at after what was it an hour afterwards. It was really kind of you for to stop by here, Aiko. We had a hole here, and you helped fill out. So please. You're talking. We don't hear you. You're still muted.
Maybe you're muted.
He's muted.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying today's the first day of the school year for me, so that's why I was home later than I normally would be. But anyway, better late than never. Also, I wanted to say, if anyone who knows me IRL knows that I'm a giant coffee nerd, such a coffee nerd that I even have favorite brands of coffee cups, and one of them is I will never stop making this joke whenever Fabian's on. This is ANCAP, one of my favorite brands of coffee cups. So I try to show this cup whenever Fabian's on stream, and no matter how many times I tell that joke, he never laughs at it. So we'll just have to see if he does next time. I don't stream yet. If I If I do, it'll be under this moniker here, so you can click on it and follow me in advance if you want to. But I don't know if I'll be streaming even a month from now. But if I am, I guess you'll be the first to know.
Thank you. All right, Corey Campbell.
Yeah. First, thank you so much, Prime, as always, for inviting me. Super grateful. I echo many of the same sentiments that Scott said in terms of like the space that you created. And all just a great thing for Twitch politics. Bringing in new faces, I guess, like me. And also, I'm also super happy that you've brought in Lactoid as a Canadian. Like, we definitely am glad to see the Canadians are multiplying.
Out his identity. Yes.
We can't make this a thing. We can't.
I'm not sure if I would want Lactoid as a Canadian, just based off of the white shirt, the particular skin tone, the white headset, and when I hear Lactoid, I think of white dairy milk. So I'm not 100% sure.
I just called you white. You gonna take that?
I said a particular skin tone. I didn't say
pale as hell. He's gonna take that.
But
damn.
Love being here. Thank you, Scott. Lactoid. It's been a marathon. Sprouticus, iCow, always a pleasure. Doobie, always a pleasure. Fanatic and Joe, a pleasure. I'm Corey Campbell, PhD candidate in biochemistry. I also work part-time at a biotech startup. On my streams, I cover science, research, politics, occasional workout stream. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. On Twitter and Instagram, literally, it's Corey Campbell. And again, thank you so much.
Corey,
I'm
That PhD ain't coming from Harvard, right?
I'm not gonna lie, Prime. When you were scratching your
All right,
head,
good. No guillotine for
I
you.
caught it out of the corner.
No guillotine for you. You're safe.
I caught you scratch your head at the corner of my eye, and I thought you were doing like the cross like multiple times.
Corey,
protect us from the Canadians.
I too pray to not convict violence on Canadians. It's really hard because once they're outed, it just.
Corey, I don't appreciate the colorism that you're expressing in our communities.
I'm a filthy lefty. I can't help it.
If Biden won't build a wall to the north, then we gotta hope that God will. Right. So let's go.
Trump built the wall in the wrong direction. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Goddamn right. Let's go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, thanks so much.
Should have built it around New Jersey.
Thanks for everything you usually do. Hopefully we can have you on Philippine because I didn't get to fight you like I wanted to fight you.
Yeah, I'll probably be around. Thanks for having me on. I am Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics. It is the best and biggest politics server on the Discord platform, where we do a ton of crazy shit. So that's where you'll find me.
Okay, all right. And our friend Fanatic as well. Fanatic, we would love to have you when open because like I didn't get to. There's so many things I wanted to say. But yeah, we'd love to have you, buddy.
100%. I'm down. I might need a little bit of time. I can talk to someone real quick and probably call my girl for a brief spell before I can get back on another panel. I just want to say for the record, hearing the conversation, I'm pretty sure anybody listening to this, you can hear the absurdity of the idea that like people start developing like this notion that somehow that they should be the arbiters of what is good, and what should be taught to children, even like against parents' wishes, and things like that. That's the type of disgusting and scary rhetoric that's leading parents towards coming up with this sort of ideology, right? Because if you look at it, like anytime you start telling me you think you know better than me as a parent, I'm gonna go ahead and lose my freaking mind. And that's what these parents are doing, and that's why they're coming up with this sort of legislation. This isn't some like boogeyman. Schools were already doing this. It was absolutely disgusting. When you start talking about things that are literally going to impact children for the rest of their lives, parents should be at the forefront of those decisions because they will be the ones involved with their children for the rest of their lives. And when schools say we know better and we're just gonna not, we're gonna create policies that like restrict your ability to do so. And it wasn't just in the presence of danger, it was just across the board, period. We're not going to tell parents about these kinds of things, right? Those kind of policies are absolutely disgusting. That sounds like grooming behavior. And when you find out about rapid onset of gender dysphoria, and you find classrooms where there's like 50% of the students are LGBTQIAN+ and all the rest of the alphabets, then you start seeing like, it seems like something's going on here that's a little bit ridiculous, and we probably might need to pump some kind of brakes. I'm not going to decide where, but in any case, we need to do some things differently, and I'm glad that Florida's kind of taking that initiative. I think this bill is amazing, and I stand by it.
And Mexico.
Let's go to then our friend Joe.
Oh, and Corey Campbell, check your DMs.
Will do.
Joe Lewis, our friend. Thanks
Fanatic
for
is
stopping
about
by.
to get some purple lighting himself.
Oh boy, I didn't say it. Be mad at him. But Joe Lewis, thanks for joining in. A whole unexpectedly happened on stream for our lineup here. So thanks so much for stopping by.
Yeah, you know, education policy and procedures are fun. They're fun to talk about. I do take reservations when the state legislatures kind of like try to go past that and go past their departments of education, because I think that those fine employees do great work. So I think it's kind of a slap in the face of them in Florida. But again, you know, like if there's anything that Donald Trump revealed as being the worst possible fascist, it seems like DeSantis is trying to reveal the actual fascism. So that's kind of fun to see. I'm not saying that's within here, but it's very fun to see DeSantis's evolution into this Republican butterfly. I listen, man. I'm school years back, baby. So my streaming schedule is kind of fucked. So if today is any indicator, I'm sure Aiko knows exactly what I'm talking about. Where it's like I'm just looking at the clock and going, "Damn, I really got to be up in 7 hours, huh?" So, but I do still
Fascists,
stream, obviously,
Nazis.
twitch.tv/Joe Lewis with 2 O's. It's gonna probably be weekends. But also since I'm a marching band director, it's probably not gonna be weekends until about April of next year when everything's said and done. But if you, I'll try to put content in a bunch of different places. You can always follow me on Twitter. Every once in a while, I post a Umar meme and we get a laugh out of it. But either way, this was fun. I'm always glad to be here.
And every so often he stops by and as a part of our crew here. So definitely do appreciate his time and all of you, because I know you're all very busy individuals. Okay. So we are going to go into our open walk-on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I know they appreciate it as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you.
Deuces. You just watched a clip from our Twitch channel, Fabian Liberty. If you like content like this, please like and subscribe here on YouTube, or go ahead and give us a follow on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty.